shadows of the void where darkness reigns stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vaccinal's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
For Mordian's honor,
Infantry, sir.
they raise
Good for
their
you.
cry
Mobile infantry made me
against
the
the
man I
Tau's
am
fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Another day, another beef. Beef! Beef! You know how they say, thing is the gift that keeps on giving? I've decided that 11th edition is the beef that keeps on beefing. Oh my god. It's like, I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know where to begin. Guys, I feel like we're getting beefed out. It's like, what's that thing from like Andor, where he's like, a single incident Everybody can see it. But, like, the Empire hides behind 40 atrocities a day kind of thing. And I'm just like, that's what it feels like. Honestly. Small Hornet, a day one FAQ? Bro, it's not a day one FAQ. It's a day minus 19 FAQ. The game is not even, like, out. It's officially doesn't launch for 19 more days. Yeah, the core rules stuff are out, but it officially doesn't launch for 19 more days. And it's already been FAQ'd. I'm going to say this. I'm saying this right now. You might not like the kit. You might not want to hear it. I'm going to tell you this. There is zero reason to buying the starter set, to buying the launch box. Zero reason, man. Just the core rulebook doesn't mean anything. The lore is going to be trash. You know it is. GW can't write good lore these days. And the only reason to get it would be to get the new models. And they're going to be available for dirt cheap on eBay. Let the scalpers hoover it up and just pick and buy the bits you actually want. That's what I say. Oh my God. It's pretty bad. It's not okay. It's not like, okay, no, it is pretty bad. No. I'm trying to be like balanced. But this is just it's just getting farcical at this point. It's just getting farcical, man. Like, what the fuck? Right. So I've got like multiple bits of beef today, and I just don't like even know where to start. So we're just gonna get into it. And again, look, right. As I always say on this channel, I'm gonna present to you the information. I'm gonna give you my opinion. Make your own minds up. At this point, it's just like, at this point, you know, that's what I always say. I'm going to give you my opinion. You make up your opinion, guys. Oh my God. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. That's all I'm going to do. You guys decide. All right. But I think there's like very little point in pre-ordering this box now. I think there's very, very little point in pre-ordering this box. I think you just wait until, I think you just buy a couple of orc bits off eBay and that's it. Buy a few landspears off eBay, that's it. Yeah. But we'll get into this. We'll get into this, and like I said, I will present the information. You guys can make your minds up. That's it. Okay? You guys can decide. So with all of that said, let's get into today's stream. And as is tradition, let us begin with our traditions. Let's begin with roll call. I'm so demoralized. I can't even do it properly. Just put 07 in the chat. Just put 07 in the chat, boys. Just go on. Just go on. I've it's just like, all right, okay. Everyone is going absolutely mental. I love it. On a serious note, thank you so much, everyone who has joined the stream already. We've already got almost 200 people in here. It's absolutely popping off. So massive thank you to everyone who's joined. Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe and all that kind of bollocks. You guys hear it every day, but it does make a big difference. But yeah, go. Don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe. And of course, before we go anywhere else, before we get into the beef, let's get into the super chats. I honestly, guys, I feel like I know it seems like I'm coming across like overly dramatic, but I'm genuinely just looking at this thing like, what the fuck is going on here? All right, I'm pulling myself together. Stiff upper lip. I'm pulling myself together. All right. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for liking. Thank you for subscribing. And let's say a big thank you to everyone who's got the stream started off right, coming in with all the super chats and member flexes and all that kind of stuff. All right. Starting off, I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Thank you for the 5 gifted membership. Sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Spriggs, thank you for the big poo emoji. 07, dude. Chris K, thank you for the gifted membership. Whispering Monk, our spiritual liege. We need our spiritual guide. More than ever now, Whispering Monk. More than ever. 07, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Ed Bailey, thank you for chat. Why is Spriggs not king yet? This vexes me. On the same level as Tim, not round the tin cup. Also, what's the beef that GW can't do rules to save their life? So GW has released a core rulebook where the core rules are wrong. Has FAQ'd the game 19 days before it's officially out. Has potentially, and not confirmed, but potentially killed orc hordes. You may now only be able to take 60 orc boys in 11th edition. And can't write aircraft rules that actually function. So everyone, if you're like me, you're excited for the new aircraft rules. Nah, don't work. The aircraft rules literally don't work. So, and that's just the 4 new things that have come out today. That's not even including the shit from last time we looked at this, like when coherency doesn't fucking work. It's like, this is 4 new bits of beef. How are we having beef 2 nights in a row, God? Like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why we're talking about this, or should we talk about Crocodile? Yes! Crocodile meta rise up. Crocodile meta rise up. There you go. What do we got next? Macon, thank you for the beef emoji. I love it, man. The beef super sticker, I should say. Thank you. Simple Logic, thank you for the gift of membership. Sir, Spriggs and Macon, both thank you for the big poo super stickers as well. Oh my god. It's all beef and shit today. Mal, my boy. Good old Mal. No matter how stormy the sea gets, Mal is always there. Mal, thank you for the gift of membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. Thank you for the gifted membership. Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat and for all the poo emojis. I love it, man. Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat. Hobby updated stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Maybe we could have a little bit of hobby before we all crash out. It's not loaded yet, I don't think. I can't see it, mate. I'll circle back round to it, okay? I can just see Cosmic's mad shit, but I can't see your thing. All right? Yeah, like I said, I'll circle back round to it, man. What do we got here? Actung Nate, thank you for super chat, man. We're eating well tonight, boys. The Mordian Carvery is open. I just hope you like beef. Beef. There's 2 guys. I think I'm being overwhelmed by the beef. I think the beef is consuming me. Let me say something right here, right now. Okay? Let me set the record straight. I did not choose the beef life. The beef life chose me. I never meant for this to happen. What's it that Horus says? On a serious note, I don't mean for us to be covering so much beef all the time. I'm literally just covering the new news that's coming out from the game. Okay? That's it. So I'm not, if let me tell you this right now, hand on heart. I want people to like tell me good things that are coming out about the game. Because at the moment, the only shit that I'm seeing that's coming out about it is potentially crazy mad shit. Okay? So like, I just want to report on what's actually happening. But all I'm getting at the moment is beef. Okay? But if someone could send me some positivity, if someone could send me some hype, I want it. I want it. Okay? So please. I'm being consumed by the beef. I need some hype. All right? Oh my god. The carvery is just too full, man. There's too much beef. Chris K, thank you for the chat. Nope. Nope. Only beef. Oh my god. Beef. Stevie. Well, the dividends are going up. I suppose that's good news for some. Oh my god. All right, what do we got here? What do we got here? Elijah, thank you for the super chat, man. 4 months for things to settle in 11th edition. At least. The game is going to come out, and it's going to take at least 4 months for things to settle down. Yeah, it's going to... When we say settle down, it's like... It's, you know, GW is going to have to be hot on the button for, like, FAQs and stuff. Yeah. The game is... Okay. The game is... 11th edition is releasing in a in a semi-playable state. Not an okay. I think with some common sense applied, the game will be releasing in a semi-playable state, but it literally, in order for it to like function without people having to basically homebrew things, it's needing day one FAQs. That's what it is. We're needing day one FAQs. Stevie B, early access 40k. Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing, right? I'd have no issue if we were paying early access prices, but we ain't. We're paying quadruple A prices. That's what we're doing. Yeah. Today on Mordian Gears, Spring 607, Cosmic Dream Adventures Conflict, and Tim's got beef. Look, I'm just going to present the information. You guys can decide. You guys can decide on the level of beef, all right? That's it. Chris K, thank you for the salty super sticker. I love it, man. Actor Nick, thank you for the super chat. Mordian hyperbole glory. I just want to talk about nice things. I just want to talk about nice things. I just wanted the day to say, you've released like 6 negative videos in 1 week. And I'm like, I'm just covering the 11th edition news. I'm literally, if there was only good things coming out, people would say you're shill. That's what it is. All I'm doing is reporting the facts. That's it. It's not my fault the facts aren't lining up with what you want to be true, you know. There you go. Joshua Blaw, thank you for the super chat, man. I've got no message attached to it, but dude, thank you so much for the big super chat. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Well, I did my first stream like you told me to with OBS, and it works great. Update and details of our great sex discussion. Let's just talk K47. Dude, it's getting that way, right? Just want to talk about the nice things. Yeah. Let's have a look. Thanks for not taking my time spot on Tuesday. We had a good small stream. The regulars showed up and we got a lot of work done. Behold the Wotan and the Thor painted modified at storage. The OBS worked out great, and I even have an intro and an outro. Hey, so I got them all warmed up talking about K47. I think you need a break. For all the bad news, nothing worth covering. In fact, why don't you take the day off streaming and I'll start a second stream and cover all the news for you. I love it. The custom Wotan is cool, man. Nice. I love it. Another crazy cosmic creation. Even got, I love the Space Wolf transfers on it as well, man. Nice. That's cool, bro. It is mental. 40k did it again. Fuck's sake. Cosmic, I love it, man. And dude, yeah, OBS is a really good bit of software. Like, once you get to grips with it, which isn't that difficult, like, it makes streaming so easy. Yeah. Yeah. Cosmic, I love it, man. Spriggs, thank you for another shitty super sticker. Shrouds, thank you for the super chat, man. I got put on pit for messing up less than this on printed material. Poor intern's career. This is the thing, like, people are getting paid big money for this. I've got to say it. I don't think GW is made up of the best anymore. I think at one point they were. Like hand on it. Like, let me give you like a sort of semi-serious moment. There's no way. Like, there's. I just don't think the people working at Games Workshop are like what they once were. I think all the best people have left. They've left. They've set up their own companies. They've gone to work for other companies. I think it's GW. I said that GW used to have the best of the best, and then I said they had the best of the rest, and now I think they have the rest of the rest. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, and like, yeah, I used to work for. I've worked for big companies. If I had put out work of this quality, I would have been fired. I know people who were let go for a lot less. Like, it's like just basic fucking shit that isn't right. Like, basic stuff. Like zero proofreading stuff. It's mental, man. It's mental. And like, you just hear about, and honestly, I've been hearing so many stories, and yeah, maybe they're bullshit. Maybe they're bullshit, but here's the thing. You're hearing stories, and then you're seeing the evidence of it, and you think maybe there's something to these stories. You're hearing stories about like how, you're hearing horror stories about like how Games Workshop like operates as a company, and how like many people have been like leaving and driven away from it and stuff. And you just think like, what is going on? What is going on over there? I don't know. I just think I don't think they have particularly good. I don't know. Either the attitude they've got, either this is functioning by design, or this isn't functioning very well. Either way, it's not great. Like, either way, right? Oh my god! But yeah, Shroud, such a good point. I got put on pit for messing up less than this. Yeah. Macon, thank you for super chat. Thoughts on Modern 40k and gaming in Discord? All right, let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. I've come to realize that there really is just nothing left for me in Modern 40k anymore. After playing other games for a bit and seeing what GW has been doing for the last few editions, 10th and in 11th in particular, I just can't justify it. I've mentally gone down the list of pros and cons of Modern 40k, and I legit cannot find anything to be happy about. The rules are sloppier and more horribly written. The game itself just feels boring and solved by Mathhammer. Armies don't look like or feel like armies. The lore is shittier than ever before, just keeps getting worse. The game is more expensive than ever before, to the point many, including myself, can't justify it. GW keeps changing and shutting down any means of allowing people to save money, killing starter sets for more expensive combat patrols. Hordes can't be hordes anymore, it seems. GW themselves keep illustrating their own incompetence and maliciousness. We can't even say that new editions will fix our problems because they are just more expensive and worse than the last. The list just goes on and on and on, and I literally cannot find a single thing to say GW and or 40k does that counts as a pro. At this point, I'm looking at my StarCraft pre-order, my K47 armies and orders, my bot action armies, my Battletech collections, my blackout sets, and all I see are better games that are cheaper, have better lore, and are just more of a joy to collect and play with than anything GW touches. At this point, I'm good with building my Guard, Necrons, and Lost and Damned collections for 3rd through 5th edition, and giving GW the one finger salute. They're happy to do it us, so it's only fair they get it in return. And you know what, man? You know what? Like 6 months ago, I would have been like, nah, you just need a palette cleanse. You just crash it out. Like, it's no need. Bro, I can't even disagree with you, man. Yeah. I can't even really disagree with you, man. It's pretty mental. It's pretty mental. Oh my god. Chris K, thank you for the super sticker, man. Thank you for the note. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Did you hear K47 doing a new expansion hype? Look, right, look. As Warlord's #1 unpaid official ball washer, I am well aware of the conflict hype. I can also hear the collective eye rolling of 300 people in right now. It's so loud, I can hear it through my headphones, which aren't even on my head. I want 40k hype. Okay? I know K47 is good. I want 40k hype. I want some hype for this game. I want to see something, anything that is like actually exciting and good. All right, that's what I want. B for Bertie. Oh, okay. B for Calgar then. B for Calgar. Fuck's sake. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Fuck's sake. Necrons may be strong. Necrons may be strong. Yeah, but that's not really like... I'm not trying to be picky, but Necrons being strong is like fine, but it's not a particular reason to be hyped for 11th. They've been fucking strong through all of fucking 10th. All right. All right, what we got here? Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. One day Timmy will start a beef stream eating a beefsteak and will not elaborate till he's done eating. That's a good idea, but the bit would go on. It would go on for a bit, but yeah, that I did cook. Don't forget, I have cooked live on stream before. Cornate Gaze, thank you for the super chat. 11th will be around 500 Australian dollars, so it's a pass, dude. That's the thing, man. Like, that's kind of the thing. Like, I would be a lot... Here's the thing, and I want to make something clear, because some people might think I'm holding Games Workshop to a different standard to what I would hold other games to. Like, oh, Mordian, why are you holding... K47, your beloved, has got lots of issues. Exaggerating a little bit, but it's got some issues, right? I've never made any bones about that. It's not a particularly balanced game. So... But how come you hold one game to a different standard to another? And it's like, because 40k is asking me to hold it to a higher standard because the price it's asking me to pay. And because of the demands that GW is making of me as a wargamer for like you and for the restrictions that GW is putting in place as well. Like, you will only use what comes in this box, so on and so forth, right? That's why they get held to different standards. That's what it is. So I don't... Do I hold 40k to a different standard to other games? Yes, I do. But that's because 40k holds me to a different standard. So I hold it to the standard that it wants off me. And that's why it gets treated differently. Yeah. That's it. There you go. Okay, here's one thing to hype 40k. You can at least roll your charge first before choosing a target. That's literally the only thing I can say is good. Tilted Simeon. You see, I see that as basically a side grade rather than an upgrade. Like that is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's more just I guess it makes charges a bit more reliable, which is nice. Yeah, that's nice. That is nice. I'll give you that. Like, it feel, we can have slightly more reliable charges. Okay, with that, that's a little crumb. I can agree with that. It just removes the feel bad of deep striking, failing, and then dying. But it doesn't really Tilted Simeon, does it? Because if you deep strike out of reserve, if you charge out a deep strike, whether you're still asked to make the same dice roll. Think about it. It doesn't make any difference. In 10th edition, if you deep strike down and have to charge someone, you need a 9-inch charge. In 11th edition, if you deep strike down and have to charge someone, you need a 9-inch charge. So it's like, it's all, you know, it's nice. And it does open up some interesting tactical opportunities, because what you can do is you can roll the dice and then be like, oh, I roll particularly high. That might open up some like cool opportunities for me. So that's nice. You know, it's nice. You know, it's nice. It's all right, I suppose. You know, but I'm not taking it away from it. That is a quality of life improvement. I'll give it that. All right. What do we got next? What do we got next? Okay. Lower decks, thank you for the super chat. Beef, sir, in this economy? Check stream discussion. All right. This is for fucking lower decks lore. I'm sorry to inflict on all of you. I have no idea what's going on. Sir, there's a brewing tension in the safe house. With the threads of conspiracy in hand, a lack of social interaction, a quick look at my bank balance, I have murderous intent. But as you have taught me, sir, after the towel sniffing scandal of M41, we must know before we go. Thus, I've made arrangement to visit the administratum data vaults on Sintalia to confirm our leads. The administratum, just thinking about them, puts me in a foul mood. It was these reasons that when I entered the mess and saw Jenkins in the kitchen, naked, but for his chef hat and apron, proudly declaring that beef was on tonight's menu, that I threw a plate of potatoes at him. Wait, am I Jenkins? Oh my God. It's all making sense to me now. There you are. There you go. Am I Jenkins? Cornate Games, thank you for super chat. I made a video on why you shouldn't get the box. I haven't watched it, but I saw it pop up. I'll check it out at some point, man. But I imagine we're probably going to agree on pretty much everything. Bruce Oakman, thank you for super chat. Mission layouts in 11th in stream discussion. Trying to get missions now. Are these? I thought these were already out, or am I misunderstanding? Let's have a look. Are these all the layouts? Oh, I can see it here. We got a leak? Chat, can you confirm? Is this a leak? Or is this something that's already out there? I'm gonna let chat give me some feedback here. Tabletop Battles, aka Goomhammer, posted a write-up of the Taken Hold mission matchups worth a read. Well, that's what I'm asking. Is this a leak? That looks like a leak. Have we got leaks? It was leaked Friday. It's the mission layouts for Taken Hold versus other dispositions. Oh, well, it's probably just from the Goonhammer article then. Not that that's a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. But that's probably where it's come from. Yeah. I suppose I'll have to take a look though. I mean, the boards, you know, they look like what they look like. They do look interesting. So that's Taken Hold versus Recon. That's Taken Hold versus Disruption. Taken Hold versus Disruption 2, which we've already seen. Taken Hold versus Disruption 3, which is not all that different from that one, is it? Just sort of shifting things over a bit. Taken Hold versus Purge the Foe. Taken Hold versus Priority Assets. Taken Hold versus Priority Assets 2. Taken Hold versus Priority Assets 3. Taken Hold versus Recon 1. Taken Hold versus Recon 2. Yeah. Stevie B, do we have to base our games on the mission layouts, or is this the taunt play? You have to. Because all of the missions are based on scoring objectives. And the objectives are now pieces of terrain. Each one of these skulls and these castles represents an objective. So if you don't use one of their layouts, the missions don't work because they're designed. Well, obviously, you could like lay out the missions however you want. You lay out the terrain however you want, but then someone would like, the missions might not function all that well because like if you've got like a primary mission where you've got to, like trap bits of terrain, and that's designed with a certain like number of pieces of terrain and everything. So I mean, technically, you can do anything you want. Obviously, you have free will, but you have to use their layouts if you want the game to function, like without starting to come into like weird interactions that don't quite work. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think you basically for the, it's just like, it's, you know, it's just like 10th edition, man. I guess a good way of looking at it is like this. It's just like 10th edition. If you don't put the circles in the right places, the missions start kind of becoming a bit wonky. Yeah. Yeah. It's just a bit, that's just, you know, like I said, 11th edition is just like 10th edition, man. But with some, you know, with some game mechanic changes, I guess is a good way of putting it. What do we got next? Let me have a look at some of the super chats and stuff. Silent Warrior, thank you for the super chat. Can I get an opinion on a color scheme in Discord? I swear to God, this is K47. I'm gonna lose my shit. Fuck's sake. It looks good, man. I know you said it looked a little. When I first saw the message said we might look a bit American. It doesn't look too American at all. Nah, man, not even slightly. Looks good. Looks good, man. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think you're overthinking it. I like the green. I like the green you've done for like the visor and the rift batteries. That looks good. Yeah, yeah. No, I think you smashed it, mate. JM the Goose, thank you for the super chat, man. 40k hype in stream discussion. Prob's just gonna paint for 11th. I mean, let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. We can't leave the hobby until we see where this picture leads. Hopefully towards a more Folsham Jaegery helmet. I mean, to be fair, that's something to look forward to. The new Armageddon Steel Legion. They look pretty good. You know? Armageddon Steel Legion Mechanized Infantry. I hope they don't go for the A. The A see, the A on the helmets looks stupid. Wait, are they going to do A's on? Oh my God. Just have the fucking Aquila on the fucking helmets, fucking knobheads. It's not fucking hard. Don't give me a fucking A. A for cow. Fuck's sake. A for Calgar. Right. Right. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Thank you for super chat. You got me into K47. I ain't getting the 11th starter set. Your fault. Lol. Also, demo game of K47 in stream discussion. I mean, you blame me as much as you want. Blame it. No regrets, sir. No regrets. That's what I say. Did a demo game with 3 of the players, aimed to points, used scenario from Adepticon, worked really well. Got all the center, but it's also scary to stay there. British player won, but only had 1 Mark 1 left. Our own B for Bertie backstory. Nice! The Rift Tech rule of the scenario makes it really interesting. I've not seen this one before. Is that I might have to try that out myself. It's cool seeing some different scenarios that have been cooked up. Hey, that looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. Nice. Shrek Wolfen versus the 2 Mark IIs. Nice. I tell you what, I actually do have something. I do have something to show off. You reminded me. I got a package today. It's I got the new Mark IIs, so we might not get a chance to look at them today, but I've got them in plastic, so I can confirm what's on the sprue and everything for those of you that are interested. All right. You reminded me with that picture of the Mark IIs. There you are, man. Nexigan. 1 minute. Sorry, 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Humble Throne, thank you for super chat. Flames was a mission matrix, however, the trade isn't dictated, unlike 40k. I've been to UK Nationals and played awesome games there. I have heard good things about Flames of War, to be fair. I have, and it's in tiny scale as well, which means you can get some pretty big immersive battles going on. So yeah. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably never going to play the game myself, because obviously I've only got space for really sort of one World War II game, but I'm sort of dedicated to bot action, but I have heard good things about Flames of War. Nexigan, Pope of the T, thank you for the 42 months. X-Force, baby. Almost at 120 Krieg Guardsmen, enough for 11th. It might be too many. I don't... Look, right? Look. We don't know. We don't know. But I'm going to give you the hint to the first bit of beef right now, okay? 20-man squads might be dead. Might. I'm going to say it 1,000 times. Might. There's some indications, but we don't know yet. So it might be true for a lot of squads. I'm gonna show you the evidence, and you guys can decide what you think. All right? I'm just gonna show you the evidence. All right? We'll get to it later in the stream. I feel like they've been dead since Blast. No, Reaver, you're not understanding. As in, they're not in the game anymore. Maybe. It's not a case of... Is Call the Horde still in the game? Is Call the Horde the objective still in the game? We might be okay. Or... is it not in the game? This is the question. I didn't see it come up in any of the... Yes, and it's 13 plus? Oh, no. It's only 13 plus? That's not a good sign. Why would it be so low, chat? Why would it be so low? Right now, it's 20 plus. I mean, why don't we check? Why don't we check? Cool. Why don't we check? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Right now, starting strength, it's the starting strength of the destroyed unit was 20 plus, and you can't like choose to take like, you know how like you could like go, well, I'll just take 19 in a unit instead. You can't do that. So right now it's 20 plus. I got the evidence. All right. I've got the evidence. Here you go. It's called Grievous Blow now. Someone send me the picture. Send me the picture. I'm crashing out here, chat. I'm crashing out. If I can only take. I'm crashing out. I need. Look on Goonhammer. All right, I'm going. I'm looking. And some of you might be. I'm looking at it now, that I can do. I can consolidate it all together in a moment. An introduction to missions at 11th. Is that it? Secondaries? Oh my god. A grievous blow. Score VP for killing enemy units at the start of the third plus. If you've played 10th, you'll recognize this as renamed Call the Horde. 13 plus. It's so over. It's so over. Right, we'll come back to that in a moment. We'll come back to that in a moment. It's like legitimate GG. Like legitimate GG. Oh my god. Right, let's have a look here. Okay, so yeah, Nexagon, 120 Kriegsmen. Might be 60 Kriegsmen too many. Now looking at my current cards, it says 13 plus. Well, interesting, because the card that I found said it was 20 plus. Maybe they updated it in one of the maybe it changed from like Pariah Nexus to whatever the fuck we're in now, right? $20.25. It changed mid-10th. My physical card I'm holding says 13 plus. It used to be 20 plus. And now it's so is it 20 plus? So is it 13 plus models or 13 plus wounds, I guess? Must be models, right? So it's in 2025. Chapter approved 2025. Okay. Maybe it's like a year ago. But they always say the last year is an indication of what to expect in the new year, in the new mission, isn't it? The last year of 1 edition. Chapter approved 20. Yeah, it was a year ago. Okay. Let's have a look now. It has been... Okay, so it changed a year ago. Okay, it might not be over. It might not be over. It might not be. We might be okay. Maybe it's over. Maybe it isn't. All right. All right. Hey, I guess there's one reason to buy the physical cards, right? All right. All right. All right. That's good. That's good. Be still. Be still, my beating heart. Be still. Okay. What do we got here? Joshua Blaw, thank you for super chat. Good thing about 11 is it makes Horse House look bad. Let's not go too far. The Whispering Monk, thank you for 39 months. Excellent, baby. Still waiting for something to excite me in 11th edition. I mean, there are some exciting things. I just feel like the amount to be excited about is being somewhat overshadowed by the amount of, like, problems that are beginning to bubble to the surface. Yeah. Kraken Attack, thank you for becoming a telemember, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Lancet Lindblom, thank you for super chat. Some community pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Some North Alabama bot action community pics. This Sunday coming will be conflict. Nice. That's cool, man. Oh, you got the Dushka. Get on the 50. Actually, I don't know if the Dushka was a 50 or if it was some other size cartridge. Someone in the chat who knows guns better than me will be able to tell me. Nice. Got the Easy 8. Love that. Got the Americans pushing through the rice fields. Or the cornfields, even. Nice. Don't bunch up like that, though. Holy shit, you're one pie plate away from losing the entire squad. 1 man is a waste of ammo. 2 men is an opportunity. There you go. Hey, that's kind of cool. Hey, looks great. Nice. Nice. All right, what do we got here? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. I might be in danger in my next K47 game in stream discussion. Buster Rift. Let's have a look. I think I might be in danger. I finished painting the Beast of Bohemia, the Wotan Walker, and Jay did not take that lying down. She immediately got 2 tank kits and then sent me a picture of this monstrosity of a Russian super heavy mech. Well, I thought I was going to be a tank slaughterfest. Now that it's going to turn to super heavy army duel, all I can say is I'm looking forward to our next large narrative game. Bohemia stands, held the Green Vault, Buster Rift, the Baron whirls it. Let's have a look. What? Can you guys... The scratch building's off the fucking charts, boys. Oh my god. And 2 tanks. Oh my god. It's going to be a big game next time. Holy shit. It's going to be a big one. Oh, is that an elephant gun? I don't know. It's a big tube. There you go. That's what I'm looking forward to it now. All right. All right. All right. All right. It's time. I know why you're all here. You want the beef. Well, I want to say a big thank you. We've caught up with on all the super chats. So I want to say a thank you to all of your patience if you've been waiting. I want to say a thank you to all of you who have supported and gone above and beyond and got the stream starting off right. But now we have to talk beef. And what I'm going to do is just present to you the information and say, you know, why I think it's beef, but you guys make your own minds up. Or as always, think for yourselves, make your own minds up. All right? Maybe you can say whether you think I'm overreacting or whether you think I'm not overreacting. All right. So, we've got 4 bits of beef today. We've got evidence that the rulebook is wrong, like actually wrong, out of the gates, out of print. Not out of print. Yeah. The rulebook in the starter box that you're expected to pre-order is wrong. That the game has already been FAQ'd. That the rulebook is actually also that's a 5th. I hadn't even thought about it. The rulebook is actually incomplete, and there's going to be day one, a separate appendix, basically, you know, the rules commentary, and and also that Orc Boys might be going down to 10 mobs only, 10 Orc mobs only. And that might mean we're all going to 10-man squads only. And we now know that the aircraft rules do not work. Like, at all. They do not work. All right? So these are the 5 things that I've got. And I'm going to present it to you. And you guys are going to get to decide whether you think it's beef, not beef, or whatever. Okay. So, the first bit of beef that we've got is that the rules are not even out yet. And, hold on, let me have a drink here. Legit beef, case closed. All right. Legit beef, case closed. All right. All right. Gentlemen, the 40k rulebook is starting to look a bit balked. It looks like it's been FAQ'd 19 days before the release. We used to have the 2-week FAQ. Then we had the day 1 FAQ. And then, and now we have the day -19 FAQ. Because if you go over, so let me show you. All right, let me show you something. Let me tell you something. All right. So you can see it. All right. So if you go over to Warhammer Community and you go to #new40k core rules, and you click on that and you download it, then you will get yourself. Let me go up to the. Hang on, bloody hell! It's not even this PDF takes a time to load. So then you will get the core rules. And if you scroll down to the bottom, you will find, give it a second. The PDF is weirdly slow and a bit chuggy. It's like chug 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 chug. It's definitely not a TAL document. This is definitely an imperial document, all right? But if you scroll down, you will find that there is already a rules appendix, which is continued in the app. Okay? So this isn't even the full thing. This is just a taste. So this is it's already designed. Mandatory, it's designed to make the app mandatory. If you download the core rules here, it's like you don't have all the information you need. So I think that's GW trying to push people to having to buy the app for their game. All right. So that's already a bit fucked, right? But hey, maybe it's just an appendix, you know, maybe it's just like a little bit of extra information or something. But no, it's like, see also starting half strength after regaining lost wounds and revived. So it's like, wait, is that not in here? Oh no, it isn't. Okay, no, fair enough, it is here. But you'll see here on the back page, it's already FAQ'd. So if you buy the Armageddon box set and you get that core rules book in it, it does not have all the information in you need to play the game. In fact, it has been designed not to have all the information in. It's like, no, you cannot use this. You need to go to the app. And that's where you'll find all the information that you actually need to play the game. And the game is literally, I don't know if this is just the digital version, or if this is actually going to like written in, but it's got like printed page numbers, guys. It's got like printed page numbers. So I feel like this is actually printed into the book, which means it's been done by design, which means that they've put a book in a $300 box set. They've put a book which is designed to be like non-functional. And that's a bit weird. It is. I already saw the book. Like, everyone, you know, this is a scam that not even Valrak would have thought of. Remember that this is something you're paying close to 200 quid for, $300 for, or 500 Australian dollars for. Launch obsolescence. It's literally FAQ'd before it's even out. Day minus 19 FAQ. It's weird, man. It's a way to future-proof the physical copies from being outdated by saying, hey, there may be updates for amended rules to this game. Here's where you can find those rules. Then why not just... Then I guess my question is, why bother having the physical book? Like, why bother having the physical book? Why have that as a selling point of the launch box? And again, also, if you're a new player into the game, you're going to get the core rulebook out and you're going to think, well, this is all I need to play, right? I guess the question is, what is the point in buying the book? Why not just have... What's the point of buying the book? For people that don't use the internet or apps, these are core rules, not tournament rules. But there are things that are actually missing. Because the problem, Philip Arrigo, I'm so glad that you mentioned it, is that some of these rules don't even work. Would you like me to show you an example of a rule that doesn't work? Let us have a look at, this is just one example, at hover. So hover, each time the unit takes the skies, do not subtract 2 inches from the maximum distance. Okay, so like, you know, Valkyries and stuff. All right, so now let's check aircraft. This PDF is bad at fucking going through things. Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Aircraft. Units are only able to make an ingress move. They're not able to make any other type of move. At the end of your opponent's turn, all aircraft units in your army that are on the battlefield must be placed in strategic reserve. So you're not allowed to make any other kind of move. So you just come in. So it doesn't work. Because you just come in from reserve and then just go off again. Aircraft are different than flyer units. I know that. Hover is for flyers. Aircraft briefings are entirely dependent on if aircraft data sheets of deep strike. If they don't, it's unusable. Yeah, and what if you're so if you're a new player, you're someone that, you know, you're one of these people that apparently doesn't use the internet. Okay, I mean, bit weird. It's 2026 and you're playing what is inherently like a very nerdy war game and everything. But okay, let's take this mythical tiny subsection of the community and go, all right, well, we'll just use the core rules to play. Oh, look, here's an example of the core rules are broken at launch. Aren't you either hovering or aircraft mode like right now? Not according to the core rules. Not according to the core rules. We have aircraft. Okay. It does not say anything about choosing between hovering and not hovering. That's all there is for aircraft. That's it. It's like Daenerys Targaryen. GW kind of forgot about the aircraft rules. They kind of forgot about the hover rules. And again, I wouldn't be giving a shit about this if they weren't asking for $300 fucking dollars at launch. Oh. You're getting worked up over nothing, I think. Hey, you Whispering Monk, you are entitled to your opinion. I'm not going to tell you whether you're right or wrong. I'm not going to tell you whether you're right or wrong. You can believe this is a big deal. You can believe it's not a big deal. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying, if you want to go out there and buy a £300 box set, and part of the reasons of buying it is to get yourself a physical copy of the core rules, and the core rule booklet that you're buying doesn't have functional rules in it, then fine. That's okay. If you think that's all right, that's your opinion. My opinion is, I don't think you should be charged so much for something which is a bag of shit. Yeah. I don't think so. Aircraft come in at the edge of the board and then go off again. Because they only do ingress moves, right? See if we can find it. Rapid ingress. You can make an ingress move. Except aircraft. They can't use rapid ingress. Ingress. Where the fuck is ingress? Ingress move. Set up distance 6 inches. If your unit is a strategic reserve, excluding units that are about blah, blah, blah. Units that are described while moving, you'll set up your unit wholly within setup distance of 1 or more battlefield edges and more than 8 inches horizontally from all enemy units. Before the battle round, while doing so, no models can be set up within your opponent's deployment zone. After moving, unless otherwise stated, until the start of the next charge, your unit is not eligible to make any other type of move. So your planes come in at the edge of the board and then can't do anything else and then go off. So hover is a completely meaningless rule. Doesn't function. And by extension, there's a whole bunch of other flower rules which also don't work. How would you do a bombing run now? And again, this is just one example of a rule. Some people are saying, Morty, you've had to go deep, and who gives a fuck about the aircraft rules? Okay, this is one example. We already looked at a whole bunch of other examples at the end of last week. Alan Glory, does 11th have the overhang rule if you go over 6 inches? It does not. This is everything you have for ingress. Someone said, and I know who it was, but I won't say because I don't want to be shitting on them because they were a fellow content creator. They were like, I like the 11th edition rules. They get to the point. And I realized that was a really, really roundabout way of saying that they're very short. And the thing is, the problem with short rules is that sometimes it means they're short because there's bits missing. Hover makes you drop the aircraft rule unless they change that. Big pause. It's not there in the book. Okay? I agree with you. Hover in 10th edition makes you drop the aircraft rule. That is not in the core rules. That is not in the core rules. 10th, you are correct. 11th, says nothing about it. Says nothing about it. Whispery Monk, you're also assuming new data sheets aren't already written, which takes care of this. That's true. Maybe that works. Maybe. Maybe there's new data sheets. But you know what? I guess we'll have to wait and see, won't we? You know? I guess we'll have to wait and see. I'm just saying right now, and again, this is like one issue. This is one issue amongst others. But hey, maybe there's not enough beef here. You know? Maybe there's not enough beef here. All right. That's a lot of yellow energy. Fuck's sake. Wait and see, you know? There are things omitted from the PDF. Go to ground, which we know as a rule isn't in the PDF. Well, that's a good point. So there was a post that was going around on X. I know, I'm sorry to inflict X on those of you who don't like it. But it says there was a point from Tabletop Battles. Important note, there's been some change to hidden between what's in the rulebook and the updated version of rules that's going to be pushed to the app. Specifically, that areas with only light features are eligible for hidden, and the addition of gone to ground rule. If you are reading this and thinking it's slightly different to what you've seen elsewhere, this might be why. So I went and tracked that down, and that is actually, that isn't just like some, like, that isn't taken out of context or anything. That is actually true. So the rules for hidden, so some of you are being like, oh, but Mordian, you know, this is just like some niche thing around some niche unit that might, you know, might change based on like data sheets and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, okay, what about a core fucking rule that GW use as a big part of the marketing for the entire fucking game? Hidden. The rules for hidden published in the book, out of date. Already changed. Already changed. So actually, hidden is only going to work for, it doesn't work in all terrain features. So you had exposed and like light and what dense was it? Well, now that's changed. And also there's an entire fucking rule which isn't in the rule book. The fucking rule book doesn't contain the rules. Then why are we buying it? Mordian, you've ultimately got to remember that this is a small startup company. I'm sure it'll get better with more funds / later edition of the game once they've got a few additions under their belt. Oh, man. The rulebook doesn't contain the rules, guys. The new rule was hidden. Oh, very good. Somebody, gentle clap, very sensible chuckle. Very, very good, Stratastarix. Very, very good. Yeah. Very, very good indeed. The new rule was hidden. Are we all upset if the actual printed rules are wrong? Dude, they are, Robster. Literally, Robster. I don't know if you've joined the conversation late. No, don't know if you've joined the conversation late. The printed rules, people have already got their hands on the printed rule book, and they're like, this is lining up. This is what we're saying. People have already got their hands on the rule book. This is the printed rules. The real rules. So what happens is you get the core rule book, and then you have to go over to the app to get the real rules. Rules are wrong, missing, and FAQ'd. Literally, day minus 19. The rules are wrong, missing, and FAQ'd. It's not a day 1 errata, silly fox. It's a day minus 19 errata. But it's all right. You know. So it's only a 200 quid box. It's only a $300 box. It's fine. There you go. All right. So you've got examples of so basically, why are we going on about this? To sum it up, you've got multiple examples of core rule at this point, right? Of core rules that don't work. You've got the coherency rules that don't work. You've got things like the aircraft rule. You know, coherency rules are important core rules, and you have like, oh, of course, it's going to get day 1 FAQ'd. You do know that's like not a good thing, right? Like, again, I hold GW to a higher standard because GW tells us they're the industry leader. They should be fucking leading. Okay? Right now, it seems they're leading us off a fucking cliff. So we've got fundamental core rules like coherency, like hidden, like and others, for example, which are either missing, FAQ'd, or just flat out non-functional in the printed core rulebook that GW is putting in the launch box that people are expected to pay almost £200 for, almost $300 for. It's like, that's my beef. Now, if they were asking, yeah, if they look right. Maybe I'm just a boomer. Maybe I was just there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago. But let's say this. If they were asking for... 1 minute, let me check something. 1 minute. Okay. Now, if they were asking for Assault on Black Reach prices, which was $50 in 2008, and so it would be about $80 by today's price. If they were asking $80, I'd be a lot more forgiving. But they're not asking for $80 fucking dollars. They're asking for $300 fucking dollars. This is it. This is what I'm saying. Like, what the point I'm also making is, what is the point in buying the box? What is the point in buying the box? You want the models, sure, but you could just get them. You're just going to get the models second, from eBay. And also what you've got, another thing I would say is, what is this first impression that new players are going to get of our hobby? Imagine you're someone that's heard lots of great things about Warhammer. You spend $300 to get into the game. And then only to be told that you were a mug for buying the launch box. Oh yeah, that button doesn't work anymore. Oh yeah, that doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work anymore. That's not relevant anymore. Oh, you need to go and get the app. What? I've just got the rule. Are these rules here? No, you need to get the app. Yeah. I do agree at this point, your objective is suspect. I do agree a finished product is absolutely necessary, though the price is arbitrary. For me, Levon, I just wish that there was like more positive things to talk about. You can say my objectivity is suspect or not. I literally ask people, like, send me nice positive things about 40k and I'll talk about them. All right. I want to talk about nice things. I do. They should have the products should work on release, and they just don't. Again, if GW was if GW was asking for less, I'd be a lot more forgiving. But they're asking for a lot. If you're going to ask for a lot, I'm going to expect a lot. That's how I see it. All right, now that is a bit of beef for you. Maybe you think it's big beef. Maybe you think it's little beef. Maybe you think there's no beef. Maybe you think it's beyond beef. Now, we've talked about the rules being missing, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to preface this now. This could be bollocks. All right? There's a strong chance it could be bollocks. And let me say you right now, I am here with all of you huffing down the big fucking copium. All right? I want to be wrong. I am willing I'm willing into existence that I am wrong on this one. And if I am, I'll be very, 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 very happy. But there's a chance that orc squads can now only be taken in 10-man units. No more 20 mob boys. Okay? So, let me show you. You guys can determine whether this is legit or illegit. So, if you go over to Warhammer Community, you'll see an article, Orc Datasheets from Armageddon. Now, these are designed with 11th edition in mind, because they've got rules like cleave on them and stuff like that. All right? And it says here, you download now, and you scroll down. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. There are some missing bits here already, like the orc boss only being able to take the custom shooter and the custom chopper. We have seen. See, I'm going to present all the evidence, and you guys can make your minds up. So you guys know I'm not muddying the waters. The war boss that we see here is very limited, but we have seen that leaked war boss that seemed to come with much more equipment than this. So this is why I'm saying it's not confirmed, but there's a risk. This is why I'm huffing the copium. All right, the tiny arms war boss, exactly. Okay, so we can see like there's some missing equipment on this guy that might, but we've seen that from the separate release. Okay, but then you scroll down to the boys datasheet, and the boys datasheet says unit composition: 1 boss knob, 9 boys. Not 9 to 19 boys. And that's why I'm worried. Now, again, there's no big shooter in here. There's no rocket launcher in here. So maybe that's an indication that these are just some sort of like temporary data sheet. It's just the box set, not 11th edition proper. You might be right, Uncle Will. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. Maybe they're combat patrol data sheets. That's a good point. You see, some people are saying, oh, Morty, you're rage baiting. I'm not rage baiting. You can see, I am making every allowance. You can see, I'm huffing the copium. I want all of the reasons, boys, I want you to tell me, this is nothing to worry about, Morgan. I want to hear it. I want to see it. I want you to tell me it and tell me to stroke my hair and tell me it's all going to be okay. That's what I want. I'm on Team Copium. I'll just say, though, they reduced the squads. I'll just say this. Everybody said there's no way GW would take squad sizes down from 30 Orc boys to 20 Orc boys and 30 Hormagaunts and Termagants down to 20. And they fucking did. From 9th to 10th. And everyone's, I've heard it all before. And now we're seeing them go down to 10-man squads. And remember, in the demo game that GW gave, and this is what worries me, right? In the demo game that GW did, like last Monday, they had the Armageddon box set, but they bulked it out to 2,000 points. So they weren't just playing self-contained Armageddon. They were playing a full-size game of 40k. And in that, they had 2 squads of 10 Orc boys. And at the time, I thought that was very strange. At the time, I thought, why wouldn't you take a big 20-man mob? Points for a 10-man squad, then points for a 20-man different card? Maybe. But you guys know that if it's not in the box, you don't get it. But I'm not going to presume that there's no big shooter, and I'm not going to presume there's no rocket launcher, and I'm not going to presume there's no power claw either. And I'll tell you why I won't presume these things. Because in the launch of 10th edition, the boxes of the Leviathan box termagants didn't come with any of the special weapons like the spike rifle and stuff, and the standalone ones did. So that's why I'm saying, like, I'm worried. I'm worried, but I'm hoping that I'm wrong. Well, the starter box data cards are different than the full ones. Boys should be up to 20. I fucking hope so, man. I really do. I fucking hope so. Because they were absolutely showing off the content they're in the box. That could be true, Bro Soakman. That could be true. But I'll say, if they make it so you can only take 10-man guardsman squads, I've been there before, guys. It fucking sucks. I did that through all of 8th and through pretty much all of 9th. And the only reason that it didn't feel like a complete bag of shit is because at least you can still take conscript mobs in squads of like 20 to 30. It was 20 to 50, but then they've restricted down to 20 to 30. Yeah. Wakshani, just like the war track can join a blast unit in the full rules, but the starter set doesn't have bikers, so it isn't on that version. Is that true? Where did they say the war track could join bikes? I've never heard that before, man. That's crazy. I guess if I had one complaint, it's kind of mental that the data cards you get in the, again, if I was to have one complaint, like legitimate complaint, I would say it's kind of mental that you buy the box set and it just comes with all of this shit that's just like wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, you know, here's your data cards. Oh, by the way, they don't actually work in the real game. Here's your core rules. Oh, by the way, they don't actually work in the real game. It's like, what does fucking work in the real game, motherfucker? Yeah. New man, it was the initial data card on the website and they changed it at 3 hours, the one we see now. Wait, so, but maybe that was just a mistake. But did they explain the change? Ugh. Anyway. Mordred, the box sets have been giant forever. Battle from a Crag had fuck unit size too, didn't it? I don't think so. And also, Battle from a Crag was like 30 quid or something mental. No, Battle from a Crag had 2 5. I mean, I'll show you the picture, bro. Battle from a Crag had 2 5-man squads of tactical marines. 6 Gene Stealers and 10 Termagants, all of which was totally usable in 3rd edition, whatever it was, when it came out. Yeah. No, I don't think so. Yeah. They didn't explain in detail, but that's the core reason. They mentioned the full data cards have more options for the Orc boys, like the lack of power claw. Okay. Okay. I want to thank you, chat. You're making me feel better about the situation. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right. Maybe look, boys. I ain't sympathy. I ain't asking for no sympathy here. You got to understand. I've been burned, bitten, and beaten so many times from Games Workshop. I see shit like that. I see what they've done in the past. My alarm bells start going. I start worrying. I'm still not totally convinced they're not going to make everyone take 10-man squads. Because remember, they've done that before. I'm still not totally convinced. I still think it could happen, but I hope I'm wrong. Wizard Lover, personally, I blame Phil Kelly for this. More lies, more deception. Lies. Deceptions. Every day, more lies. I mean, that's it, right? I mean, I think at the end of the day, my trust in GW has never been lower. Yeah. One simply cannot trust the company more. We cannot trust the company. We can only trust our brothers around us. Yeah. It might be a case of this is all you need to play with the box you get without thinking about bigger formats. But that's like, why not show you can do more? Moronic marketing at its best, I guess. Yeah, and also at the same time, like, no, like, I mean, if that was true as well, Cavatius, it's like, why have the first game that you've ever show off for the edition be at 2,000 points? Yeah. Everyone said they'd never take infantry platoons away. They did. Everyone said they'd never take conscripts away. They did. The 11 was planned by the Alpha Legion? It seems so. All right, I think we've got some super chats coming in here. So, let's have a look at what... And I think a lot of these are reactions to what we've talked about. So let's take a look at those coming in. And then we can... and then we can see what you guys are saying. All right. What do we got here? Rodney Gall, thank you for the 35 months, man. X-Force, baby. D&D just died by subscription. Warhammer 40k is following. Did D&D actually die? Because I've heard it's been in a bad fucking place for a hot fucking minute. I did hear that it wasn't doing very, that everyone, but like I never understood. Can I be honest? I never really understood how you ever made any money off D&D. Because like surely, I mean, I guess I guess the way you make money off it is by making a new rulebook. It's on live support, yes, in the shitter. DLC Mountains of Books. D&D is apparently moving to subscription method for rolling out content. It's dead, Jim. Oh, like a live service game. But I thought everyone agreed that those were a bag of shit. My group just continued playing 5th. Yeah, so did mine. Yeah. I think it's 5th or 3.5. I'm never quite sure. Because I'm never the GM. So I just turn up and play. It's going to be a live service D&D. Sounds pretty dystopian. Okay. D&D got boosted with Baldur's Gate 3. Fair. Yeah. Oh, you're that guy? To be fair, Uncle Will, I would happily run a campaign. It's just that I don't play D&D very often. So it's one of the things where, like, because my schedule is a bit different to the rest of the groups, what happens is when we have like a big, if it's like somewhat, if you like, you know, so every so often we'll go away for like a big D&D weekend, which sounds kind of nerdy, but it's great. And so I just sort of turn up for that. But yeah, I'd love to be a GM though. There were other people that are better than me. But yeah, D's on decline. Tabletop RPGs in general are on the rise. Yeah. The top guy's an AI bro, which is never good, and they bought in hard to ongoing revenue stream business model. So some people don't like it when I say this. I'm not necessarily anti-AI. I just think it's a tool that should be used in the right place. It's definitely not a fix anything button. But I will say this. if there's one place where AI does not belong, it is very, very clearly D&D. Using AI for D&D is a shit idea. And you know why it's a shit idea? Because it's so obviously a shit idea. Yeah. Like, it's just like you don't even need to explain it. It's just obvious. Yeah. Basically force you to subscribe to D&D Beyond tax all your books. The books you do own the platform cannot be shared with other players, so they need to buy their own. It's just real bad. Oh, yeah, shit. Like, the whole point of D&D is you sit down with the big physical book and, you know, you get out the ancient tomes, right? That's the whole point. Yep, AI Dungeon Master, procedural generated dungeons where you can get AI players to fill the seats. Essentially, it creates a play itself, no people needed. You know, 40k is not looking that bad anymore. Perhaps I judged it too harshly. No. At least, it's, you know, it's, you know what? I think this is looking pretty good. I should stop complaining. You know, it could always be worse. There we go. All right. What do we got next? Biotitan and Baneblades. Thank you for super chat. For fuck's sake, I'm so frustrated. I spent all of 10th edition painting, want to play this damn game. Got excited for 11th edition just to get fisted by GW. Fuck GW. Yeah, like, so on the one hand, okay. Will you be able to muddle your way through a game of 11th edition on launch? By and large, yes. I mean, it will need apparently day minus 19 FAQs and everything. But will you be able to muddle through it? Yes. Okay. Should you be muddling through a game that is demanding, on average, $1,000 per 2,000 point army if you buy it from Games Workshop? That's only a question you can answer. Yeah. That's only a question you can answer. My big issue with this is that GW demands so much of our money and yet delivers such a substandard product. If they demanded half of the money and they delivered shit like this, I wouldn't care. I'd be like, oh, you know, and also, if GW wasn't so prescriptive about what we could do with our models, no, you can't give that guy that gun. No, you can't put 4 plasma guns in a Cadian squad. No, you can only take what we tell you can take, right? And I understand that, you know, that there's always some buys. You can't like everyone do everything all the time, you know, like, but you know, being able, you know, having there's a sort of halfway point between only the box and do whatever the fuck you want, right? So I wouldn't be that bothered if Games Workshop hadn't, you know, legends, thousands of pounds of my models, demanded thousands more pounds off me, and was very, very annoying about how I can build my units. I wouldn't give a shit about it, and if the price wasn't so high, if all of those things weren't a factor, I'd be like, oh yeah. I was saying, guys, 11's rules are a bit balked, but you know, it's a community game, so we'll just sort of muddle our way through it. It'll be absolutely fine. Yeah, that's my issue with it. It's that GW demands so much from us as players, and yet when we get stuff off them, it's a bag of shit. Yeah. What do we got next? Turtles on. Thank you for the super chat. Aircraft don't have no movement. The ingress move. Look at his move. Turtles on. I did look at it. Yeah, but ingress move doesn't. It's important to note that ingress move is a bit fucked, right? Now, obviously, this will need to be FAQ'd. But right now, there are certain flyers in the game which don't work with ingress move. Let me explain. It's a very dusty Valkyrie. So, here we have a very dusty Valkyrie. I used to use my Valkyries in every single game, but they've fallen on hard times. Now, Ingress move says that you have to set up your unit wholly within 6 inches of the board edge. Okay, so let me turn this around. I don't want to cut my fucking fingers off. So, I've got that's 6 inches. Okay. Ah. So if I bring my Valkyrie on the board edge, lengthways, sort of, as it's intended, doesn't work. If I come on and try and sort of side, Tokyo drift it on, that's not sick. That can't fit. So, is it base? Is it base size? Is it base size? Let me put the Dusty Valkyrie away 1 second. Let's have a look what Rapid Ingress says. It says set up your unit wholly within setup distance, which is 6 inches, of one or more battlefield edges and more than 8 inches horizontally from all enemy units. Now, it does have a round base. Ah, Senpai, your Valkyrie is so big it won't fit. Does the base size count, I suppose, the big question? Because previously, flyers and bases didn't work. Model base. Most models have a base, which is also part of that model for all rules purposes. Measuring distances. Maybe you're all right. Maybe you're okay. When a rule measuring, I'll share my screen so you guys can see it. When measuring distances, they're measured in inches. You can measure distance whenever you want to. When a rule refers to a model's position in relation to anything else on the battlefield, unless otherwise stated, measure to or from the closest part of that model's base. So would that include the Ingress move? What about setup? Before units can make the battlefield, they first themselves the battlefield. This is most commonly happens in deploying around the battle, but can happen for other reasons. No. Maybe that must be it. Okay. Okay. So I think that's the base counts as part of the model. And you measure all distance. If you have a base, you measure all distances to the base. So that should work with ingress, right? So hopefully that means we can physically set up on the check the FAQ. It's not in the FAQ. Wait, is it in the FAQ? Are you kidding me? Is it actually in the FAQ? 1 minute. No, it's not. Oh my god. Yeah. No, it's not actually FAQ. I thought, fucking hell, if that's in the FAQ straight away, that'd be hilarious. All right. So I think you can set your aircraft up on the table. That's good. That's good. We want good things. That's good. Let's have a look. What we got next? Atomic Tyranny, thank you for super chat. Reminder in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I can't see it, man. Oh, here you go. Oh yes, yeah. Good. Yeah, well, thank you for the reminder. Appreciate it, man. Let me load it. Let me load it up now, so we can see it. All right. Okay. Good. Cornet Games, thank you for the super chat, man. Love the fact that Vanguard Tactics is already selling his plans for how to play 11th, which is crazy as 11th is broken. Your paying will teach you to play a broken game. What the fuck? Hey, you know, I generally try and avoid talking shit about other content creators. Vanguard look, winning is down to each individual person. Okay? Vanguard Tactics has always been like about selling the tactics course, right? So you know, if you wanna get it, do it. If you don't. That's what I say. The MLM was right. I don't think it's multi-level marketing, is it? It's just it's not a pyramid scheme. It's just you sign up and one of the guys there that works there tells you how to play Warhammer, right? It's ironically. Right, I'll tell you this. Mordian, go get your jersey. Oh, okay, of course. Yeah, 1 minute. I'm sorry, but for absolutely no particular reason, I won't hear a bad word said against Vanguard Tactics. Now, no. All right. By the way, I'm not, to be clear, I'm not associated or affiliated with Vanguard Tactics in any way, shape, or form. And let me be clear, I'm not telling you that to protect my name. I'm telling you guys that so that I don't drag their good name through the mud. Right? Now, let's be clear here. They don't want to be associated with me, and I understand why. Because because I'm an absolute degenerate, and they're quite professional. I'm surprised I haven't. So I never throw out a gift, man. Yeah. There you are. No, like on a serious note, I know there are some people out there which don't like the way Vanguard Tactics do things. I am not. I have a general rule where I think you shouldn't talk smack about other content creators unless they talk smack about you, unless there's something absolutely ridiculously egregious out there, at which point you're kind of obligated. Maybe then you should cover it. You're not obligated. Maybe they should cover it. Look, personally, the way I like to approach Warhammer. Beer, drink, not necessarily beers, but like hanging out with your friends, beer and pretzels vibes, that kind of shit. And the way they like to approach it is to try and be quite professional about things and quite serious about things. Some people like a more professional attitude. Some people like a less professional attitude. There's not one right way over the other. There's just whatever appeals to you. So there you go. All right. All right, there you go. What do we got next? Fox Knight, thank you for super chat. Aircraft can deep strike, which is an ingress move. Can they, though? Can they, though? Does the Valk have deep strike? I didn't think all aircraft could deep strike. I thought some could, but not all. Let's have a look. Having read the core rules audio update, RPG Good. The core rules are effectively useless. You need to just get the app. Core rules, absolute scam. A scam bigger than anything Valrak could have come up with. Let's have a look here. God, my computer's chugging right now. So here you go. So no, not all aircraft have got deep strike. You can see here, not all aircraft have deep strike. I think some do, but definitely not all. So the Valkyrie wouldn't be able to do more than come on the edge of the board. Yeah. Also, someone said check the base sizes. I'm pretty certain the oval round bases are at the very least you can. I think the oval round bases might be longer than 6 inches, but they're not wider than 6 inches. So however you put it, you can just. Yeah. I tell you what is interesting though. There's no, from what I can see, there's no qualifier for if you're so big you can still set up on the board and stuff. So I think that means you won't be able to like put things like defilers and Bane Blades on into reserve, because I'm pretty certain they've got bases which are bigger than 6 inches. And I'm pretty certain Bane Blades are bigger than 6 inches as well. Let's have a look. Yeah, definitely. So no outflanking Bane Blades. There you are. No outflanking Bane Blades. Bruce Oakman, the Helldrake is made somehow worse at Morning Glory. That is interesting. I didn't know it could be done. I mean, surely, is the Helldrake even a flyer at this point? Surely it's got to be a skimmer. Yeah. Imposing arrival in Steel Hammer. That I don't think works in 11th edition. Sorry. Steel Hammer, page 2. Imposing arrival. Oh no, it does work. No. Interesting. Interesting. So imposing arrival is designed for 11th edition. Reinforce step of your movement phase, the second battle and onwards, one ashford down titanium from around. So set up your unit on the battlefield wholly within 8 inches of the battlefield edge and more than 6 inches horizontally away from all enemies. So you can only bring your Bane Blades in from reserve if you're in Steel Hammer. Interesting. Interesting. So you can do it, but specifically in one detachment. Okay, fair enough. All right. What do we got here? Virtual Vec, thank you for the 4-month member flexer. Really excited for my new 40k starter set. See stream discussion. Let's have a look. Well, technically new. It was sealed, but a bit beaten up. I missed out on 5th edition, and I just love the first Wolverine so much that the fancy Primaris stuff. Ooh, look at us and our fancy hover tanks. Sorry, I just love the first one stuff so much more than fancy Primaris stuff. Ooh, look at us and our fancy hover tanks on proportionally correct armor. I even have a friend who wants to play 5th, and that was arguably harder to find than this starter set. That's amazing. I genuinely cannot believe you have found an intact Assault on Black Reach starter set. Boys, drop your iPads, get off your TikToks, fucking pay attention. You're looking at a slice of history. You're looking at a real slice of history here, boys. This here is the best starter box Games Workshop ever made, hands down, indisputably. No one even argues it. My God. So cool. There you are. When originally sold, this was about $50, I believe. So, which comes to about $80 in nowadays money. So, I guess you have to ask yourself, dear chat, for $80, would you, if it was released today, $80, would you pay that for 20 Orc Boys, 5 Knobs, a War Boss, 3 Death Copters, 10 Tactical Marines, 5 Terminators, a Dreadnought, and a Space Marine Captain? Yeah. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good steal. Yeah. And if I think it was between $50 and $60. So even if we said $100, even if we say $100, just to err on the side of caution. Yeah, you got the old bubble butt boys. Yeah. Still got loads of these bozos running around. They were great. The knobs do just look a bit like just boys. You know, but this is the thing, but for 80, but for 100 quid, $85, 15% off from your local hobby store, right? For your friend local gaming store, you're willing to forgive a little bit more. This is the point that I keep making, right? Until you're all sick of me and you're blue in the face and everything. This is the bit I keep making. GW is demanding so much money off us now that they have to deliver a frankly flawless product. And this is the issue, which is that they're asking a lot of money, but they're not delivering a product that's worth the money they're asking for. Yeah. What do we got next? Tactical Heckler, thank you for super chat. The staff at GW are the kids that got participation awards. I'm not going to start bullying the GW staff, all right? I have to say, I think working at a Games Workshop these days is a pretty fucking thankless task. I think I don't know. I don't know anyone who would go in. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Unless I needed the money, I wouldn't do it. And it's definitely changed from, oh my God, I'd love to work at Games Workshop and get paid to play Warhammer, to fucking hell, you work at Games Workshop, fucking hell, yeah. Nah. Staff, nah. Bully the leadership, though. Oh, yeah, 100%. The goddamn suits, man. Yeah. I think maybe they should be required to actually play the fucking game. I agree. Yeah. Bruce Oakman, thank you for super chat. The law book will somehow be wrong too. Calgar won't be given the due he deserves in the printed book. Oh no, Bruce Oakman, I think from what I understand, I tried to find a picture of this the other day. I'm 99% certain that the law book is dedicated to the Ultramarines. Let me have a look. See if I can check. Let me check my gallery. Okay. Okay. I swear as I could put this. I couldn't find it the other day, but maybe I did it as a video. But either way, I'll find it. Don't you bloody worry. I swear I took a picture of this fucking thing. Aha! I did. I fucking knew it. Right, let me see if I can get it on the Discord so you guys know I'm not lying to you. I knew I'd taken it. I couldn't find it the other day. But now we know. There you go. So, this is the picture of the front of the core rulebook. And then I believe, yes, it is the back of the core rulebook. So, this is, so on the front of the rulebook, Blood Angels, Armageddon. Ooh. Back of the rulebook, Armageddon faces a tide of savagery unheard of in the annals of the Imperium. Yet still we stand defiant, for we are Ultramarines, and we know no fear, courage, and honor. It's not the law book, to be fair. It's not the law book, but we have to make sure that those Ultramarines don't get left out. Hey, you know what? Even Newman, you were being more optimistic than I was earlier, you know? Even you're going, what the fuck? And I'm not calling it out, man. No, don't think I'm being a dickhead to you. You're having the exact same reaction I had. Yeah. Oh my god. Imagine you watched a board meeting with Eisenhorn, the members would burst into flames. Yeah, they wouldn't know what the yeah. Eisenhorn, what's that? Yeah, there you go. Funnily enough, if Barak leaks me to believe, most of the Marines brought to Armageddon are salamanders and random successor chapters. Yeah. Yeah, apparently. I heard that. Hey, at least it's not Calgar. No, Calgar just organized the defense of Armageddon. Yeah. Or not the defense, the counterattack. Operation Imperator. Yeah. There you are. They rehired Matt Ward, spiritual leech. Yeah. Only fair Ultramarines get some limelight. Not had a new lieutenant in a hot minute. There you are. So there you go. Last word is anus. Well spotted. Honor Captain Erothras prior to the relief of Volcanus. Yeah. There you are. And which company is Captain Arothus from again? I don't know. I actually don't know. Is he just a made up bozo? He's probably just a made up bozo, right? Yeah. How can we be sure this is 140k? I see a red marine and get confused. Indeed, indeed. That's apparently, that was the thinking going on here. Is he also somehow for the second company too? I don't know. I don't know. I don't fucking know what all the Space Marine captains are doing. Maybe it's a real guy. Maybe it's something they made up for the book. Who knows? Matt Wolf, the Blood Angels. It's okay. I can be your Primarch. The Blood Angels are like, nah. Horus did nothing wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Why not? Second company has apparently like 5 captains by now. Sakaris has a lot of retainers. That's true. So yeah, so Bruce Oakman, I don't know if the law book will be wrong, but the law book will be fine. The thing is, right? The core rules should just be free. How it should work, very simply, is the core rules are free. In fact, the core rules are free, the army rules are free, it's all free. Right? You might think, but wait, you can't just give everything away for free, GW, right? Now, hang on. And they should just be free on the Warhammer community. And then what you do is you buy the app and you pay $6.99 a month. Hell, you could even spend $9.99 a month. Whatever GW, whatever, right? And the app puts it all in one place. So you get everything for every army in one place. If GW was like, buy our app, you don't have to sift through a bunch of like PDFs and shit. It's all in one place. You can build as many lists as you want, and it's £10 a month. I'd be like, yes. And anytime an FAQ comes out, if it changes anything, it's in there. It's not only is it in the app, but if it changes anything, we update the app. So like if we change like Creed's data sheet, it gets updated in the app. And I'd be like, amazing. Yeah, awesome. Right? Of course, that would be well, considering I pay $2.99 a month to access the what was it, $1.99 a month? $1.99 a month for the Warlord app, which has an infinitely sized list builder and all the factions in it. Basically what I described. But that's only like 5k 47 factions. To be fair, the Warlord app basically has as much in there as the Warhammer app. But even with that, I'd happily pay 5 times the price for the GW one, because it's I'm getting a premium product, and I'm happy to pay a premium price. I'm happy to pay, always happy to pay if the thing I'm buying isn't shite, always. Yeah. So, that's what I would do. And what's crazy is I would pay for that separate to Warhammer Plus, because I'm not really interested in Warhammer Plus all that much. I'd happily spend, or if they did like a bundle where it's like $9.99, it's like $6.99 a month for Warhammer Plus, $6.99 a month for the Warhammer app, or $9.99 a month and you get both. I'd be like, fuck yeah, I'll pay the $9.99 a month. That's fine. And even if that ended up trickling up like $1 a year, classic GW fucking bullshit, I'd still probably be fine. But it's just the fact that it doesn't work like that. Yeah. Yeah. They say the core rules come free on the app, but the app isn't free, so the core rules aren't free. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, sell convenience, not nonsense. I agree, Richard Patterson. What we got? Valhalla 1212. Thank the 44 months. 44 months. Keep it going, sir. Rules will be fine. Valhalla 1212. Thank you for the long-term support. I have no doubt that we'll all be able to muddle through a game of 11th edition. Absolutely fine. I guess the question is, should we be paying so much for a game that we have to muddle through? Hamish Doobie, thank you for super chat. They said in the FAQ video they did They said you could take 10-man Grots was run herd, and the data sheets were still a thing, but not in the box. Ah, okay. That's good. All right. I'm praying, boys. See, the thing is, right. The data sheets that they've shown. Let me say it again. Even if we get updated data sheets, it doesn't preclude the fact that we might not be getting 20-man Orc Boy units. Okay? It might just be that you still get your rocket launcher, your big shooter, and your power claw. I'm hoping we still get the 20-man mobs. I'm hoping. But I have a feeling that, like, when I wouldn't be surprised if when the full data sheet comes out, it just has all the missing weapon options, because they'll come in the standalone, the non-snap fit models. They'll come in the non-easy to build models. They'll come in the standalone boxes. I don't know. Because that's why I'm not saying that will happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. 14th will just be guilty. Chris K, thank you for the big poo super sticker. I love it, man. Actung Nate, thank you for super chat. What are the riff rules like in 11th edition Mordian? They're all right. New man, so Green Tide is going to be nothing, lol. I mean, Green Tide is nothing now. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but they nerfed Green Tide into Oblivion. They nerfed Unending Swarm into Oblivion. They nerfed Kroot Horde into Oblivion. They've nerfed, the only horde that's still doing well is Recon. And let's be real here, it's not doing well in the hands of the average player. It's doing well in the hands of one particularly good player. So I wouldn't use existing Green Tide as any metric to presume that we're going to be safe when it comes to horde armies. Yeah. In fact, what we would have to see, new man, is a reversal of the direction that Games Workshop's been going in, which could happen because what's bad becomes good, what's good becomes bad, you know, typically. Although we're not seeing much of that with the aircraft fucking rules, are we? Hell yeah, you kept the jersey on, figured it was just for trash talking VT. Yeah, I'll keep it on, man. It's a bit of fun. You know, and it's not really, no one can really see what it is when it's down here anyway. Yeah. I would say the attachment in the codex is going to be awkward. I mean, hey, guess we'll find out, man. We'll find out soon enough, brother. Yeah. Thompson, thank you for the 48 months, man. Let's have a look. 48 months. What's the new icon? Oh my, dude, I haven't got one yet. I haven't got one. I'll have to come up with one. Holy shit. Thank you for the 4-year support, man. Holy shit, man. Dakamungus, thank you for the 1 month member flex. Daka, my boy. Witness me. Follow Martyrdom coming soon. Hey, I'm all in on Martyrdom. Soon as you guys can get it lined up, I'm fucking ready for it. I'm ready for Martyrdom. I've got my paints ready. I've technically, I say I've got my paints ready. I've got my cosplay ready because technically I do have, from when I did a big D&D weekend, I do have a great helm and a Teutonic Knight tabard. No, not Teutonic Knight. Knight Hospitaller tabard. So I'm ready. I mean, I'm wearing the Vanguard Tactics shirt right now. Do people want to see Mordian's Knight cosplay? Probably not. What do we got? It's not that impressive, by the way. It didn't cost me very much. It was for a one-off. Chicken Detonator. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Update in stream discussion. What have we got here, man? To Comrade Commissar Mordian, 50th Guards Rifle Division. By directive of the party and in loyal service to the Union of Soviet Social Republics, the Chicken Detonator Experimental Design Bureau, Karocha, Detonator, No, Optino, Constructor, SCO, Barrio, KD, OKB, hereby informs you of the successful dispatch of our newest production allotment of armoured machines, born from collective labour and delivered for the strengthening of the people's armies under your command. The central organs expect their rapid deployment at the front, where they shall serve as instruments of revolutionary justice against the nationalist, the fascist, and capitalist enemies of the Soviet people. Let the enemy learn that Soviet industry does not sleep, Soviet science does not falter, and Soviet arms do not retreat. Chicken Detonator Experimental Design Bureau. That's what I'm reading, by the way. What's we got? Hey! Wait, you sent me another boat! Oh my god. I got a fucking walker as well now. Holy shit. Well, Chicken Detonator, I'll keep an eye out for it. And I'll do my best not to take 3 months to pick it up this time. Holy shit, man. That's cool. What have we got here? Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. New picture hobby update and stream discussion towards the bottom. Let me pick it up, man. Yeah, sorry, I didn't circle around before. My bad. All the minis finished for the Folgore starter set at work today. Just need to finish the vehicles. Nice. That's cool, man. MMG, medium mortar, and a shitload of Italians. Hey, babba-boop beep, babba-boop beep. Nice, I love it, man. Looking good, bro. Looking very good indeed, sir. Good building sesh. Snow Beast T, thank you for super chat. I'm so glad I spent so much time and effort on my Valk, which is the crown jewel of my guard. Hey, you know what? Maybe it'll all get fixed in the FAQ. Maybe it will. Can I ask everyone a question here? Serious question, non-beef question. I want the truth. I want honesty. Don't tell me what you think I want to hear. Tell me what you actually think. I don't want to live in an echo chamber. I want people to push back. But also don't just disagree with me for the sake of disagreeing with me. Just give me the truth, okay? Am I unreasonable to expect that the rules that Games Workshop produces should not require a day one FAQ? I'm not saying that they might not need some kind of FAQ in the future. I'm going to do a poll. Because this is, for me, if we put all the bluster to one side, if we put all of the, because, we do a show here. I do play up to things a little, I play up things, I give you my honest opinion, but I do play up to things a little bit, which is, be entertaining, right? But I also, it's always like, it's like that classic thing where, there's jokes, but there's truth running through the jokes. It's kind of like the court jester kind of thing. Like, he's the only one that could criticize the king, but he did it in a funny way. If he wasn't funny enough, he got killed kind of thing, right? That's how I kind of see myself, as a jester, right? Not as the king, no way. Am I unreasonable to expect GW rules to not require a day one FAQ, considering the price they ask. You are being unreasonable. You are not being unreasonable. I put not in capitals just so that it's easy for people to see the difference between the two. Because it's basically the same sentence, but just with one extra word, right? Like that's... So I don't necessarily mind... I'm not necessarily against like FAQs and stuff. So to give a bit more context to it, I feel like the product should come out wholly functional. And then if there, but I understand that there are going to be people which might read, there might be two different people that read the same sentence and get a little bit of a like different understanding from it. And so what I have no issue with is like clarifications. Like, oh, does this rule interact with this rule in this way? And for GW to go, yes, it does interact this way. Or no, this doesn't interact this way. I'm also not totally against an errata or a balance patch if something is, overpriced. Something is like overpowered. Although I do think that probably should be caught in playtesting, to be honest. So I'm not against the concept of FAQs. I'm not against the concept of balance patches. I just think that that the things should actually function on like day of release. Yeah, I'm not criticizing. Yeah, that's kind of the way I see it. That's kind of the question that I'm putting forward. Not being completely unreasonable. Just like asking, like, GW, when you release a core rulebook, that core rulebook should contain everything because it is the core rules. It's the core of the game. It's the beating heart of the game. That's all I'm asking for here is for them to write so that all I'm asking for is when I open my 11th edition box set and I take my core rulebook out, that everything I need to play the game is in there. And I don't need, and that there aren't broken rules in there, and there aren't things that need FAQing day one in there. Yeah. That's kind of the point I'm making. The products should be wholly and entirely functioning. Bruce Oakman, Alan Glory, I agree with you for the most part, but then to expand it out, we are the problem. We keep giving these companies that release broken, fix later money because we can't not do it. Hey. What do you mean we, buddy? I ain't spent 1 red cent with them in a while. Yeah. Uncle, if it was 100% digital, they could update it as they wish. I don't think they should be printing rules these days. Maybe made to order prints. Bruce, yeah, but you know what I mean. I do. I do. And I think it often surprises me how... No, I don't want to be mean. I don't mean. Like, people will just buy... People just will buy it. It seems. Yeah. Meanness is honesty. I'm just surprised at how much slop our community likes to buy. And I'm just surprised. But here's the thing. I think that is mean because I don't think it's necessarily true. Because I think what is actually happening is that you have a lot of people who are buying the product who don't know better. I think there's going to be a lot of veteran players that won't be buying the new box. But it's going to be a lot of new players. I think Games Workshop essentially survives off the blood of the ignorant. I don't mean ignorant as in like in a disparaging way. I mean ignorant in a they don't have all of the knowledge. Yeah. The uninformed, yeah. That's what I don't know. Let's have a look. We've got some more super chats coming in. Let's have a look here. Where are we up to? Virtual Vec, thank you for super chat. Also, a quick update on my K47 Brits dataset in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Still need to do the decals and the rims on these guys. Currently doing the Mark IIs, and then it's on to painting the tank and the Humber. Hey, they've come out really nice, man. Dude, they've come out really nice. And let me tell you, you've done a wicked job with the resin models. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've got my hands on the plastic ones. They're so much better. If this is what you can do with the resin models, you're going to be like a fucking wizard when we get you the plastic ones. Holy shit, man. You're going to be doing some manic poses with them, let me tell you. Woohoo, baby. Yeah. You're going to be doing some good shit with them. Nice. Dude, they look great, man. Excellent effort. Dice8, thank you for 7 months, man. Happy days. It's my day off, so I went to Ward HQ. I've been working all week in the new Warlord Wigan store. What should I do on my day off? I know, I'll go to the Warlord HQ store instead. Let's go to the Pope. Thank you for super chat. Not getting me tanks. I want me Krieg human waves. I mean, I have to say, I'm feeling a lot more positive about the fact that we will probably still get 20-man squads after chat. Basically, I'm going to say this. Chat basically talked me down off the ledge. I was like, guys, I'm doing it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to jump. And chat was like, no, Morty, it's okay. There's lots of historical precedent to show that they won't do it. And I was like, all right. I don't think I want to jump anymore. And then you've got all the K47 people basically behind me doing the best Homelander impression, being like, I think he should jump. I'm not asking. It's like, man, thank you for the five good memberships, man. Thank you for support. Thank you for doing your part. Jay and the Goose, thank you for super chat. Hobby update. Stream discussion. Reject the meta. Embrace the guard. Dude, always, man. Let's have a look. Basing, map varnish, and highlights to do. The start of my Acadians. I built and modeled them all individually. 2 command squad, 2 concerns, and 50 guards to paint. Using extras from GSC and Anvil Miniatures. I've given them a mismatch of uniforms and armor colors. Amongst the 333rd, the 303rd, these PMCs have been given the colloquial name the Service Crew, after the Leeds United hooligan firm. And all moral patches are coloured in yellow, white, and blue in honour of my beloved Leeds United, marching on together. Hey, that's kind of cool, man. It's always good to have some real life inspiration. Football hooliganism has apparently made it to 40k. Although, of course, it already has done. That's what the Orcs are. Of course. They look wicked, man. I've always loved the idea of a mercenary company in 40k. The only I've always loved the idea of them. I guess the thing has always kind of been like you don't really see much evidence of a mercenary company. Like, there's not much lore on it. Like, there's a lot of lore for, like, hired guns and hired goons and stuff like that, for, like, Necromunda and stuff. But, like, full-blown, like, mercenary armies, you don't see, like, a huge amount about them. But I bet they do exist. I bet they do exist. And you can... In fact, I do remember reading one book. I think it was the Blood Gorgon trilogy, which featured this, like, semi-genetically engineered, like, mercenary company, as, like, just in, like, one scene. It was kind of cool. The Jopal indentured are different. They're not mercenaries. They are working off a debt. It's a bit different. I think there's absolutely scope for mercs in 40k, because the idea being, like, you know, obviously the battles that we play tend to be, like, quite brutal and extreme. That's just more the rules, not, you know, that's more the rules than anything else. But in the, you know, you could absolutely see a planetary governor who might not be able to fully trust his planetary defense force anymore. Maybe there's an ambitious officer that thinks that he could do a better job as governor. Maybe they've been infiltrated by Genestealer cult. You don't know. But I can absolutely see a planetary governor who doesn't want to, like, call on the aid of the wider Imperium, because that might mean he loses his governorship. Basically spending, you know, whatever he can to hire a bunch of mercenaries to put down a rebellion if he doesn't trust the PDF and stuff like that. Yeah. Creep mercenaries, that's true. There's creep mercenaries, and so there are Xenos. You guys misunderstanding me. There's Xenos mercenaries. I'm talking more about human mercenaries. There's not as much in the lore covering them on a big scale, on an army scale. Yeah. So yeah, I do like the idea of a proper mercenary company. They're really cool, man. Excellent work, bro. What do we got next? Master Pef, thank you for the super chat. Let my rule books be free. Love your streams, man. Dude, I honestly... Okay. I honestly do think that we are moving into the world of free rules. I really do think we are. I think we're moving into the... It's kind of a tricky one, right? It's kind of a tricky one, because... We never used to have digital rules. But obviously the community was a lot smaller then. And there was a lot less rules as written and more like rules as intended. And so people would just have the book and they just play with their friends. They'd be like, well, this is how we think the rule works. Yeah, okay. I do wonder, though, if digital rules has given... digital rules and digital FAQs and all that kind of stuff has given Games Workshop an excuse to be lazy. It's like back in the... It's like nowadays, video games are a lot less optimized and a lot buggier, because there's this general sense of fix it in post. And, like, early access is kind of there as a way of mitigating that. Like, release your game in early access so people can expect that it's a bit rough. But back in the day, like, there weren't many... There's, like, there's two games that I can think of that, like, had, like, one bug in each. There was, like, one bug in, like, Homeworld, and I can't remember what it was. And there's one bug in, like, Caesar 3, where, like, if you played the game on extremely hard difficulty, you had to make sure you got your population above 500 in one go, because if you didn't, then they'd start leaving again instantly. So I do think there's an element of that digital rules has allowed companies to be a bit lazier. But I also think that that might not... I don't think that that's 100% true. I think it's partially true. But I also think that because the community is so much bigger now, there's a lot more eyes on the rules. So tiny little nitpicks can get picked out. However, I think the core rules of 11th edition are suffering from more than tiny little nitpicks. Yeah. People actually found a bug on Factorio. I think it was train pathing. That's fair. Yeah. Fixed later is certainly an effect, but I think GW's core problem is just inherently weak design work. Doesn't matter digital or not. Yeah, I agree because, I mean, look at like, here's the thing. Look at like Dark Water, for example. Dark Water is a completely non-digital game. And yet it is broken on release. It needs, I think it's definitely, I just think that Games Workshop just can't write a fucking rulebook to save their life. That's what I think it is. When was the last time that Games Workshop released a set of rules that were actually worked? It's a long. I can't remember. I'm not talking like broken as an unbalanced. I'm talking like, and I wouldn't include codexes in that because I think there's plenty of. I think they release codexes which are unbalanced. They don't necessarily release codexes that don't work. They release core rules which just don't fucking work. That's the difference. So they've kind of shown they can write rules if they want to. They just clearly they just don't fucking want to. Yeah. Cavasius, the bigger the community is, the faster it will find something they could not expect to be real and break the rules. I mean, I think that's it, man. I think Games Workshop should have gone. I think Games Workshop should have gone full. Thing is, GW should recognize it. GW should go, we have such a massive fucking community now that anything we put out in print is going to have a million sets of eyes going over it. And again, I don't think that's an excuse because look at the fucking bullshit coherency rules, for example. They're clearly just not proofreading these things. But if the rule, I think Games Workshop has to accept the reality of the situation is, which is that they're a big company now with hundreds of thousands of people that play their game and they need to go full digital so they can respond in an agile way. This is a criticism that does not need to exist. But as long as Games Workshop is putting rules out on paper, demanding money for those rules, they are absolutely open to criticism. I mean, guys, they're asking a lot of money for these rules. Not to put too fine a point on it. Let's have a look here. They're asking £38 per codex. That is a horrific amount of money. For the core rule books, they're asking £44.50. I have no issue with paying a subscription model for the free rules, but asking for close to 40 quid is a bit much. I mean, how much is it in dollars, man? I didn't even think about that. Change to English Freedom Land. $60. Or $73.50 for a core rulebook. It's that's a lot of money for it to be. And again, I don't really mind the rule books being. I don't really mind rules being overpowered or something, because like I don't really mind that. It's when that can be changed in balance patches. That's fine. But when the rules they're asking for, when the money they're asking for, like the rules and they don't work, that's the problem. Man, it's a lot of money for a book. The codexes. Do you know what's funny? GW did this in the past in 7th edition, and then when 8th edition came out, they slashed all the prices of the books by half because they knew they've been taking the piss with them. Yeah. People say it'd be more expensive for a subscription model. Here's the thing. I don't really mind paying. So I pay, what is it, like £10 a month for Netflix? So I'm spending like £120 on like Netflix every year, right? I don't mind paying that. Why don't I mind paying that? Because everything Netflix gives me everything that like I want and stuff. Like it gives me shows, it's constantly updated, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. And I wouldn't mind paying £120 a year to GW for access to the app if all the rules on there were if all the rules on there, well, if all the rules were on there and those rules were like updated and they worked. So rather than having like, okay, here's your date, because the problem I have with the app right now is you have like, let's say like Creed's data sheet, and Creed's data sheet on the app right now is still wrong. They haven't, even like 2 years on, they've never updated the app to be like it to show you the right thing. They've still got the wrong bit. So they're asking you for 38 quid for your book, then they're asking you for $6.99 a month for an app, and the book hasn't got the right rules in it, and the app hasn't got the right rules in it. So it's like there's no value for money there. That's what I mean. Like, I'll happily pay, £100+ a year for a digital product, which would cost me more than buying a physical product if that digital product was, was pretty bloody good. Was like 95% accurate, 99% accurate at any given time. Uncle Will, $360 edition would be hard pass for me. Wikipedia is free. I mean, I don't know where you're getting $360 from. I was saying like, 100, it's $66.99 a month, which is about $10. So you'd be paying like 120 quid, 120 bucks a year, I should say. The books are gorgeous and high quality, at least. I mean, they're nice, but they are all made in China. So GW isn't exactly, they're all made in China and they all use basically recycled artwork at this point. Oh, over 3 years. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Sorry, I missed what you're saying, over 3 years. Yeah, but the thing is, look, you may say no, I'll say I would happily pay that, because it'd be like, even though I'm paying more, I'm talking about having access to every codex, all the core rules, all the FAQs. When they change a data sheet, the data sheet actually gets updated, not in an FAQ somewhere, right? When a strategy gets changed, it actually gets updated. Do you see what I mean? When a points cost gets changed, to be fair, the points do get updated, right? That's what I'm talking about, where like you are paying more money, but it's all in one place and it's all accurate all the time. The problem right now is that the books aren't worth it, and the books aren't worth it, and the app is actually inaccurate. People say, I like the Warhammer, it's good. It's like, no, it's not. The app contains wrong information in it. And you're always going to have a certain element of people that will pirate everything, right? But the only way, what's interesting is most people are actually pretty fair-minded. And they're like, I know I could get this for free, but it's just easy, and it's just easier, it's more convenient, and it's well done to get it from the legitimate source. It's you know what, Uncle? It is actually, it's hard to compete with free. It's actually not. Video game piracy basically is a shadow of its former self. Movie piracy is a shadow of its former self. You know, it's what was it? Music piracy is basically a shadow of its former self. All of those still have free options, and yet the vast majority of people don't buy them free. Don't get them for free. They pay for them because they pay for the convenience and they pay for the surety of where they're getting it from. It's legit and everything. It's actually very easy to compete with free. You just have, or the way you compete with free is by having a somewhat reasonable price combined with an exceptional service. Yeah. Yeah. What have we got next? Commander HHL, thank you for the 5 gifted membership. Sah! Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Macon, thank you for super chat. Does the rules PDF say how to bust a rift? The K47 crowd are absolutely bloody relentless. They can sniff blood in the water and they're like, bust a rift, bust a rift, bust a rift. I'm busting, boys. How much more do you want me to bloody bust? I've busted all over the room. Lord X, thank you for the super chat. MG, vibes aside, how will we measure the failure of 11th and potential exit to K47 et al? AGMS, earnings reports. When can we tell post-launch? I don't know what AGMS means. Just if you could explain that acronym, that'd be helpful. As for how can we measure the failure of 11th? Last time, Games Workshop almost went under. It was in 7th edition. And the way that it was measured was quite simple. No one was fucking playing Warhammer. And like tournaments got smaller and smaller. We didn't have like earnings reports or anything like that. So the only way you could measure it was if you just could see less and less people were playing it. That's it. And the only I don't know if yeah, I mean I guess nowadays if the earnings reports go down and everything, but I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm not saying 11th edition will be a failure. I don't think 11th edition will be a failure. I just think it's just a disappointment. Yeah. I think that's what it is. I don't think yeah, it will just be another edition. Yeah, exactly. I don't think the thing is, I don't think if 11th edition is quote unquote a failure, I don't think it will be immediately apparent. Because I think the launch box will still sell like mad from Games Workshop's point of view, because they'll push loads of it onto hobby stores and loads of it will get scalped. So Games Workshop will it'll sell like gangbusters and GW will cover their risk. And then I guess after that is when we'll know if 11th edition starts being a failure. Yeah. I don't think 11th edition is good. I don't know. By the way, you can clip this and throw egg on my face if if this is an incorrect take. I don't think 11th edition will have particularly. I think 11th edition will have an initial bump of an explosion, but I think it'll I don't know. I can't see 11th edition having quite the same. This is what I'll say. I can't quite see 11th edition having the same explosive growth of 10th edition. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think it is. But maybe it's not meant to be. People will tell me, people will then rush in and say, it's not meant to be, it's a continuation edition. And I would say, as far as Games Workshop's that might be what you think, but as far as Games Workshop's concerned, they want every edition to be an explosion. Yeah. Zeb Taylor, what if they have packaging issues like other recent boxes? Well, that, detective, is the right question. That, detective, is the right question. But no, Lodex, I don't think it will be immediately obvious whether 11th edition is a failure. I think the stock price has already jumped up quite a bit, just announcing it. But yeah, we'll see. Campbell, thank you for super chat. I had an RTT tournament the other day. I lost massively, but all good. I love the Bane sword of my opponent. My God, I couldn't kill it. Picture discussion. That's awesome, man. I love that. And I also have to say, I quite like the terrain your place is using. That looks cool as fuck. Nice. Cool. Very cool. It looks like, I mean, hey, I have to say, your boards look pretty fun to play on. That looks great, man. Are you sure that's 10th edition? That looks like 5th edition. It wasn't for the data cards, right? Nice. I love it. That looks like you had a ton of fun, bro. And the color scheme looks excellent, sir. D's Nuts, thank you for super chat. Don't ask questions, just go shoot product and then get excited for the next product. Red Letter Media. I do think that's where we're at. I do think that's where we're at. Yeah. Here's a question for you. Because that was said in the wake of Star Wars, right? And I'm saying, I'm going to preface this. I am saying this as a bit of a reactionary comment. Okay? So if you get enraged by it, I've probably done my job. Right? But is 11th edition the Last Jedi of Warhammer? Is it? Will it do to Star Wars? Will it do to Warhammer what The Last Jedi did to Star Wars? Are we going to get in 12th edition somehow the Emperor returned? 10th was Force Awakens. Started favorably by most, turned to shit. Makes 11th The Last Jedi. That's actually a great point. Age of Persuasion, somehow Yarrick returned. Yeah. I'll tell you in 3 years. Fair enough. I mean, we've seen him in the flesh now. That's true. I think they're bringing him back. If they bring the Emperor back, you can send me to the Black Ships. I think he's coming back. I think he's coming back. It's the Force Awakens wants to be new, but it's the same shit all over. Yeah, maybe. Rebranding to Age of the Emperor. We're in the final trilogy timeline. Yeah. Bringing the Emperor back is dumb as fuck. Full stop. Guys, if they brought the Emperor back, how many Emperor models do you think they'd sell? Think about it. I'm going to... I'm going to flip out if they see the Emperor. If I see the Emperor on the table. Val thinks so too. Yeah. Can for once in your life, Tim, stop being right. Exactly. The Emperor has to come back so that the Terminus Decree will actually make sense and can be acted on. Exactly. Why would they make the Terminus Decree like that if he wasn't going to come back, chat? If they brought the Emperor back, you know what? I 8th was Force Awakens. That's true. Yeah, 8th was Force Awakens. Guys, it's so painfully obvious. The Emperor's going to come back. The Grey Knights are going to try and stop him. And Calgar is going to mediate and be like, no, this is not the way. And the Grey Knights are going to recognize Calgar's authority and back down. Because they see him as their spiritual liege. Absolute immersion! Absolute immersion! Calgar will strike the Emperor down and take his seat on the Golden Throne and become the new Emperor. So true. Calgar and Emperor armor. And they become the Ultra Knight. Oh my god. What is it? I don't know if that'll happen. I hate it. Matt Ward wins again. And Kato Sicarius, will become Kato Sicarius, the new High Lord of Terror. One of the Lords of High Lords of Terror. Yeah. I put him out Discord the other day, but have you noticed the Emperor and Calgar have a cybernetic in the same eye socket? Stop it. Calgar is the Emperor's will made manifest. We need to prepare painting all the custodians blue. Calgar's a shard of the Emperor. There you go. Okay, that doesn't quite work. Calgar will be the first Marine to cross the Rubicon Primarchus. And he will be the 21st Primarch. Oh, man. Calgar and Katana. All right. Father Helens, you understand that correctly, and we've crashed out about that. We've basically covered all the beef. We'll just we're now just having a bit of fun and getting a bit ridiculous with things, but that's okay. Yeah, that's all right. Leslie Mitchell, thank you for super chat. The problem. Thank you for the super chat. The problem is, I think most playtesters are told the way of the rules are to be played, so do not question the rules as written. So Leslie Mitchell, I have my sources, my Inquisition sources. My understanding is that it's very frustrating being a playtester for Games Workshop because they send you the rules, you playtest a bunch of stuff, you tell them all this stuff, and then, because a lot of the playtesters are quite switched on, and then they go, thank you very much for the feedback, and you go, we'll take it under consideration. You go, oh, good, like they've caught it. And then the rules come out and they haven't changed anything, and it's still busted. That's it's like they're not, they've got playtesters, but they're not taking the feedback on board. Or some bits get changed, but other bits get missed, even though they definitely highlighted them. Yeah. Artillery Dread, thank you for the 15 months, man. Have you seen the Trench Crusade campaign box? Is that the Carcassonne front or Carcass front? I've seen a bit of it. It looks kind of interesting. I'm definitely I'm gonna have to, like I said, Trench Crusade looked kind of interesting IRL. I'm gonna take a look at it. I think there's a reason Trench Crusade has kind of powered through all of the scandals, and it might be because it's half decent, but we'll take a look. Yeah. What do we got next? Lucky Cast, thank you for 13 months, man. X-Force. What change to the Guard Codex should we expect? I think the Avenger Strike Fighter will go away. Obviously, that's not in the... I think the Avenger of the Cyclops will go away. I'm surprised it didn't go away last time. The thing is, we had the great purge of 10th edition. So 11th edition, I'm not actually expecting all that much. Truth be told, if with this being a continuation edition, I expect that the data sheets will not change all that much. And what we'll get is a bunch of new detachments. That's what I think we'll get. And any data sheets that have released as part of Kill Team will be brought in. So like the Spectre Kill Team. So I expect the Guard Codex to be basically very similar to what it is now. A consolidation of any erroneous data sheets like Spectre Kill Team. And basically a whole bunch of like new detachments and stuff. But this is a continuation edition, so I'm not expecting them to make any massive wild changes. I guess, Lucky Cast, what I would say is we need to see what they do with the Marine Codex and the Orc Codex, because that's what we can expect from our Codex. So that's my sensible answer. But to be on theme with tonight, if I was to give you my rage bait answer, I would say Chimera, Lehman Russ, get squatted. Chris K, thank you for super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, hobby update in chat. Let's have a look. Hey, Mordian, for yours and the approval of chat, I present to you the SDKFZ 251, a more recent addition to my motor pool, and the M36 Jackson. Until recently, a denizen of my half-finished motor pool. Soundtrack to Spanish Flea for optimum meme value. Also, in regards to the D&D bit earlier, Clownfish TV, another YouTube channel, has done some comprehensive coverage of that over the past few weeks. Their thumbnails are a little clickbaity. A channel after my own heart. But generally, they have good information. Let's have a look then. I love it. Oh, wait, you guys can't hear it. 1 minute. I'll put it back. And I can put my heads. Yeah, sorry. I had the alerts off earlier. Oh, it's probably a bit quiet. There you go. I love it. You did a great job on the models. I'm just bobbing along to the song. Nice. They look good, man. 2 beautifully painted models. What have we got here? Cosmic, my boy. Thank you for super chat. Conflict, crew memes, interim discussion, yellow energy, GW be damned. I love how you guys have adopted. I love how you guys have adopted the yellow energy thing from yesterday. I think you guys have adopted it because it's kind of like everyone's encountered it, and like, you know, people use different sayings like, you know, HR and all this kind of stuff, but like, but yellow energy, it's such a good term for, you know, yellow energy, green energy, red energy, blue energy. It's the whole energy thing, which is so bollocks, isn't it? I love it, man. The conflict crew, Operation Rift Punch. Fucking hell. Nice. K47 has busted a rift. Yellow energy detected. Fuck's sake. Oh no, I missed an inside joke. Okay, it's so I've got a stream highlight coming out covering this, so don't worry if you didn't get it on the time. But basically, we were talking about how basically why is GW obsessed with like tat? Yeah, insight discovery, exactly, Pete Jobson. You know exactly. Yeah, you've done it. So, why is Games Workshop obsessed with tat? And why do they seem to have like a lot of ideas, but the implementation always seems to be pretty poor? And I said, basically, the way I sort of said, I think the reason is because of the kinds of people that are now working at Games Workshop. You've got, and I use an example from when I used to be a corpo, because basically we wanted this big like team building like day, and this like, you know, team building guy like came in and gave us all the bollocks and everything. And he basically, we all had to answer like a questionnaire, and at the end, depending on what answers you'd given, it would tell you what kind of energy you were. So if you were yellow energy, you were like an ideas person, like you had all the ideas, you were really creative. If you were a green energy person, you were really nice, you were really like empathetic. And you always like, you know, you were likable. If you were a red energy person, you were like a motivator. So you were like you were like a leader, you were a motivator. You had that sort of burning red energy. And if you were a blue energy person, you were autistic. If you were a blue energy person, you were a doer. Which basically meant that, like, you know, you were the one, you actually implemented the ideas. And I remember, I remember Blue Energy Gang, and I remember thinking on the day, it sounds like 3 out of the 4 energies here aren't doing any fucking work. But I said that the problem is that in theory, a good company does actually have all of these people. Like, theoretically, a good company has them all. Because you do need people who are creative and come up with ideas. But creative types often aren't actually good at getting down in the nuts and bolts. But you do need someone to come up with like the new idea, right? To drive the business forward, to come up with the new idea, right? And you do need the ideas people. And you do need the nice people. You know, you need, like, not, and I used a bit of a stereotypical example, but I said you always need like the old lady in the office who remembers everyone's birthdays. Sounds silly, but you know, everybody knows that Susan is going to remember the birthday, and Susan, without fail, she always knows, and she enjoys remembering. And Susan isn't particularly good at her job, but Susan is untouchable because everyone likes Susan, because she's going to make sure that you get a little birthday cake and a little card, and she's made sure that everyone signed the card, and whether you're in the mailroom or the CEO, Susan remembers your birthday and makes sure you get your card and you get your little cake, right? So you do need the nice people because that makes for a nice working environment. And you also do need effective leadership. You do need the red energy people. You do need them, right? And then you also do need the people that actually do the fucking job. The problem so theoretically this stuff does, work. The problem is that theory doesn't meet reality, because the reality is that the yellow energy people come up with all of the ideas, and then they take the ideas to the blue energy people, and the blue energy people start coming up with reasons why, start coming up with, oh, well, you might need to change that, or you need to do that. That doesn't actually quite work. And the blue energy people aren't being dickheads. They're not like creating barriers so they can't do any work. The blue energy people are just being practical. They're being pragmatic. They're saying, okay, this can work, but you'll need to do it under this budget. It'll take this long. Like we're going to encounter these problems, blah, 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 blah. And the blue energy people will often say things like, it can't be done the way you want it to be done. It can be done, but it's going to look different to the way that you're imagining it, because that's just that's not us being knobheads. That's us actually saying to get it to work, it's going to be different. And so the problem is that the yellow energy people don't like being told no. They like to have because they're very vibes based. They're all about the vibes. So what happens is that the yellow energy people get annoyed with the blue energy people who are just doing their jobs. And the yellow energy people don't like to hear no. They don't like to hear the practicalities because that's yucky. That's like actually getting down to the sharp end. So what happens is the blue energy people think they're just doing their jobs. The yellow energy people start conspiring to get rid of the nasty people that are saying no to them. And so what happens is over time, the blue energy people all get pushed out of the company. And the only people that are left in the meetings are the yellow energy people. And then you have all the ideas and everyone's nodding along and everyone's telling you what a great idea it sounds like. And this makes the yellow energy people very happy because now everyone thinks their ideas are great. But the problem is, and I have seen this play out. I have seen this play out in multiple companies. And it's the yellow energy people bully the blue energy people out of the company. That's the problem with it. And then all you're left with is a bunch of and what happens is the blue energy people get replaced by the green energy people. Because the green energy people are too nice to say no to things. But they're not particularly good at their jobs. So blue gets kicked out, yellow takes over, and green is now being asked to do all the actually important work, but green isn't competent enough to do the work, but green could never say no. And so that's the sort of in joke. That's the new Mordian Glory community meme of there's too much bloody yellow energy. Yeah. There you go. All right. What have we got next? Fox Knight, thank you for super chat. I think the Emperor will come back in shards like a Catan, so he isn't a 10,000 point model, and the Grey Knights will have to go out and find the shards. That is a brilliant, brilliant insight. I think you're correct. I think we'll have shards of the Emperor. We in fact, I think we already have the precedent for that with the Sanguinor. The Sanguinor is basically the shard of Sanguinius. That is probably how they'll bring back all the dead Primarchs. Ferrus Manus will return, but he will return kind of like in like an Iron Sanguinius. I don't think they'll shards of the Emperor, for fuck's sake. So yeah, I think I think we'll I can definitely see shards of the Emperor being a thing. Do I like it? No. Okay, you know what, actually? If they just brought the Emperor back, I would not like that. If they made shards of the Emperor, I actually wouldn't really be against that. The idea that the Emperor, because the Golden Throne has basically, after 10,000 years of shoving 1,000 psychers a day into the Golden Throne, the Golden Throne has finally healed the Emperor enough to the point where he can actually, like, focus his will. And it'll be like an epic hero, so you can only take, like, one, right? And it's the idea is it's like it's the avatar of the Emperor. Like, if I could, I actually would be less against that than I would be against the Emperor coming back. If the Emperor just fucking steps off the throne, I'm out. I'm out. Because how are you ever going to play him in game? Because what if you kill him? Oh no, he's come back and he's died. But to be fair, Gilliman dies in game, doesn't he? And so does the lion, and so does Karl. So I guess it's maybe I'm being silly. It's okay, he's perpetual. Ah, that's very true. He is a perpetual. Yeah. Yeah. Cavacious, to be fair, this did happen. Gilliman did become the avatar of the Emperor when Mortarion stabbed him again. That's true, yeah. Scandalous. Calgar's never died. Something heresy. That's, yeah, true. I'm sorry. But no, Shards of the Emperor, definitely a less controversial way of doing it. Surprised they haven't put him out in Horus Heresy. Yeah. He might come. They'll probably bring him back to 40k before Horus Heresy. Yeah. Do we think he'll be back in 11th or do we think he'll be back in 12th? Yeah. I don't know. He looked. He looked at the camera, boys. He looked. He has a model though, right? I don't think so. Not an official one. I think he has a third-party one. Depends when 11th goes tits up. It'll happen. The sales start lagging. Yeah, true. Chris K, thanks for chat. Will Invasion America feature new American terrain? I don't know. K47 doesn't really do much in the way of like maybe actually. I think Warlord Games is relatively aware of the fact that there's a lot of third-party terrain options out there that people like to use. But I also feel like it was mentioned in passing at some point. Like they were thinking about how they might want to do more terrain for the game. Because I remember chatting and being like, I can't remember what it was. Maybe. I can't remember. It came up in conversation, but I think it was just it came up in conversation, but ideas were just getting thrown around. It wasn't really a formed thing. So the answer is, I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? Yeah. Rogel Dawn's going to come back and he's going to have the Emperor's Talon to replace his missing left hand, calling it now. My God. It's a depressing take. Oh man. They do some market terrain, don't they? They do, to be fair. They do. Do you know what I tell you, do you know what I want? I want bloody custom D6s. I want to have British Commonwealth D6 dices and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Each Primarch that comes back gets something from the Emperor, his sword, his shield. Perhaps when you have gathered enough Primarchs, they can Megazord into Big E. Oh, man. All right. So, I'm tired. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, boys. I'm going to grab a drink. I'm a little thirsty. I'm going to grab a drink. Now, we've covered all of the main beef. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Well, I guess we can do a bit, we'll do a bit of a summary, but we've not finished the stream. I've got a couple of bits I want to watch. I've not actually watched the launch trailer yet on stream, which I think we should do. And also, I've got a reaction to an XGW. I've got a reaction to a video featuring an XGW staffer talking about Games Workshop stuff. So we can have a bit of hype, but we can also have a bit of beef. All right. Anyway, let me go and grab a drink, and then we can all cool off for a second, and then we can get into the big beefs of the best. All right. Well, then we can get into the other stuff for the stream. So yeah, we've covered all the main bits. So basically, the forum is now open to the public. All right. I'll be back in a second. Oh, I also have some UK 47 models to show off, but I don't know if now is the time. All right. Ickbad. I come to join the stream and I see a chair, lol. Ickbad, thank you for 36 months, man. X-Force, baby. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream, man. All right. Okay, so what I want to do, guys, is I want to do a little segment that could possibly be a stream highlight, if that's all right, because we've covered a lot today. so far. But I'm always conscious. I always try and be conscious that there's gonna be a lot of people out there that don't want to wade through like a 6-hour stream to get the info. So I try and, you know, farm a stream highlight out of it so that people can just watch that if they prefer. So what I want to do with that is basically just sort of summarize what we've talked about, and sort of including bringing together a lot of the points that we've discussed during the stream so far. So I want to do that first. Then we can talk. Then we can talk about we can react to the video from the XGW employee, which I think would be fun to see as well. And then we can talk about some K47 stuff as well, and whatever you want to do. All right. Okay, so if that sounds all right, thank you. That would be awesome. But really, we can talk about anything and everything at this point. And obviously, we'll have some people that will filter in asking about what the beef is, and we can give them the summary as and when that comes in. All right, so here we go. Beef, we don't do that here. We do a little bit of beef. So there's been a little bit of chit and, dare I say, chat around the proverbial internet water cooler regarding 11th edition, and specifically regarding the quality of the rules that have been coming out from it. Now, we've seen these rules come out bit by bit from various leaks, and obviously we've now got the full core rules available from Games Workshop themselves, which is good. And by and large, I think, you know, setting the tone as it is now, you know, trying to be reasonable, I think players will be able to muddle their way through a game of 11th edition. But you are going to have to do a bit of the legwork, quite a bit of the legwork yourself, unless Games Workshop starts coming out with a whole bunch of FAQs, which I think they are, because one of the bits of beef is that the core rulebook contains an FAQ. And you might think that's good, right? No, it's not, because the point of the core rulebook FAQ is to tell you to go and buy the app. So if we sort of show you the example here, I'll just bring it up right now. So here you have the core rules. You scroll down. By the way, this is a very sort of laggy PDF, I've noticed. So sometimes it can be all right, but it tends to chug along a bit. But what you find is you scroll down towards the bottom, and the last 3 pages, it's actually already got an FAQ. And it's got an FAQ, and it says, hey, you need to go and go over to the Warhammer app, because this rules appendix, they're not calling it the rules commentary anymore, they seem to be calling it the rules appendix, is continued in the app. And so for me, there's a bit of beef here, because I'm like, okay, well, technically the rules aren't even out yet. At the time of getting this is a day -19 FAQ, which is a bit ridiculous. We've had 2-week FAQs, then day 1 FAQs, then day 0 FAQs. Now we're at day -19 FAQs, which is kind of crazy. On top of it, I don't really like the fact that there seems to be that the core rules seem to be quite incomplete. For example, you know, there are in this appendix is where we find the rules for like reviving models, like how they can, you know, how models can die and like come back and stuff like that. I don't think we've got rules for like models that are healing in the core rules, for example. It's also been confirmed that there are actually rules missing from the core rulebook. This was confirmed by Goonhammer in one of their articles. Goonhammer has now been renamed to Tabletop Battles. Still very, very good though. I understand why they changed the name. Obviously, Gooning has changed its name. Has changed its what it means over the years. So Tabletop Battles is, I think, a much more sensible way of doing it. And yeah, but they've confirmed in their article that there not only have significant rules changed, like the hidden rule, which is not just a niche rule, but it's actually a core concept of 11th edition, one of the big selling points that GW has had for the edition. It's been on all the marketing. That's actually different in the app to the physical core rules and to even the free PDF core rules. And not only is that rule different, so now we've got a printed version which is different and a PDF which is different, and the app's going to be different. But now it apparently also the gone to ground rule is completely absent from the core rulebook, but is available in the app. So to me, I don't really like this, because it feels like GW is essentially printing a product, including a digital product, like the PDF we've seen on the Warhammer community website, which is purposefully wrong, purposely missing things. And they're doing this to try and drive people towards the app, which is the paid platform. So if you're someone that buys the new Armageddon launch box set for 11th edition, if you buy that, and one of the reasons you're buying that is so that you can get a copy of the core rules, then you are essentially buying a bad product, because those core rules are worthless. They don't contain all of the rules. Some of the rules they contain are actively now wrong. And so basically Games Workshop is asking you to buy the core rules to then go over to the app. So what's the point? What is the point in what is the point in the physical book at this point if you're just leaving rules out of it? And B, what is the point in saying the rules are going to be free online when the rules are not free online? Because again, the rules that are available as the free PDF are A, wrong, and B, have missing segments. So you're not actually making the rules free. GW is driving people towards the app because they want people to pay for the app. And I just don't like that. Maybe I'm being unreasonable, but that seems underhanded. That seems another classic GW way of squeezing us for more money. And I'm not against Games Workshop making money, but nobody likes to feel squeezed for the money. I personally like to hand over my money with joy rather than handing my money over begrudgingly. So I don't like the feeling I'm getting from it. I don't like the vibes. And not only that, I also feel like there's some, maybe it's just my gut instinct. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm attributing malice where it's only incompetence. But I feel like there's some sort of scummy business tactic which is being applied here. Like I can imagine there's executives that have sat on a table and gone, if we release the core rules, but we take out like some of the rules that they actually need to play, and then tell them these are in the app, then that means they'll go over to the app. Does that make sense? And you can kind of imagine, once you say it out loud like that, you can absolutely see that's what's happened. But we don't know. So the core rules are not complete, which is the first thing. The second thing is that that we've got an FAQ baked into the core rules, which is we're getting FAQs before the rules were even out. And the other issue I have is that this other bit of beef that I have, because it's all like little beef cutlets. Rather than getting like a full beef burger, you get the sliders, the 3 little burgers, right? That's kind of where I am with this. And then the other, okay, one second before I get to the other bit. So got a comment from chat here, Levon. We'll just buy the app then and skip the rulebook. Here's the thing: I would love to buy the app, Levon, but the app is poor quality. So the app is $6.99 a month, and it's important to note that GW does not update the data sheets accurately on the app. So, for example, let's say you've got something like Creed's ability, which on the datasheet says you can pick one stratagem for a regiment within 12 inches, and that stratagem now costs 0 command points. It says that on the physical datasheet. It says that on the app datasheet. But that's actually wrong, because in the separate FAQ document for the guard, it actually says change that to, or is it in the tournament companion? It's in a separate document. It says actually that means you reduce the cost by 1. So I would so here's the thing, Levon, I would happily pay for the app. I'd happily pay $9.99 a month for the app if that app was razor sharp and razor accurate. I actually think I would prefer if GW didn't fuck around with this incomplete free PDF, didn't mess around with this book that's a waste of time printing it, and I'd happily pay even a little bit more if the app actually contained properly up-to-date information, but it doesn't. So that's the issue. I want to pay for the app, but the app is also not accurate. The app has a certain amount of information in it, but I need to go externally for different PDFs to actually make sure, like I said, Tournament Companion, Pariah Nexus Balance, data set, whatever it's called, and all this kind of stuff, right? So this is the issue that I have. I would love to pay for the app, and GW is driving people to the app, but the app doesn't actually contain the accurate information. So I go to the app only to find out that even the rules in there are wrong, and now I've got to go to a different... Do you see what I mean? It's all a bit bollocksed. It's all a bit bloody bollocksed. Now, going back to... but it's a good point, by the way, and I appreciate you raising the question. So don't think I'm demonizing you or shitting on you or anything like that. It's a good point. Why not just buy the app? Okay, well, this is the issue I have with it, so thank you for reminding me. Going back to the next point I was going to make, I guess one of the issues that I also have is we've seen the quality of the rules be quite poor. So last week, we saw what coherency is like in 11th edition, and it's broken. Now, of course, this will be fixed by a day 1 FAQ, but where's the FAQ going to be stored? All right, in the app. Of course, right? So the coherency rules are balked, by the way. You can have 2 people over here and 2 people over here, and technically they're in coherency because they're within 9 inches of each other and within 2 inches of another model in the unit. So we've seen the coherency rules be balked. We've also seen the, more recently with what's come out today, we've seen the flyer rules be balked. Flyers now can, they only come in via an ingress move. They can only come in on the edges of the board, and they can't do any other moves. So now you've got flyers which they come in and on the edge of the board and come off again. But what if you've got things like, but the flyer rules technically work, but the issue is there's a keyword for hover, and hover says when moving over. Well, I'll show you what it says. So we're not, you don't think I'm bollocksing you, right? Don't think I'm bullshitting you. Give me a second. It's just going to find it. So hover. 1 minute. The PDF chugging a bit. So hover says each time it takes the skies, do not subtract 2 inches from the maximum distance. But there's nowhere in the core rules for aircraft where it says an aircraft can choose to hover or be flying. That exists in 10th edition. And so, of course, when we're playing, this is what I'm saying, how you can muddle through it. So, of course, when we're playing this, we can go, oh, well, we know what it was like in 10th, so we'll play it in 11th. But now we're not playing rules as written. And everyone is in the modern Warhammer community is all about the pure, raw rules as written. So the issue is that there's no hover just says you don't take 2 inches off going over ruins and stuff. But aircraft have no way of going into hover mode anymore. It doesn't exist in the core rules. Maybe that's like go to ground. Maybe that's in the app. Okay. And then Then you've got the fact that, okay, so if aircraft can only make, so if we take it rules as written, if aircraft could only make an ingress move, which we'll get there in a second. Like I said, it chugs a little bit. So aircraft, here you go. So aircraft can only make an ingress move and they're not eligible to make any other type of move. All right. So we can come in from the edge of the board, stay there, and then at the end of the turn, go off again. So my Valkyrie, which is the hover keyword, using these core rules, gets nothing from its hover. Because the core rules don't say you can enter hover mode or anything like that. The core rules just say aircraft ingress in and they can't do any of the moves. So what does hover do? Well, like I said, I'm sure, well, right now I don't know anything. I don't know anything. But the core rules that have been released by Games Workshop, we've now got multiple instances of them just not functioning. Them just not working. Coherency doesn't function. Hover doesn't function. And these are just 2 examples, and more are coming out as well. I've heard some rumors about how charging and, or is it the charge phase and the combat phase don't even interact properly or something mental. Right? So hover technically does something, but there's no way of entering hover mode. So hover does nothing. See, it's kind of crazy. And the aircraft, you know, coming in, the aircrafts also seem very limited. Surely aircraft, the PDF isn't even searchable. I mean, I've been searching it, sorry, to be fair. But the point is, like, okay, so we've got aircraft that come in, can't do anything else than just come off the board again. Surely aircraft would zoom in doing a strafing run. Do you see what I mean? But anyway, technically the aircraft rules work. Technically the hover rules work, but they don't interact with each other. Basically making the hover rules not work. Okay, and like I said, coherency's balk. So I keep repeating myself. So just getting to the point. We've got rules that are missing. Rules that have been purposefully cut out and added into an app. And you've got rules that fundamentally don't work. So that's sort of the main beef that we've got on that side. And there was also a little bit of beef regarding maybe Orc Boys can only be taken in 10-man squads. But I think that's far too early to say. And chat actually talked me down off the ledge with that one. So we'll wait to cover that one if it does pan out, but we don't want to jump the gun on that one. So I guess my point here is that I have an issue with this, obviously. But the number one reason I have an issue with this is because Games Workshop says that I should hold them to a higher standard. And you might think, what do you mean, Mordian? Well, Games Workshop says that they are an industry leader and that they sell premium products. And they make the best products in wargaming. Often people say that refers to making the best models in wargaming. So maybe that's it. But Games Workshop says that they are a premium company selling premium products. And as a result, they use this to justify charging, what I think we can all agree is a premium price. Now, you might be surprised to hear this. I have no issue with paying a premium price for a premium product. In fact, I often try and buy I would rather buy, and have done, I would buy a nice car rather than a cheap car. I don't really do bangers and do-ups. I don't really do that. I'm happy to pay for quite a nice car because I then get you get that sort of higher quality. And so I have no issue. I don't have a super nice car, but I don't think I'm driving around like a Lambo or anything like that. I'm just talking, I'm not driving around in a 10-year-old beat up Dacia Sandero. Okay, I never bought a new car. I still buy them, used second hand, but I try and make sure that I go for a reputable brand and a reputable model that is decent, is decent and everything. Okay, so I personally have no issue with paying for a premium product if I'm getting a premium service. The issue is that Games Workshop is telling me that they are a premium. They are a premium company that gives premium products, and therefore they're demanding a premium price off me, and yet they're clearly not delivering a premium product. All right, they're not. So if they're not delivering a premium product, I don't think I should be expected to pay a premium price. It's that simple. Now, if these rules were free, and I mean properly free, not free, but then go to the paid app. But if these rules were free, and if the models that if the model, let's not even talk about the models. If these rules were free, if GW had gone full digital free rules, properly done it, then I would have no issues with this, because free is free at the end of the day. You get what you pay for. Free is free. And if these rules were properly accurate and properly good, and they didn't have bloody broken bits that clearly don't work, I would happily pay $9.99 a month every month to the Warhammer app. But the problem is, I've got to pay, I think it's $9.99, right? So it's about $6.99 quid, $9.99, right? Let's say $10. But the problem is that GW is asking me to pay they're asking me to pay $10 a month for dog shit rules. It's the worst of both worlds. They're asking for the price tag and giving me the shitty product. So this is my issue with it. I am someone who doesn't really pirate video games. In fact, I can't remember the last time I pirated a video game. I don't do it. I don't even go to websites that sell you the keys for cheap. I go to Steam, and whatever Steam asks, I pay for it. Sometimes it's on sale, sometimes it's not. I don't care. I'm someone that I don't have like a chipped Amazon Fire Stick or something. I happily pay for me Netflix. No problem whatsoever. Because Netflix has got all of Stargate SG-1 on, and that's what I want to fucking watch. Okay? I don't mind paying for stuff when I'm getting the service that I want. But the problem is, GW is asking me to pay for stuff, and I'm not getting the service that I want. And they're asking a lot of money for it. So that is my issue with this. I'm not crashing out. I'm not raging out or anything like that. And we did a poll on stream earlier, and it's still running now. And it's got 300 plus votes in it. And the question was simply this: am I being unreasonable to expect Games Workshop rules to not require a day one FAQ considering the price they ask? And 82% of people said you are not being unreasonable. And obviously that's a question that I was asking of myself, but it's a question that everyone was asking of themselves as well. And so I think, it sounds like an obvious thing, right? But considering the price, GW rules and products should be much better. And I've been saying this for a little while now. It really feels like GW are not putting the effort in. And I tell you, I'm actually concerned. I'm going slightly off on a different topic here, but only for a minute. I'm actually concerned. And I tell you why I'm concerned. Because I'm not concerned that this is malice. I'm not concerned that this is them taking the piss. That doesn't worry me. My number one concern is this. This is the best they can do. This isn't incompetence. This is the best that Games Workshop can put out. This is what the eggheads, I wouldn't even say it. This is what their design team, this is what their company is capable of producing with millions and millions of pounds. This is what they're capable of making now. That the people working there and the output of the company and the way they're being managed, blah, blah, however you want to say it, whatever different parts are doing what they're doing, this isn't them phoning it in. This isn't them taking the piss. This is they did their best. And that concerns me more than anything else. Because that means that even if they wanted to do better, they couldn't. And that does not bode well for Warhammer 40k. And we've seen, and do you know what concerns me about this? Is that we've seen this with other products. Horus Heresy 3.0 launched in a very similar state. Terrain rules that didn't work. Terrain rules that fundamentally were unusable. Like, you could not use heavy terrain rules. Medium terrain rules basically did not function. Everyone has to play with light terrain. And you've also then got the missions. 1/3 of the missions that launched with Horus Heresy did not fundamentally work. They were broken. And the tactical journals that have come out for Hordes Heresy since, because I've kept my eye on it, have arguably been more broken. And then we've had, the Dark Water game that they produced recently. That also was functionally broken. Did not work if you played it out of the box. And that's not a digital rule set where they can go, oh, well, we didn't put the effort in because we knew we'd be digitally fixing it later. There's no app for that. That's just what they put out, and it didn't work. And my concern is that if you go back and look over the pattern of what GW has produced over the last 12 months, is that they haven't, that if you look at it, all of the games are suffering the same problems. Again and again and again. At that point, it's not a one-off. At that point, it's not just phoning it in. At that point, it shows a lack of capability. It shows that they can't produce something good. And you've got to think about this, guys. You could make excuses for Horus Heresy saying it's a niche game. You can make excuses for Dark Water, saying that it's just a box game. It's just a bit of fun. Okay. You can't make those excuses for 40k because it's the flagship product. It's the flagship product. So that's my issue. I don't want 40k to be bad. I don't want GW to be bad. I want them to produce the best possible things they can do, and I want to happily hand over large sums of money to Games Workshop. But they are not showing me that they can make a good product. And you can even argue, and we've only talked about the rules. There has been how many quality control issues in terms of the physical models? The new Knights that came out, how many of them all in the same place had that ring that didn't fill properly? Awful. How many of the Maelstrom Battalion boxes did they have to do product recalls on or do some sort of public statement because they had the wrong parts in? How bad have the mold lines got? My issue is this is the best they can do. And if this is the best they can do, that's worrying. And it's all in the last 18 months. Before then, they had some good shit. Old World was good. Kill Team, I think, did very well. But it's the last 18 months, something's gone yumpy. It's gone bloody yumpy. And so, if they're willing to, if this is think about it, if this is the best that they can do with their flagship product, that should not, where even let me say this, even if you are the most ardent GW ball washer, their most fanatical defender, even you guys should be worried. Because this is the best that they can do. Everybody should be worried. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. Or live chat if you're watching it right now. There you are. There you go. So, let's see what people are saying in chat. Aldeus, GW is, in my opinion, because of all the issues and this being the best they can do, can't be considered the industry leader any longer. They are a big player, but not the leader. I agree. I don't think they're leading shit, man. I think they're a big player, and they're a big deal, and they're a successful company, but I don't think they're leading shit anymore. Rules are free now. Day one FAQ free online rules is literally a nothing burger. The rules have to be outdated or broken on release because it's 6 months down the line when they finish. Why do the... No. Okay. I'm taking your question, and it's over it. You know I'm not a dickhead, and I know you're not a dickhead, so I'm just going to ask you a question. Why do the rules need to be outdated or broken on release? It's not a trick question.
You heard me. I said Cree.
Why do the rules need to be broken? I don't know if he's still typing at his PC, if he just dropped in. Because 6 months of extra playtime will always reveal issues of the game of the scope, especially after the influencers now have it. So, but why weren't the rules accurate 6 months ago? What does 6 months have to do with any of it? What does 6 months have to do with the coherency rules, for example, not working? Games Workshop has had arguably 2.5 years to write these rules. If they can't get it right in 2.5 years, what would the next 6 months have done? It doesn't take 6 months of playtesting to pick up that your coherency rules are balked. It doesn't take 6 months to pick up that you've not included the flower rules and hover rules working together. You don't why wouldn't they? You don't need the extra 6 months there. There's no how can other companies have rules that are released and they come out and they're right on day one? It's the argument you're making doesn't make sense. Games Workshop. Let me ask you this: if you gave Games Workshop 6 extra months, do you think these problems would have been fixed? That's the question. I don't think it would have done. I see what you're saying, which is, well, once they give it to us, we can... I see what you're saying, like, oh, once they give it to the community can point things out that they might have missed. I think a lot of the problems only become apparent when an outsider looks at them. Okay, Nostalgia Vivek, but I can see what you're saying. I don't agree with it. But so I'm seeing what the chat's saying. You've been fixing 10th edition rules 3 years, still not balanced. I can see what you're saying. But there's plenty of examples out there of rules that are right on day one. So why does Games Workshop get a pass? $7 billion company, we can't expect it to get outside playtesters. Yeah, I think even if, I mean, GW does have playtesters. Codex, you'll be 100% right because they asked 30 quid for them. Dude, they asked 40 quid for them. £38 now, $60. But yeah. I see what you're saying, Vivek. I don't agree with it. I think that Games Workshop should be, and I think Codex is actually a good example. Games Workshop can write rules that actually work because the codexes tend to have power problems, but not fundamental rules broken problems. Like fundamental rules not working problems. Yeah. Yeah, the players will fix it. Yeah. And again, like, then the rules aren't free, by the way. The rules aren't free. Because you can't play you say, oh well, you know, you can see the core rules like on the app for free. But you can't actually do anything with the core rules unless you have your army rules. So the rules aren't free. Although I see we're probably splitting hairs there at that point. Why are we paying to playtest the product? Exactly. I think, the big question is here is why didn't GW go to full digital rules? I think we could argue over whether the rules should be broken on release or not, blah, blah, blah. I think the real question here is why are they still doing the rules this way? As soon as the line becomes the players will test/fix it, your product has gone from premium to minimum viable product. Yeah. Yeah. The playtesters may have even found the issues, hence the FAQs before release, but why are the books going to print before they've been proofread? Playtesters? I think GW just needs to move away from physical rules. Yeah. Just that simple. Ed Bailey, thanks for your chat. And who's Timmy's top ball washer? Is it Custodian Storm? Fucking hell, I've not heard that name in a long time. I am my own ball washer. Because Curses make them loads of money. I don't buy them because War Organ provides, but that's why shareholders demand line go up. Now that I'll agree with you. But I think they'd make more money off a good app than off codexes at this point. Think about it. If someone buys a codex off you, you get the money like once. If someone is paying a tenner a month for an app that has every codex in it and has every rule and it's all super accurate, one is 40 quid, one is 120 quid a year. Over the course of an edition, one is 40 quid, one's £360. Yeah. They just need to go. I don't think they need to go to free rules. I don't think GW should ever be expected to give anything away for free because they're a company and companies are allowed to make money. But I absolutely think that they should be doing digital rules, full digital. But then they'd have to hire coders who can work out how to do granular loadouts in the app. Yeah. 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 But Mordian, they are now getting your Codex's core rules money and money from the app. No, because no one uses their fucking bollocks app. No one fucking uses it, right? Yeah. I agree with Macon. I think Games Workshop. It's clearly not working. See, I'm in a different camp to other people. Other people think that it is working as intended. Other people think that this is all sort of GW's like master plan and blah, 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 blah. I don't think it's working as intended. Do you think GW wants to put on a shitty expo at UKG? I don't fucking think so. Do you think GW wants to put out a core rulebook with mistakes? I don't fucking think so. Do you think GW wants to put out a starter set where everyone says the models are uninspiring? I don't fucking think so. I don't think GW wants to put out bad products. This is what I'm saying. My concern is they don't want to put out bad shit. They're only capable of it because this is them doing their best. Yeah. You think they're super successful despite their actions? I think they are super successful. In some ways, I flip-flop between this because sometimes I think they're super successful because of their actions, and sometimes I think they're super successful in spite of their actions. I think it's a combination of both. I think that they're super successful because this community has shown a ridiculous tolerance for scummy business practices. You know? I mean, people fucking love the FOMO boxes, right? People love them. Yeah. People absolutely love them. Yeah. GW is super successful because of brand recognition and a loyal fan base. Yeah, they are. They're very... Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, knowing what I know about the head of marketing, they do have high tolerance. I think I know the same stories as you. I think those are stories that we can't say on stream because we might get our stream taken down. But Nostalgia Vivek, I don't know if you know what I know, but I found out something very interesting the other day. And to quote what I was told, everything you have heard and more is true. Yeah. And I got that from a deep, deep agent. Agent Deep Throat. I can't say it. We can only speak in code and whispers and everything. But yeah, I've heard some things. I've had some things. I've heard some things. I've had some things confirmed from deep sources. And I can't say anymore. I can't even hint at it because it would betray the trust. Yeah. Nostalgia Vivek, same. Yeah, same. I think it's getting out there now. I think it's a big scandal waiting to break. But braver channels than I will need to cover it. Yeah. We'll have a look here. All right. Indeed. Yeah. Indeed. DM me. We'll take it offline. You know, we'll take it offline. I can't say more than that. Just know, guys, that things are now. I would say things are now in motion that cannot be stopped. But yeah, there we are. All right. What have we got here? I think everybody. I think a lot of the king of vague posting. I'm vague posting to protect the channel. That's what I'm doing. All right. The Alp Legion are coming from inside the building. Will you cover it breaks? Of course. Of course. Yeah. If it breaks, I'll cover it. But as they say in France, evidence is needed. Yeah. Macon, that would be an accurate statement. What have we got here? Scandal. Scandalous. There you are. There's some big old GWT. There's some big old GWT. Who knows when it'll come to light? But I think it's inevitable, right? DM me, I'll post it, lol. My online presence is almost nothing anyway. Who cares if I get cancelled? Nah. We'll see. We'll see. Well, it would be some pretty big beef. It'd be pretty beefy. Yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, I heard something that dude. I'll come off. No, not at all, Macon. No, nothing like that. No. You guys are thinking, yeah, no. This is the beef stream, so give us meat and give it to us raw. I can't, Sanubi. It's not possible at this time. It's not possible at this time. All right. But yeah, that's something we should we're vague maxing. We're absolutely vague maxing. Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. It's a very, very dangerous topic. It's a very dangerous topic. Let's have it. We should DM. Someone's been spunking into the mold machines. Well, that would definitely make them moldy, wouldn't it, if they weren't cleaned out? Oh my god. There you are. That's where the mold lines come from. You thought that was a mold line on Titus's leg? All right. Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat. All I'll say is it'll make Gamergate look like starters for the main course. I don't know about that. Gamergate was about people fucking each other, wasn't it? But Ed Bailey probably Ed knows. Oh, okay. See, people know now. So see now, people know. But it's who is going to go first? Who's going to go from vague to very fucking clear? That's what we're waiting for. There you go. Gamergate was about a lot of things. You knew we couldn't live up to that? Yeah, to be fair. Yeah, Gamergate was about a bit. Yeah, I don't know. Gamergate was a whole like industry thing, wasn't it? Whereas this is more about not an entire industry. Anyway, the beef is still mirroring. It must be dry age for a while first. Exactly. Ham bone, just do it. I can't. Honestly, I can't. I can't. Let us move on. Look, when the time is right. Okay, just know, right, that there's things are bubbling. All right. Anyway, let us move on. Gamergate history lesson. Okay, so I don't really like talking about Gamergate because it's intrinsically been like linked to like politics and stuff, and we don't really do politics on this channel. But my understanding was basically what happened is there was a bunch of games journalists that were like fucking a bunch of game developers so that they could get like the inside scoop on upcoming games, but then would give them like favorable reviews. So it was a kind of like, you know, they were getting early access as they could make sure they could get their articles out first. But the sort of quid pro quo was shagging. Yeah. Wasn't that what it was all about? I thought shagging was a pretty, yeah. Get high reviews to get dates. Yeah, exactly. Maybe it was the way around. Maybe the games journos were like, we'll give your review a good game if you eat my pussy. That's what I understood it was all about, right? Yeah. Apparently we're in line for Gamergate 2.0 soon, boys. So get the popcorn ready. Yeah. But there you are. Video games is still a bit of a wild west. It's a lot more professional than it used to be, but it's still a bit of a wild west, isn't it? Anyway, GW Gate. Yeah. Oh, there's a normal transaction. Yeah, exactly. You know. Yeah, fucking hell. But yeah, anyway, well, that's very much not on topic for what we're doing today. And I've summed it up in a very broad, inaccurate way. But there you are, bit of fun. So, right, we've had a lot of beef. How long have we streaming for? Fucking hell. It's only been 4 hours. Feels like it's been fucking 8. This beef is aging me, boys. Maybe we need to take a break from the beef. This is the thing. Here's the thing, right? I always say I need to pull back from the beef. And do you know what the community says? No. More beef, Mordian. More! More beef. So I'm always like, guys, are you guys, every single time I have polled this community on, do you want more beef or less? Overwhelmingly, they've always said more beef. So there you are. I mean, that's wild compared to the average Hollywood stories. Yeah, but we're getting into dark territory now, so let us not. Also, community says, stop talking about Warhammer, stop talking about conflict. Nobody wants your beef. Nobody wants your dumb beef. More than have a banana. And Bailey, more! McCon, thank you for super chat. 40k hype topic. Talk about 4th or 5th edition. See, I can't help but feel that 4th edition hype is basically 11th edition beef. I think what it is we tend to talk about beef, but we don't really let it upset us. You know, it's the whole you either laugh or you cry kind of thing. And we like to have a good laugh on this channel. Yeah. But there you go. I tried to get out of the beef, but they just keep pulling me back in. Exactly, Jacob Jenner. Exactly. Anyone else is here trying to drive me? I'm sending to the slaughterhouse myself. You say that, but new recruit now has lists of 4th and 5th. Didn't used to. Wait, what? Maybe they're getting ahead of the curve, baby. Holy shit, if that's true, big if true. I'm checking it out. In fact, I'm getting a bit hot. I'm putting the fan on. That's actually got me hot under the collar. Fucking hell. Let's have a fucking gander. Let's have a fucking deco. Alright. I do have a video I need to watch in a moment, but let's have a look. Install more games. Warhammer. What if they've got K47? They probably don't, because there's probably not a huge demand for it, because most people just pay for the Warlord app because it's quite good. But maybe they do. Ooh! Oh no, Conflict 47 updated 3 years ago, so no, they don't. Yeah. But that's a really good example of how, like, people will pay for an app rather than, you know, they will pay for an app rather than the free service, because there's no demand for there's no one's demanding new recruit puts conflict 47 on there. Everyone's like, no, we're pretty happy with the warlord app. But there you go. Cool. It is there. So what I did, let me move my face out of the way. Oh, bloody hell. In fact, this might even be worth doing a thing out of, because some people will be kind of curious to know. It could only be, I could always make it pre-recorded, but I think people like to see it live. So there we go. It is there, so let's check it out. I appreciate my comment. We'll take a look. So apparently, New Recruit now has a bunch of old Warhammer 40k editions on it, which is awesome. If you don't know what New Recruit is, it's basically the GW app, but better and free. Sorry, but you know, we're in a beefy mood tonight. Might as well say how it is. So it's basically, it's a really, really good list builder. I highly recommend it. It's the list builder that I use for all my Warhammer 40k stuff. It's free. If it's got adverts on it, but it's just like an advert at the bottom. But if you want to pay, you can do, and that gets rid of the ads as far as I'm aware. Now, I've been using it for all of 10th edition. It's excellent. Well, actually, at the beginning of 10th edition, I used the GW app, but then they started over monetizing it, so I went over to New Recruit. And it's very good, and it's very, very cool, and I like it. But apparently, they've been adding older editions of 40k there, which is very interesting, because New Recruit doesn't have every game system. It tends to just have the game systems that people are demanding. And so if there's older editions like 4th edition and 5th edition, which are coming up on, which are being demanded by the community, we have seen a lot of people go back to older editions. I don't think like as many as are going to go into 11th edition, don't get me wrong. We have seen a lot of people go back to old editions, so kind of cool that New Recruit is picking up on that. So if you want to check out, so what I thought we'd do today is basically check out how it works and how you can use New Recruit to build yourself a 4th edition list. Now, but I appreciate it might be a little work in progress. So what you need to do is go over to New Recruit .eu. Then you go click here to try now. And then you can create a list. Now, to add different games, you need to add the games you want to look at, you need to click on the top down menu here. I think it comes like 1 or 2 pre-installed, and then you just install more games. And it's very, very easy to do this. You can see there's quite a few in there, which is interesting. But you can see, you know, some of them are more updated than others, for example. So New Recruit's been around for a little while. So when Shadow War Armageddon, which used to be a really, really big game, was popping off, it was on here, for example. But you can see that 7 days ago, they started adding 4th edition and 5th edition stuff, which is pretty cool. And 3rd edition is there, and even 2nd edition is there. And New Recruit is very good because it allows you to, build lists. So let's have a look at some lists. Let's build one for, let me add 3rd edition in here, because people are saying 3rd edition is a little bit more complete. There we are. All right. So that's been added. And then basically it's in there. And then you go over to lists. And now you can create a list. And wow! It's got everything! Holy shit, man! Oh, wow! That's a lot more than I was expecting. I was expecting the core codexes, but it's even got all of the chapter approved stuff in there. It's got the bloody Kachan pamphlet in there. My God. All right. Well, let's have a look. It's got both Imperial Guard codexes. So you've got the first Imperial Guard codex and the second one, which is basically the 3.5 codex, which is a very good one. So let's have a look what's going on there. New list name, hype, points cost 1,500, as was the fashion of the time. force, I think we're just going to do standard missions. Create list. So we have to take a command platoon. Wait, let's have a look. So we've got elites, HQ, troops, fast attack, heavy support, no force org. My God. 1 minute. Wait, are the doctrines in here? Oh my God. It's got all of the doctrines. It's actually got all the doctrines. Holy shit. That's incredible. So for those that don't know, regimental doctrines were basically how you could build custom regiments. So you didn't just have to take like the Cadian shock troop datasheet. You could take Cadians. You could represent Cadians by taking a series of different like regimental doctrines. So Cadians typically had things like sharpshooters and stuff, but you could also use them to build your own custom regiment. So you basically just picked a list of 5 of these things. And some of them would add extra points cost onto you, and some of them were just like totally free. So for example, like veterans just meant that you could take more than 1 squad of hardened veterans. You could actually take up to 3 because you can take 3 choices there. So this is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. 4th has everything that isn't covered by 4th except 4th has everything that isn't covered by 4th except Forge World. Please what issues you find, not covered by 3rd, I mean. Kotha, are you involved in New Recruit? Are you New Recruit? Are you John New Recruit? Holy shit, it might have like the New Recruit guy in the stream. Well, at least someone who's involved with it. So 4th is everything that isn't covered by 3rd. Oh, so basically, okay. So, everyone, so basically, no, I just did the 4th edition data. Okay, right. So the reason why 4th appears work in progress is because it just has it, because 4th basically just tacks onto 3rd edition, because it's just an expansion in many ways. That basically it just has the missing bits, and that's why 3rd seems more complete than 4th. That's because 4th is just covering the bits that aren't covered by 3rd. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's good to know. Thank you very much for being in the stream, sir. This is excellent. Well, I have to say, New Recruit covering the old editions is absolutely hype. I want to say a massive thank you for your effort for making that happen. Amazing, then. Yeah, you are a hero. I agree with McConnell. I raise my glass to you, sir. Amazing, man. You mean like spending 3 detachment points on various rules that would customize your army? It's a bit more. I guess Crucible 76, but it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more in depth with the regimental doctrines because you've got more of them, and you could like buy certain units back and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not that. In a funny sort of way, you could kind of see in a perverse, bastardized way, you could see 11th edition detachment points being a bit like regimental doctrines. But I think they're same but different is how I describe it. Anyway, let us build a list here. What about war gear? 1 minute, Imperial Guard Armory. Weaponry. War gear. Oh my God, it's got everything. Oh my God. My thing is slightly off, but hey, let's add bionics to our officer. When a model with bionics is killed, instead place it on its side, roll a d6 to start the next turn. On the roll of a 6, the model stands back up with 1 wound. It has everything. The Makarian Cross. This is where you can take medals. So the Makarian Cross was given to officers that were particularly tactical, like Lord Sol Macarius. After the problem is complete, before determining the first turn, any single infantry squad, including hardened veterans, stormtroopers, ogres, ratlings, infantry platoon squads, and armed fist squads, but not any vehicles, within the 6 of the officer may be redeployed up to 12 inches, but must abide by all the mission deployment zones and rules. Cool. Hey, it's kind of cool seeing that we had redeploys back in the day. Honorifica Imperialis. The wearer gains the stats of a heroic senior officer, but does not become an officer or an independent character. Wow. This is 3rd edition / 4th edition, man. What's additional options? Homebrew? What the fuck is homebrew? No, it doesn't seem to do anything. Okay. Chapter approved? Ooh, chapter approved to add some things in. It added the Death Watch kill team. I remember that. I remember the battle report when they were featured with the Guard versus the Tyranids. Imperial armor. Nice. Wait, where did what? Colonel Snake Straczynski. Wow. General Grismond. Salamander command vehicle. Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Holy shit, man. I just saw Rogel Dawn for Homebrew. Really? Yeah. Oh, someone brought the Rogel Dawn in. Legit. Absolute legit. I love it. Holy fuck, man. I absolutely love it. This is a big deal. Right, let's build a list. So let's take a command platoon. Let's take a senior officer. Let's give him a power fist and a storm bolter. And then let's give him some war gear. Got to have the bionics. And I think you've got to have that carapace armor as well. Should we spring for a fracture shield, chat? He is a senior officer after all. Perhaps he should be properly protected. What do we think? I think what's trademark item? There. You got to run to the next battle against Simon. Maybe I'm trying to get Mordy Bro back on Old Hammer, so probably get Mordy Bro involved. Let's go for a trademark item. There you are. Now, what about the his advisors? Okay, so we want a special guardsman, but that means we have to take one of these ones out. And we're going to give him, we're going to recreate the Cadian command squad. So we're going to have a melter gun, and then we're going to have a medic. And, why don't we give the medic las pistol and close combat weapon? Because we can. And standard bearer, las pistol and close combat weapon. And a Voxcaster. Just need to take a couple of these bozos out. We don't need these standard guardsmen. There we go. So we've got an officer, Power Fist, Stormbolter, Bionics. We've got a medic, standard bearer, and should have a guy with a melter gun. Yep, that's right. So officer, melter gun, banner, medic, Voxcaster. Excellent. All right. So what can... now it does have the bits for the extra squad. So why don't we add in a couple of mortars? There you go. I'll have a mortar section. And we'll go for a fire support section with autocannons. Yes, that seems very good to me. All right. So that is all in. That's our first HQ choice. We could take a second HQ choice if we wanted to. But that'll do for now. That'll do for now. Let's then get ourselves an infantry platoon. All right. So what is our junior officer here going to be equipped with? Well, I think that we should give him a bolt pistol because he's a junior officer, but by God, Emperor, he's still an officer. No namby-pamby las pistol for this bastard. We're also going to, of course, give him a power weapon because power weapon, he's got to have the proper saber. He's a junior officer, so I don't think he's particularly... I don't think he really needs... any bionics or anything like that. Who knows? Maybe he's a bit grizzled, maybe not, but I think he's wet behind the ears. So I think we'll just keep him like that for now. Let's have a look at some guardsmen. Well, we still need a Voxcaster, I think, personally. Let's drop that one down. We still want a medic. Got to have a platoon medic after all. And then I reckon let's go for a heavy weapon team. Let's go for a good old missile. No, a mortar. Right, we want to go for the mortar because that way he can hang back and lob mortar rounds over, so he can stay safe. He can lead from the back like any good guard officer. There you are. All right. Why are you telling me? One more selection of advisor. Oh, okay. Have I not taken a... have I taken a Voxcaster guy? Yes. Did I take the medic? Yes, there we go. Okay. So we've got medic, Voxcaster. Do we not have... do we not have the heavy weapon team that we were talking about before? Let's have a look. Oh, do I need to tick that? And then drop that. And then have I got one of the bozo in there as well? And then drop one of them? What if I want a medic? Aha, there you go. I've got it. Awesome. So we've got medic, Voxcaster, and heavy weapon team. Excellent. That all seems to be working now. So then we've got the infantry squad here. Well, we obviously want a Voxcaster, and we want the classic grenade launcher and autocannon heavy weapon team. Now, I am curious. About whether we can take a... oh, if you just don't select it, you don't pay for it. Oh, of course. Okay, so autocannon, grenade launcher, Voxcaster. Obviously, we need to give our sergeant a lasgun and a sergeant a lasgun over here. Nice. So we've got a platoon here, but let's add an extra squad to the platoon. Of course. Did that work? Oh, it did. But you're just adding one to... so yeah. Okay, cool. So three there. Now let's add some conscripts for our second troop choice. And we've currently, it says 2 times conscript infantry squad. Or do you... oh, no, because technically it was... was it technically 2 10-man squads, was it? I think that's a little janky. I'm not sure that's entirely how it worked. I thought you had one squad that you just had like... you had like 50 people in, but maybe not. I'll have to check my 4th edition book. Platoon was 2 10-man squads, but let me check me bloody conscripts. I've got my book around here somewhere. Let me look. I bet it was 10-man squads. It was at least 10-man squads to a maximum of 50 or something like that. Where are you? I've got you. Okay, I've got it. All right, here we go. So. Oh, no, it's right. Yeah. A conscript platoon consists of between 2 and 5 squad. Each squad and platoon will be made up as follows. 10 conscripts. A conscript platoon consists of 2 to 5 squads. Ah, so you couldn't have, like, 31 conscripts, I don't think. How interesting. Interesting indeed. I mean, maybe if I just add one on at all. If I do that. Oh, no, interesting. Okay, I actually used to play that wrong. So, see, the advantage of having a good list builder. There you are. So let's just add in a big old whack. 50 bloody conscripts. 50 infantry for 200 points, chat. That sounds like a bloody good idea to me. Let's go for that. So now, and then we'll go for one more troop choice. We'll go for the old Armored Fist Squad. Because you can't go wrong with that. The Armored Fist Squad, we'll just give them a flamer. Chimera, Heavy Bolter, Multi-Laser. Why not? Oh, twin-linked Heavy Bolters, the Imperial Armor option. Very nice. Vehicle upgrades. Let's go for a Pintle Heavy Stubber. some track guards, and a dozer blade. There you go. Oh, and some smoke launchers. Of course. Right. There we go. All right. So we've spent 1,000 points on a command squad, 2 heavy weapon teams, 50 conscripts, a 35-man strong infantry platoon, and a squad and a chimera. So I feel like we've spent quite a lot on our infantry. We probably just need to bang a couple of Lehman Russes in this bad boy. So we go for 1 Lehman Russ here. Well, let's go for the classic 1 Lehman Russ, 1 Demolisher, right? So now the meta thing to do was to not give your Lehman Russ as many upgrades, because if they fired the main gun, they couldn't fire the side guns. But we are not meta, we are vibes. So we're going to go for something like that. And always got to have the track guards, and always got to have the dozer blade and the stubber, right? And we'll do the same on the Demolisher. Las cannon, plasma cannons, heavy stubber, smoke launchers, track guards, all that kind of good stuff. 65 points left over. Well, we've got to have someone to keep the lads in line. Got to have a commissar. He's obviously got to have a bolt pistol. He's obviously got to have a power weapon. He's obviously going to be an absolutely grizzled bastard, so he's going to have bionics. And he's going to have carapace armor. 8 points left over. Fuck it. Let's give him let's give him some fucking melter bombs, bro. Let's fucking go. There you are. Now, some of you might be wondering, oh, where are the other, like, tank options? That's where you would go over to additional options here, and you would click Imperial Armor. And then you would see that all of your other tank options were there, including some that we don't have anymore, like the Lemur's Conqueror. The Conqueror was a very cool tank. It had a non-ordnance battle cannon, which was actually quite important because it meant that you could fire the main gun and all of the side weapons as well, which is very, very helpful. Meant that you could actually get more. Its main gun had less firepower, but overall it could get more firepower. Of course, your Vanquisher is there as well. The Vanquisher cannon may choose to fire an AT shell instead of using the Ordnance Blast. Instead, roll to hit using the Cruise Ballistic skill. If a hit is scored, roll 2d6 for armor penetration and add the scores together. So the Vanquisher cannon basically could fire as a normal battle cannon, or it could fire the AP round, which was obviously very, very helpful if you came across some particularly nasty beasties. I believe at some point they also got things like Beast Hunter shells as well, although that might not have been until much later. Let's have a look. Veterans, is that where you get the you get a battle honor? I'm not entirely sure about battle honor, so won't worry about that too much. Yeah, so there you go. Obviously the advantage of the AP round is it's no longer an ordnance weapon. It's not firing the Ordnance Blast. So that means you could fire the normal weapon. You could fire the main gun and all the side shit as well. But yeah, we haven't got a Vanquisher today. And there we go. All right, look at that. I got 3 points left over. Is there anything I can spend me 3 points on? Oh, the agony of choice. I mean, technically, I could... Oh, no, I can't give my... I think I could... give my junior officer something extra, maybe? Let's have a look. My junior officer can have a frag grenade. Does the whole unit have to have them? Nope. And he can have a surveyor. He can have an Auspex. There you go. We've just made Auspex tactics in the flesh. So you can't have a bolter on a sergeant unless you make him a veteran sergeant, which would be more than 3 points. So you've got to go veteran sergeant, 6 points. So 6 points to get the veteran sergeant, and then after that, you can get access to the armory. So there you go. Why is additional options now telling me off? Oh, 1 minute. It's because I'm just selecting it too many times. Yeah, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. Regimental doctrines. We need to add conscript platoons back in. We need to pay for those. We're going to go for we don't actually need them all, so we're just going to go for regimental doctrines. independent commissars, which might mean that we're actually slightly over on price now. Yeah, he's now 61 points, I think. Let me have a look. Is it under elite? Aha, there you go. That's what we need. That one instead. So, independent commissar. Excellent. So we need independent commissar so we can join the conscripts. We need close order drill. And don't know tunes. I think the rest of them are like paid. And we don't really want to pay points for them. So that's fine. Yeah, technically we could buy back a bunch of the units, but we don't need to. Let's go to the armory, weaponry, bolt pistol, power weapon. Are we going over points now, are we? Oh, let's go to power fist. Power weapon. No power fist. There you are. And we'll give him some bionics. There you go. All right. There you are. We have now built a fully accurate 3rd edition / 4th edition list for Warhammer 40k, which is amazing. So cool. So fucking cool. And this is completely free, by the way. So for those of you, and don't forget, like, all the rules are available for every unit. So you click on the little eye and it shows you like all the different stats and everything. It's got the rules summary for every unit as well. So it doesn't, obviously you don't have the core rules. There's no core rules here. But if you wanted to build a list and you wanted to if you want to start building lists for 3rd edition, maybe get those creative juices flowing, it makes it a lot easier. You don't, really need your old 4th edition codex now. Just need the old 3rd/4th edition rules, which is amazing. So this is a very, very, very exciting and useful tool. And I have to say, it's making me think we might need some more Old Hammer on the channel. Yeah, awesome. So I want to say a massive shout out to New Recruit for updating their app/website and adding all the auditions to it. I want to say a massive thank you to Macon for letting us know that this was happening, and a big thank you to all the people like Kothra, I think it was, who have been from the community, who've been putting the effort in and adding these things onto New Recruit, which is incredible. There we go. That's awesome, man. That makes me very excited. I have to say, that makes me very excited for ages. I might need to get on the blower to on the old horn to. This is all sounding very sexual. It means phone. I might need to get on the phone to Mordy Bro and be like, Mordy Bro, we got a cook. We've got a cook. Jesse, we need to cook. There you go. So for those of you that want to play around with that, let me send you a link to New Recruit, and you can all play around with the old editions and everything. There you are. There you go. That was very, very cool and very, very exciting. What have we got here? What have we got here next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. K47 stuff is discussion. Shout out to Mike Rolls Dice. Let's have a look. Oh yeah. Mike Rolls Dice does really good stuff. Well, now that I'm starting to think of things, I'm definitely gonna try and create some K12 content. I have an idea. What the fuck is K12 content? I have an idea of what I want to start doing one day. Maybe battle ports. That might be too difficult at the moment. What is someone who loves K47 MG in the community? What kind of content would you like to see for K47 from an up-and-coming guy? Also, I want to give a big shout out to Mike Ross Dice, his latest battle port. I watch him stream stuff, and he's a fan of your channel, Tim. So I want to get a shout for support. Dude, I love Mike Ross Dice's stuff. Yeah, I've shouted him out loads of times. He does really good conflict battle reports, and I've not done a battle report in a little while, just because of what do you call it? Because of some real life logistics and stuff. But Mike has been putting out lots of K47 battle ports for a little while now, very consistently. So yeah, definitely recommend the channel. And Cosmic, he's part of the conflict crew. There you are. What have we got here? All right. Let me have a look here. Oh shit, 1 minute. So that was pretty hype. That was pretty cool. I do have some other potential hype for you guys. Let me just move this out of the way. So, you've not done because you hate us. I haven't. I have. It's not negative reasons, but I haven't been Mordy Bro has been indisposed for good reasons, but he's been indisposed. So not had a chance to do any battle reports with him for K47. And Simon, Simon prefers bolt action over K47, and I don't want to force Simon to play a game that he's less interested in. So yeah, there you go. Now I've got some good news. I want to check something though before we do anything. Oh shit! Closed the wrong video. Let me open it again. Hang about. We could end the stream on a last bit of beef, but before we get there, we've got something else. All right, so I want to check something, and then we're all Gucci. Ah, this is totally new. Excellent. Right, well, this is worth talking about then. I've got an inside scoop for K47. Indeed, this is breaking news. This is a world first exclusive. Warlord does not even have this on their website yet. But they sent it to me, so I presume I'm allowed to talk about it. I have got the new sprues for the Mark II infantry for the Brits. It's a world premiere. Now, this is quite a big deal because we know that the new Mark IIs are getting new weapons. Well, we're getting a new weapon. They're getting the new Tesla cannon. And so knowing what's on the sprue is quite important. So what I thought we could do is take a look at the new sprue and have a go at building one of these bastards. Bear in mind, I don't have the instructions, but probably be all right. And I think the new sprues are going to give you a good indication of what the squads might be able to take. So let's take a look. That's a very skewed camera, isn't it? You can see one of my feet there if you're paying close attention. So here we are. So you can see on this sprue that you have enough to build. 1 minute, let me stop the camera from auto-focusing into oblivion, because that will make it harder for us to actually focus on what we want to see. No, that's the wrong one. And there we go. Camera control, focus, not auto, and just let me turn it up a little bit. There you are. All right, a little bit of Magos Mordian. So this is the sprue. So you can see you get. Let me use a pointy stick. You can see you get 2 Mark II infantry on each sprue. You can also see that you get 3 weapons on each sprue. You get 1 light autocannon, 1 heavy autocannon, and 1 Tesla gun as well. So I know that there was a little bit of concern about how many auto cannons and how many Tesla cannons you'll be able to take per unit. Now, I've heard a little bit of chit and chat around the proverbial internet water cooler about these new Mark II infantry and how many of each weapon they'll be able to take. And I believe that the rumors circulating at the moment is that you won't be limited to one Tesla gun in a squad, which could be very, very helpful. Because I know if you're a Brit player, you have got some issues with things like the bloody Shrek Wolfen and the Ursus coming at you, those hard to kill units that are hopping from cover to cover, and being able to ignore cover can be very helpful. So being able to get more than one Tesla cannon in a unit could be very good. Now, like I said, I want to make something clear. That is very much rumors. That's not confirmed in any way, shape, or form. If it was confirmed, I'd be doing all sorts of wink, wink, nudge, nudges and all that kind of stuff. So it's not confirmed. Like I said, it's rumors and speculation. But I heard about those rumors and speculation before I saw this sprue. Now, bear in mind, if you go over to the K47 website, I do believe on the British Army list that you can take 4 Mark II automated infantry in a squad. It's a minimum of 2. It's a maximum of 4, I believe. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. But if that was the case, then I think with a bit of logical deduction, you could probably work out, if you put 2 of these sprues together, how many Tesla guns you could get in a squad. I think you could probably get 2 of them. Again, that's pure speculation. That's logical deduction. Using my machine brain, I think you might be able to get 2 per squad. But what's interesting is not just the Tesla gun here, but the autocannons. So obviously you've got one of the heavy autocannons, very good for getting a bit of extra punch. Nothing, definitely don't, because some people will go, oh, it's all about Tesla all the way. Well, you know, when you've got a surging air that's coming at you, that Tesla gun ain't going to do diddly dick to them. But having a heavy autocannon can be very helpful in that situation. Now, what I don't know, and what will be very interesting to find out as and when we get the rules, is if you can take Tesla guns and heavy autocannons, because it may be possible in a 4-man squad to get 2 of them and 2 of them. It may be possible to take no light autocannons if you don't want to. Again, pure, utter speculation. I have no hard information on this whatsoever, but I can tell you that if you can take up to 4 in a squad, 2 of these sprues, it would be possible for you to build them with 2 Tesla cannons and 2 heavy autocannons, and I think that might mean you might be able to make a squad with them. Logical deduction based off nothing but intuition. However, I don't think we want to discount the light autocannon, because the light autocannon, one thing I can tell you is that bayonet right now, it's just for show. In the future, it will not be just for show. It will have a purpose. So it will, and so obviously its bayonet is a combat-based weapon. So I guess what I really like about this new sprue and the implications it has for the units is it allows you to decide what kind of Mark II unit do you want to make. At the moment, they're almost exclusively, or basically they're exclusively a fire support unit. And you can still really do that. You can go Tesla, and you could go like heavy autocannons, and you could just sit back and you could blast the fuck out of people. But I do like the idea that that's going to be expensive. You know, potentially paying for all those heavy autocannons, paying for that Tesla, that could be expensive. And they're already an expensive unit. I think like 60 plus points per model. So what I'm wondering is the other side of the coin, cheap melee squad. The Brits have been getting a little overrun by damage 7 melee infantry. But what if it's now time for the Brits to bully people with that stuff? a squad of 4 Mark IIs, armor 7, hard to kill, big ass bayonets. I think there's something to that. I think there's something to that indeed. Obviously, we'll have to find out when we get the rules in hand, or when Warlord decides that to send them to me digitally, and then I can strain that NDA at the bolts, giving you as many hints and stuff as possible. At the moment, I don't have any of that. But yeah, it'd be cool to see what possible things we can get going with this squad. But it's a pretty so that sort of talks about the different weapon options. Now let's talk about the sprue ergonomics. Oh yes, I bloody love sprue ergonomics. I go on and on about these bloody things. Sprue ergonomics. They're very important to me. To me, these sprue ergonomics look all right. I feel like the models are somewhat clustered on these sort of like these tram lines, as it were. So I can see, I think all of these bits are going to go together. I feel like most of this is for one bot, most of this is for another, although not entirely, because I still think I need a head from over here, potentially. And the Tesla backpack might be for over here, for example. But it's certainly, I'm kind of curious, actually. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So I can see one of these guys has got what it looks like is the Tesla backpack that he has to take. And one of them has a more freeform one. I wonder if you could... Ooh, that's kind of interesting. So you can put the obviously if you just don't give him the Tesla cannon, it doesn't really matter, right? It's kind of interesting to see how, like, because they've given you what looks like potentially 2 of these exhaust vents down here, exhaust vent back, exhaust vent here. Interesting. So it'll be interesting to see how these actually go together. But it looks like, you know, this one goes together over here. And this one goes together over here. And then it's about putting the right weapons in the right place. Although you've got like legs and stuff. I think it'll be relatively, to be honest, I think it'll be relatively interchangeable when I think about it. Because this is just a generic ball socket. That's a generic ball socket. That's a generic ball socket. That's a generic ball socket and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it looks pretty straightforward to me. Shall we have a go at building one? I suppose we should build the one which has got the new loadout, which is for the Tesla gun. So let's have a go at building one of them. Now, bear in mind, I don't have any instructions for this, so we're going to be raw dogging it a little bit. Got one bit there. Got one bit there. Oh, bloody hell, knocking everything over. There. We'll need the backpack on that. Now, I will say the sprue ergonomics on this, I'm going to give them a 7 out of 10. They're good, but I can definitely see people wanting to use the instructions on these guys at least the first time. I found something sort of similar with the Ursus. How like the Ursus were pretty straightforward to go together, but it would have been nice to have the instructions for the first one. You know, because there's a few little bits here and here which I'm not entirely certain where they go. But let's have a quick gander and see if we can make this stuff work all right. That looks like an arm to me. That looks like an arm to me. I think there's going to be little bits of like, I think this is little bits of like shoulder armor and stuff. That's what and maybe bits on the sides of the legs. So let me just, I'm gonna clip them out and put them to one side, and then see if, as we're building the model, it becomes kind of apparent where they're meant to go. And if it all goes a bit tits up, then I'll take a point off for sprue ergonomics. Aha, how interesting. I'm just taking the bits off now. Sorry for doing it off camera, it's just a little easier for me to manage the bits, but everything's clipping out. I can assure you, everything's clipping out very nicely. What I noticed is what was making me go, aha, is I noticed that there was no hand on the Tesla cannon here. But, let me just adjust that slightly. But I found the hand was just separate there. So there you go, which is different to the autocannons. The autocannons, all the hands are molded on. We've got an end to the Tesla gun as well. Someone in chat said we've got Necron Immortals at home. Yeah, it's a little bit like that, to be honest. Yeah, you get the big robots are kind of like your Necron Immortals. Yeah, the Necrons. The more that that Warlord go down the robot route for the Brits, I do have to say I am continuing to get big Necron vibes from them, especially with things like hard to kill and stuff permeating the Force at an ever greater rate, which is kind of cool. Now I do realize I might not actually have a big base for this guy. I might not have a 40mm base, which means I might have to build him without one, but we'll see how it goes. I don't want to. I might have a spare one, but I'll have to start digging it out, which might be a bit of a nightmare. We'll take a look. Okay, yeah, that's there. There we go. Just trimming off the little end bits. There we go. I think we've pretty much got everything here. Yeah, I'm going to give the model 7 out of 10 for sprue ergonomics. I do think that I would like the instructions for the first time, but once I'd built one of them, I wouldn't need the instructions again, which is why and also the models are broken down into a few bits as well. So I'd probably give them 7 out of 10 for sort of part breakdown. I tend to prefer models which, whilst not exactly one-piece models, the fewer I do tend to find that the fewer little itty bits, the better. Although, you know, like there's an end the Tesla gun here. There's this like shoulder armor and shit here. So I'm trying to be fair and balanced with this kind of stuff. It's still, you know, light years ahead of what we've seen with some other model companies, but it's definitely not the best that I've seen from Warlord games. I suspect, and do you know what's kind of interesting? It's sort of starting to give me a little bit of an appreciation for some of the GW kits that we see. I suspect that what's happening is when you get to a certain size of model, you really don't have much choice in how it gets broken down. And so it gives me a lot more sympathy for the Games Workshop models that are really big and are in loads of different parts. It does give me a bit more sympathy for them. However, I do think something like 58 bits for Saturnine Terminator is still royally taking the piss. But that's just like my opinion, man. So we've got a leg that goes on that side. I'm pretty certain this leg wants to go on the other side. Okay. Yeah, I think Games Workshop, it gives me an appreciation that some of the big models do need to be broken down to quite a lot of parts, but GW still breaks them down into far too many parts. I'm just taking the other leg off here. Got rid of the old leg armor. We've definitely chosen to build the more complicated the models, but if we can build the most complicated one, without instructions, then that means that the other ones will be much easier. Taking the Tesla tube off. There we are. And we need the side of the Tesla gun as well. Okay. Okay, and let me just... I thought I'd got all the bits out, but it turns out that, no, there's a few more. That's what I was saying about sprue ergonomics. That's why it's getting a 7 out of 10. Still relatively easy to find the parts. I'm not hunting around the sprue. It's definitely not a negative score. And there's definitely still pretty fun to build, but you know, I am having to trim out a few more parts than maybe I'd want to, and there are a few of those niggly little bits that that I hate, but it's not too bad. I think 7 out of 10 is a very fair score for something like this. You know, that's a 7 out of 10 internally. Like I said, compare this to a Saturnine Terminator, and well, that's probably a bit of an extreme example. Okay, so I think we've got everything now. Oh, just trim that up. So I think what I'd like to do is basically I want to build it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the sort of constituent parts, then see if I can add them all together. But I'm a little, like I said, conscious I don't have a big base for this guy. Or if I do, it's buried in a box somewhere. But let's have a look. So the old Tamiya thin cement. Let's add the power pack on there. Is that right? Upside down, maybe? Try it the other way around. Ah, yes. So there is a right way up with that. Put the front on. Very good. Okay. And then let's put the arms together. That's pretty easy. I'm not gonna lie, that is pretty easy. Put the other arm together. There you are. Put the legs together. It is pretty straightforward. I might up my score to 7.5. It is pretty straightforward. 7 is actually looking like quite a harsh score now. It looks like the parts are in lots of little bits, but you can fit. But the thing is, you can very easily figure out which part goes where sometimes you're staring at a model. Again, from from another game company, and we all know who I'm talking about, Games Workshop. And we are going to compare them. They are the self-proclaimed industry leaders. And you can be staring at a part and just think, what the fuck does this do? Where the fuck does it go? This one looks like, I just cut them out and it seemed pretty obvious where each bit went. So I might be upping my score to a 7.5, maybe even an 8, but we'll say 7.5 for now. Don't want to be accused of being biased. Let's, I think put this side bit on the gun here. I've not trimmed that bit off very well. Let me just trim that top bit off. There we are. It looks like it has to go there for me. Interesting to see what I might have be missing a bit there. I might have to go back and have a look. I think these legs, I can't help but feel like these armor panels are meant to go on the legs. Oh, they go on the front. Ooh. Okay. So see, I didn't know where they went, but I figured it out. Okay. So we'll put these on the front. There you are. And then we'll do the same for this one. Seems pretty straightforward and intuitive. Okay, very good. The hand here. I imagine it should go on there, right? Or am I missing a bit off the sprue? It's all coming together. It's all good. So that bit which I thought was an extra power pack is actually not an extra power pack. It's for the Tesla gun. Okay, there you are. See, it's pretty. This is like I said, I think I was a bit harsh in my score. If you can just if you look at a sprue you've never seen before, and you can go, "Ooh, I think there's a bit missing. Let me look at the sprue and see what's missing. Oh, I think it's that bit," and then, that actually, is legit the bit that's missing, and you can see it at a glance. I think that shows actually really good, like, part breakdown. If the human, it shows to me that the parts have been broken down by a human. Because if the parts have been broken down by a robot, then you look down and you can't, the human brain can't get it. It's like, well, this hasn't been deciphered. This hasn't been broken down by a human. So how am I, a human, meant to understand what the machine was thinking? Does that make sense? It doesn't seem natural. But the part breakdown definitely feels like someone went, okay, we need to break this bit off here, this bit off here, or they checked it after the machine had done it. Anything but just clicking the button and going on lunch break. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm pretty certain that bit now, like that, or like that. Yes, excellent. Yes, excellent. Now these two little bits here are definitely shoulder armor. I feel like I might want to put those on after I've glued the bits into place. So what I need to do now is try and see if I've got a spare base, because I'd love to be able to have him in a somewhat normal pose. So if you guys are happy to give me, have I got one? Oh, I don't think that's the right size. 1 minute. Let me have a quick look, gentlemen. I'm going in. Oh no, I think they're the size of heavy weapon team bases. No, I think that's for something else. No matter. Alright. So, I'm going to look at a second place. We're doing it live. This is the beauty of live television. A lot of heavy weapon team bases. They're not very helpful to me there. Jesus, I've got a lot of heavy weapon team bases. So many bloody 60 mils. Aha, 1 minute. 1 minute, we might be onto something. Aha! Yes! Excellent. Excellent. I have 4 spare right-sized bases, which is excellent. My tendency to be a hoarder has paid off. It has got a pube on it. 1 minute. It's all right. We'll take the errant pube if it means that we can actually build this guy accurately. All right. That's very useful. This is why you don't throw bases away. I never throw bases away. I throw sprues away. I'm like, I'm never going to use that. That can fuck off. And never throw bases away. Bases are very, very useful. Right, so let us have a go at building this chap. I think it's going to go something like... I think we want to get the legs on first. That's my gut instinct with this thing. And so I think all we want is to basically jam them on for the time being. Obviously it's plastic glue, so we get a little bit of wiggle room. And my instinct is that it wants to be something, yes, like that. All right. Okay, so we want to plop him on there, and he's striding forth. So I'll show you guys what that looks like. He's got the back of his foot up there. Now I feel like he's probably looking a bit straight back to the nose. So let's lean him forward a bit. Right, now let's go for the arms. I'm going to put the glue in the holes this time, see if that makes any particular difference. Okay. And okay, right. And then of course we need to get the gun in place. And now that that's fully built, we'll just blob up there and blob up there. Now this is quite a heavy bit of plastic to go on what in theory are quite spindly arms. So this might be one of those examples where you might want to let certain bits dry before you put other bits in there. See if I let, yes, you see if I let go of that now, that's going to struggle a little bit. So what I would be tempted to do is to line the bits up, as it were, and then maybe either hold them in place for a bit. But you kind of want to get that cable on as well. That's kind of the biggie. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have that there, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a paint pot and pop it underneath. There you go. Something like that. And then we can play around with this thing. Now I think it should be relatively okay. But in fact, let's have a look. I think this bit wants to go in the back. Or is it more like that? Let's have a look. Play around with it a bit. Oh, it's definitely like this. That goes there. And that goes round. So we're going to put a big wob of glue in there. Jam that sucker in there to give a bit of purchase. Tilt the body up a bit. This might be where you have to let the legs set a bit first. So yeah, there's definitely an argument that these are a little tricky to build because there's some quite heavy bits with some quite fine connection points. Okay, fuck me, this cable's a bastard. Bastard in cable. So this is the advantage of doing it live. You just got to, you know, it's just the honest assessment of the thing. Not sure I really like that. You sure that's how it's meant to go? Sure it's not like that. No way. So I don't like the way the cable works, I'll be honest with you. Because you've got to try and get the cable connect to the gun like, oh a minute, maybe it just goes like that. Let's have a look. Does that mean I need to bring the arm in? Yeah, I don't like the way the cable goes on the gun. You see, I can't quite get it to connect. See what I mean? Maybe I need to bring this arm forward a bit, arm back a bit like that. Almost makes you think you're doing it the wrong way around. Does it go around? Hang on. Hang on. Ah, 1 minute. Maybe I am, as they say, the genius. It's definitely getting a bit gluey. That's in the right place, but now that's not in the right place. No, I have to say I'm not impressed with this bit of the model at all. The cable just doesn't seem to go on. The cable just does not seem to go where you need it to go at all. Yeah, that's very disappointing, I have to say. I never thought I think it's honestly I think the Tesla gun is the I think the rest of the model is fine. I think the autocannons are fine, but this bloody cable, it just wouldn't go. That is the only way it will fit. Is that right? Maybe it's just popped into place. Okay, it's just popped into place now. It's definitely a bastard though. Definitely, it's okay. So it's kind of like the robot is sort of slinging. It's kind of like slinging it from underneath. It's sort of firing. Yeah. Okay. Oh, but then that bloody arm bit's not where it wants to. Oh God. Yeah, no, it's definitely a bad bit of the model. I'm not even going to deny it. I'll say this Tesla gun is definitely unfun to build. It's connecting the cable. It's very, very fiddly. And you just can't get that to line up correctly. And then look, it's pulling apart at the arm there. So either you connect, your cable doesn't quite connect. It's not quite flush on the back either. It's all right, I guess. It's mostly there, but it's definitely not the cleanest build I've ever done. Maybe I should check the picture, see if I've got the cable the wrong way around. No, I've definitely not got the picture the wrong way around. No, it definitely is the way. It's that way. Yeah, maybe it's the leg. Maybe I've got the leg slightly in the wrong position. If I lift it up like that. Yeah. There you go. It's all that gap there is annoying me now. That gap there is annoying me. I want to connect that there, so that's in place. I want to connect that at the back, so that's in place. And then the arm is kind of like really far back on the socket. Yeah, it just doesn't quite go. It's close, but it just doesn't. Like, I can't have that. Yeah, it's just very slightly not flush. That's as good as it's going to get, I think, unfortunately. It's fine, but I definitely give the Tesla version annoying as piss to build out of 10. Once it's all done, though, I think it'll be all right. That arm. Yeah. There you go. Once it's done, I think once you've painted it, it'll look absolutely fine. But getting that cable to line up into the bottom, it's still not flush. You can see it there. There's a gap there. It's still not flush. I think I would be very tempted to just not bother with the power cable. Hold this model upside down to manipulate the cable into place. Don't think that makes a difference, mate. No, it did actually. How the fuck did that just work? Oh, but now the arm's... No, because the arm's not quite right now. Oh, the upside down trick, eh? It's a bit better. Is that the... How the fuck has turning it upside down made it easier to build? How the fuck has turning it upside down made it all just go into place? What the fuck is this voodoo magic? Alright, so if you want to build the cable and have it all slot into place, what you need to do is learn some fucking science. Science, bitch! There you go. That did actually help. Big shout out to big shout out to Master Pef for that one. Oh, interesting. Actually, I've got this. Might actually be somewhat relevant. Yeah, interestingly, the shoulder armor that you put on actually helps cover up the squiffiness of the arm joints once you've been fucking around with it. So maybe that's why it was separate, so you could do that. Interesting. Okay, now that I know the gravity trick, I think the cable thing is a lot easier. But you are going to need to know the gravity trick. Yeah, you are going to need to know it. That was, overall, I would give I think building the normal robots will be much easier. Overall, I give building the Tesla robot version. I thought the sprue ergonomics was fine. I give the sprue ergonomics 8 out of 10. I found it very easy to find all of the parts. I'll give the part breakdown 8 out of 10. It was a little bitty, but it was actually, it all made sense when you got to the end of the process. And I'll give the actual building of the guy, without the gravity trick, I'd give the building of the guy a 5 out of 10. But with the gravity trick of this one, I'd give it a 6 out of 10. So I'd probably give the whole build process a solid 7 out of 10. With, I think, the autocannon one being an easy 8 out of 10. An easy 8 out of 10. Yeah. So it's just the Tesla cannon's a bit faffy and a bit fucking fiddly, basically. Yeah. Visually, how does he look? I mean, he looks like a fucking beast, doesn't he? Look at him. And once it's all in place, the pose is very nice. The pose feels, even though it's a robot, feels very natural. Like, something I would say about the big difference between the plastics and the resin. See how, like, this guy's like sort of jankily sort of wobbling along. That's what the resin robots are kind of like. But the plastic robots have got much more natural poses because you're not having to like use bloody milliput and superglue to try and get them to just stay together. You're actually able to use plastic to get the poses to just look better. So yeah, overall, I give the plastic kit a big thumbs up. I'd give the old resin kit like a 6 out of 10 for the Mark IIs. This one I'd give a solid. If you take it all into account, if you weren't building the Tesla ones, no, taking it all into account, including Tesla and non-Tesla versions, I give it a solid sort of 8.5. It's a big step up. Scale comparison next to a normal dude. Oh no, yeah, they're absolutely massive, boys. They're absolutely fucking huge. Like they're This guy's like this guy's in power armor, so he's actually a little bit higher up than you'd expect. But if I've got like a normal rifleman here, here you go. Yeah, no, here you go. Here's a normal rifleman, not a power armored guy. He's twice the height of a man. He's twice the height of a man. There you are, big boy, very very big boy. So yeah, overall, I thought the kit was good. Obviously, there were some problems with the cable, but once I learned how to unlock the power of gravity, those problems basically went away. So my advice would be avoid the difficulty that I had and use gravity. Basically, get the cable in place and then turn it upside down and use the gravity, and it all just. If I was to build a second one of those Tesla cannons now, it would be a piece of piss. It would be a piece of piss. So I think it's one of those. So I give a kit a 10 out of 10. And then I sort of work my way down. I give a kit a 10 out of 10 if you don't need any instructions to build the kit. The parts go together super easily every single time. And the model isn't broken down to lots of little bits. So the reason, so if I take a look at that model, it was broken down into a lot of parts. It's broken down into more parts than normal, but it was very easy to find them all. And apart from the cable, it all went together very easily. So I can't say the entire model's a bag of shit because of the cable. The cable is the one weakness of the Tesla bit, of the Tesla model. So that's why I'm not. You might be thinking, well, considering how much frustration I have, shouldn't you give it a lower score? No, because the rest of it was good. So that's why I'd give overall this model kit an 8 out of 10. It was broken down into lots of little bits, but they're easy to find. Those bits went together very easily when you were building them, and there was only one particularly frustrating part. But once you got the knack of it, you'd be fine. I feel like if you were brand new to Conflict 47, you'd need to use the instructions for the first time to build one. But after that, you'd be off to the races. No dramas whatsoever. Yeah. So there you go. That's my live ad hoc review and build of the new Mark IIs. There you go. Mad Larkin, come with all the Mark II Tesla. I don't know, to be honest. My understanding, I don't have any understanding, but looking at the sprues, it looks like you get 1 Tesla per 2 bots. So if you're taking a 4-man squad, maybe you could get 2 Tesla. So I don't know I don't think you could get them all with Tesla, but I think you could get 1 Tesla per 2 bots. Something like that. Aaron, hey Mordian, quick question. Building a Canadian Command Squad at the moment, should I build the banner for 11th or swap it for another special weapon? The banner is the cool option, but in 11th edition, the special weapon is the more efficient option. It's entirely up to you. I always go banner because a man who loses the king's colours loses the king's friendship. Banner because banner, yeah. But the right option is the plasma gun at this point. Yeah. All right. Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. I turned sprues into Wotan. Never toss out your sprues. I mean, I do. I've thrown away a lot of sprues recently, and I haven't regretted it. I tend to hold on to my sprues for about a year or two, and if I haven't had even. If I've forgotten I've even got them, I throw them out when I find them. Yeah. Chris K, thank you for super chat. Bad news in chat. Let's have a look. Hopefully it's not too bad. It's got to be a piss take. What's this? Giant freaking robot. Amazon has cancelled its upcoming new Stargate series because, and this is not a joke, They thought fans of Stargate would like it, and they want a different audience. I don't believe it. No, it's not possible. Oh no, it is true. Stargate Revival officially dead at Amazon. Gate World is now confirming the Variety report. Well, it's time to mourn and rebuild our momentum again. Let me have a look here. Let's have a look. So Reddit is saying Gate will now confirm Variety report, new Stargate cancelled. Well, it's time to mourn and rebuild our momentum again. This makes zero sense. Why approve it then pull the plug shortly before filing? I feel awful for everyone involved getting the hopes up. I wish I'd let someone from the show buy the rights. I know Joe was trying. That would have been great. Because they teased it too early and it was obvious. They wouldn't tell us what the story was, who was attached to it, nothing. Because all they got approved for was drafting initial concept. The first few screenplays are maybe to try and shop it around for casting, see if a big name would bite. This shit happens all the time in Hollywood. They greenlight a project for pre-production and it dies before it ever goes into production. Usually they don't tease you with it that early. I was skeptical but optimistic when they made the announcement because it seemed really early to announce to fans and nothing was really committed to yet. Ideally, you don't get people's hopes up until you have gotten further along. It's common to just have a press release saying such and such show from producer X is going through production, and they never said the word until actors are actually being cast. Reminds me of the Firefly teasing they're doing. Yeah, okay. Amazon MGTV Studios not moving forward with Martin Gero's Stargate Revival, which was to begin filming this fall. Stargate fans can't seem to catch a break. Amazon MGTV Studios have backed on its plans to reopen Stargate with a new series from writer and executive producer Martin Gero. Variety reported and Gateway has confirmed the show was to stream globally on Prime Video. The show was announced in November in a video for the studio with Gero and fellow Stargate TV veterans Brad Wright and Joseph Malozzi taking the news straight to the fans. Citing on a source of knowledge of the situation, Variety reports that executives at the studio were concerned that Gero's take of the series would not have broad appeal beyond the franchise's already dedicated fan base. These people have all got to go. I don't care how. I don't care where. They've got to go. How many times? When will the lesson be learned? When will the lesson be learned? These people are fucking stupid. This is a key component in reviving a legacy IP, as it could be difficult to justify a large price tag, such as big budget streaming series, if any project only reaches existing fans and fails to grow the audience. No. Existing fans is what will get you out of the door. Then the existing fans won't shut the fuck up about it. And then the normies get involved. Oh my God. What happened when you tried to get Star Wars to appeal to a broader audience? It went to shit. What happened when you tried to get Star Trek to appeal to a broader audience? It went to shit. What happened when you made Rings of Power? It went to shit. Big yellow energy. Too much goddamn yellow energy. They just don't fucking get it. Well, it annoys me. It annoys me. But here's the thing. in a funny sort of way, better cancelled than mangled. Yeah. It's so annoying. I tell you what, I'd rather it got cancelled than they compromise on a bunch of shit to make the studio executives approve it, which then would ruin the show. If they'd gone, okay, yeah, well, we'll change this, change that, change this, change that, blah, 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 then we would have ended up with a Halo TV program. Better. And a bad series can taint an entire, a bad season can taint an entire series. Someone once made a very good, demonstrated this to me, a really good statement. Game of Thrones was one of the biggest TV programs in all of history. And season 8 was so bad that during COVID, almost nobody went back and rewatched Game of Thrones because they ruined the payoff so horrifically. It was like, what's the point in going back and watching it from the beginning? Like, because you just know, like, the whole point was the build up and the payoff, right? And it didn't pay off. Like, Game of Thrones is now, the only bits people watch are the individually good episodes. That's it. So, you know what? I'd rather just enjoy the old series I'd rather enjoy the old series without the new series coming along and ruining it. If they cancelled it for such a BS reason as that, I don't think we'd want to see what they'd done if it had actually gone ahead. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. It was literally cancelled because it would have been 2 Stargate. Yeah. I love this comment here. This is a key component in reviving legacy IP, as it can be difficult to justify a large price tag, such as big budget streaming series, if a budget only reaches existing fans and fails to grow the audience. We didn't need big budget. Give us 2000s era CGI, all filmed in a Vancouver forest, just as long as the story is written by the original showrunners. That's it. Why do so many planets look like Earth? Because we filmed it in Vancouver. Yeah, that's so true. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Executives are just the fucking worst. This is the same shit though, right? It's the same shit that GW is going through right now. Oh, we can't do that. Will it? Yeah, that's the same shit, man. Yeah. Cosmic. So, Chris K, thank you for letting us know. But you know what? I'm not as sad as I thought I'd be. Because I've still got all the old Stargate. And I've just finished... Piss Energy, yeah. I've just finished Season 8. You know, the one where it's the big showdown between the Garwold, led by Baal, and the Replicators, and the Free Jafar. And they're at the temple at Dakara. And yeah, so I've just got to that point now. And I think that's the bit where, spoiler alert, where we start seeing Mitchell turn up and stuff, which is cool. So I won't finish anything, but yeah. It's such a good, like, episode. Yeah, really, really good. Big fan is always killed by some corporate wanker. So sad. I know, right? I know. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Stargate might be gone, but what about Riftgate? I mean, I'm sure there's a Riftgate out there somewhere, right? I'm sure. You know what? There's going to be a rift out there with a gate on it. Somewhere. Chris K, thank you for super chat. Panic cleanser in chat. Let's have a look. I love it. I've seen it before, but yeah, fantastic. I don't know if I've got any battery left in my headset, actually. I do, just about. There you are.
Ah, damn. There's an orc guarding the bridge. Ah, worry not, my friend, for my magic will send him running back to the Darklands. You old fool, didn't you see? He's wearing one of Wormthal's amulets. Your magic would bounce right off of him. Then perhaps I'll have to use one of the oldest spells ever crafted. Magician's Brick!
Out of mana, but not out of options. I love it. Speaking of videos to watch, I don't know if I have got enough battery in the headset though. I might have to play it tomorrow. I need to charge my headset. It's been on low battery the entire stream, and I'm worried it would. It won't play out. And I want to watch the whole thing, so might save it till. But it is a beef. The thing is, it's a beef stream tonight, and you know what? I don't want to do like 3 potential beef streams in a row. So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna get my charger, and we're gonna charge this bitch up. All right, so give me a second. I was gonna play it essentially with my headset plugged in. Sorry, fan, but the fan has got to go. 4K4 should file a new recruit now as well. That's good to know. Yeah, that is good. 4K4 just looks like it's got some potential. All right. There you go, plugged in, analog style. There you are. So we've got one last. The people that created the project got one last bit of beef for you. All right, big beefs are the best. Let's take a look.
Battle points updates your points.
So let me have a look here. So, we've had a lot of beef tonight. Big beefs are the best. Eat protein all the time. But we've got one last bit of beef. I'm not going to lie to you. It's been a beefy couple of days. I know you guys have an almost insatiable appetite for the beef, but maybe after this, we need to have a little bit of hype to balance it out, get a bit of that potassium going over the protein and whatnot. But we'll see. I'm always guided by chat. If they want more beef, they can have more beef. But there you go. But we've got one last bit here, and this has been sent in by Entropic Tyranny. And he said, can you react to this? Some of the finest beef I've consumed in a while from an ex-GW retail staff who ran the GW Toronto store. An excellent critique of why 40k isn't fun anymore. Quite a few points I hadn't considered before. Since one of them is on the GW Influencer program, I expect he'll take this video down pretty soon. Watch from 5 minutes. I'd recommend watching at least 15 minutes of it to get maximum beef. So, let's take a look. Macan, thank you for the super sticker, by the way. Thank you for the beef burger. Always wanting more beef. So, the video in question that he sent in is from Guerrilla Miniatures Games. And, you know, big shout out to Ash. He used to work at Mini Wargaming, and then he branched out on his own. And he's got, I think, a couple of different channels now. But GMG, if you haven't watched his stuff, is actually quite good. He covers lots and lots of different game systems, and he's pretty OG at this point. Now, he's done a video, I think it's on his second channel, which is called Inside Tabletop. When did you fall out of love with Warhammer 40k? Now, I think this is quite potentially quite an interesting video, because I think there are a lot of people which are feeling frustrated by 11th. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure there are lots and lots of people who are feeling very excited for 11th. And if you are excited, that's great. Don't let me yuck your yum. But at the same time, I think we can recognize and acknowledge that 11th edition has definitely come out with some mixed opinions. Some people are excited about it, some people have already met about it, and some people are finding it actively driving them away from the game. Only time will tell how successful it's going to be, but there's definitely a lot of people who are looking at it and going, I'd pinned a few hopes on this thing, it's not quite delivering what I wanted, I might start looking around for some other options. And you've got a few people which are, you know, just as time goes on, falling out of love with Warhammer 40k. So let's take a look. We've covered, and by the way, we've covered this shit extensively on this channel, and so it's interesting to see if this is interesting to see other content creators covering it, and it's going to be particularly interesting to see the points that are specifically made in this video to see if they add any new perspectives. So without further ado, we're playing it from the timestamp that we were sent, and let's watch it for, as recommended, about 15 minutes.
Comments will be full of, you didn't read this errata, you didn't look at the most recent battle points updates, your points are wrong, your enemy's illegal, like whatever that is. So that's really fascinating.
So did you convert all your terrain over to just straight MDF or whatever?
I haven't.
You're not allowed to paint it either.
I haven't played 40.
Is that the guy? Is it the guy from the Lords of War gaming channel? I thought I recognized him. Different camera angle, but I recognized his voice straight away.
Okay, since that became the way, I have played exactly 0 games of the tournament format thing of Warhammer 40,000, and there's a bunch of reasons, but I can identify 3 moments where modern 40k, and I won't say I fell out of love with it. It left me behind.
That's such a good point. I think there are a lot of people that feel left behind from modern Warhammer 40k, because it's not that they don't like 40k, but more that they don't like that they have to play in a very specific sort of prescribed way. Like, hey, can we throw some terrain down? No, you can't do that.
Is that my expectation versus the reality? So much daylight has appeared in between those two things. And what's funny is I started 40k very young. I was about 8.
Wow, yeah.
1988.
Yeah.
And so I started 40k in a late Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader at that point was like Battle Manual Rogue Trader. And so the game was basically second edition 40k. And they when they released second edition 40k, they kind of ratified all those rule amendments and army lists into what it became. So that's my era of Warhammer 40,000, which was kind of a hero hammer edition of the game, right? Like you customize your characters, you gave them war gear cards, you had a million options for every unit of what they could be armed with. And
That's probably why you love Infinity, because you love all the tokens and cards.
Nah, there's no tokens. There's 0 tokens on the table. No tokens whatsoever.
So basically, yeah. So Ashes, and what's really interesting, I've been saying this on this channel for a bit, that it definitely feels like there's a certain generation of Warhammer player who feels left behind. I've sort of described this as the old guard, that people that played, Ash is talking about from a really early period, but especially I've sort of referred to it as people who've played from sort of mid-hammer up until about 8th edition. And it's over the course of 9th and 10th edition that this era of Wargamer, all the people that sort of came up in this time, has now, you know, who despite how much the game changed, stuck with it through all of this time. It's now those people which are increasingly feeling left behind, and it's increasingly feeling like the game is being focused on an entirely new community, or that the expectation, it's not that it's being focused on an entirely new community, maybe it is, but that like the new community coming in doesn't quite have the same perspective as the old community. And so when GW does something and the old community complain about it, the new community don't quite understand, because they're like, well, it's always been this way, hasn't it?
No cards either. There's a codex, but war gear cards were printed in your codex.
Yeah.
Right? So like but you wrote your army list on a pad of paper. And also the game size was very small. A 1,500 point game of Warhammer 40,000.
Tiny.
20 models maybe.
Tiny, yeah.
20, 25. An orc army is maybe 30 models. You know what I mean? Not a lot of guys.
Yeah.
And everything felt like it mattered, right? Like individual models could shoot things. You'd roll for them individually because they might have different modifiers to hit. The camera was very dialed in on a small game, on a small table. And you made everything.
So it's really interesting because Warhammer 40k army sizes really have ballooned up. And as someone who's been with the game a long time and has only recently started sort of looking back and also looking at other game systems that are, you know, not squad-based game systems, but like still proper sort of war games, you don't realize how massive 40k armies have become until you take a moment and look back. And I think this is something that GW has slowly been ramping up. That's on my end, guys. Sorry about that. Slowly been ramping up, boiling the frog a little bit until, you know, I've been playing a bit of 4th edition and a lot of K47. I know, roll your eyes, but I've been playing a lot of it. And I've got used to the army sizes of those games. And then I came back to 40k for that sort of proto game of 11th that Sam and I played. And I couldn't believe like how much I had in my army and how big my army felt. And you might think big armies are the best. I used to think that. I used to think the bigger the army, the better. There is an element, though, to where a big army just feels like it's a lot to manage. And it feels quite clunky and unwieldy.
By hand, so like getting it right, making it look like it was in the books was kind of the experience. And obviously over time that changed. I became a tournament guy. I became a guy who wanted to play like well and compete.
Yeah,
me
win.
too.
We all kind of have that phase we go
Of course
through,
we
right?
do. Yeah. But what you said, I think there's 3 things I can identify. One, I don't feel like I am represented by my armies anymore, because my units and my characters are all as they come out of the box. I might paint them different colors.
Sure.
I might embellish their bases a little bit differently. But fundamentally, without cutting up a bunch of model kits and even using old parts from older model kits, I can't make something different. And even then, the rules don't really support it.
This is an extremely good point. It no longer, it feels like less and less you are. Now, I'm not saying it's completely gone away. It feels more and more like you're playing the army and specifically the units that Games Workshop is telling you to use, rather than your own units your own units and your own things you come up with. And I think there's a couple of different angles here. Firstly, I think, of course, you have the dreaded policy. GW having the case of you only get what's in the box. I think that's a big factor. I also think a huge part of it is the lack of granular war gear, where everything costs the same, and so there's always an obviously best choice. And while some people may argue there's always been an obviously best choice, I think now there's an increased amount of pressure on the player to always take the best choice because of how competitive the game has become. So it's not just that like there's a best choice. It's that before you could know what the best choice was, but still take a less optimal choice and it wouldn't completely screw you. Like if you were someone that always swore by missile launchers, then you'd be like, yeah, okay, I'll take missile launchers in my squads. Even if like objectively autocannon and grenade launcher, the old ACGL, was always the best option. Now, if you take, obviously, infantry squads don't exist anymore, but if you look like Sentinel, for example, if you put a missile launcher in Sentinel, you're just actually having a big negative impact on your army. If you put multi-layers on your chimeras, it matters, whereas before it wouldn't matter. So this is what it is. You're not. It's not just that GW's prescribing what you should take, but because of the environment that the game is now played in, and everyone basically playing competitively all of the time, there's this pressure on you to always be taking certain things, and that's agency being taken away from the player. And so you feel like you're playing the army that you should be playing, not necessarily the army that you want to play.
So I feel very detached from my Warhammer 40,000 armies, if that makes sense.
Does, yeah.
I don't care about them the way that I used to. All of my
So
Keeper
true.
40k armies are from like 20 years ago. Like I'm never going to sell my Raven Guard army that was in White Dwarf. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because that's a thing that I care about, even though I've never played a game with it probably for like 15 years, 10 years almost. We're just talking about, you painted a Leagues of Votann army. I gave Mitch my Leagues of Votann army to sell because I just didn't give a shit about it. I painted that army beautifully.
So yeah, I definitely feel I agree with this 100%. Like there are certain armies which I just don't give a shit about in my. I mean, I have never talked about downsizing my collection before the last 3 years. Never, ever, ever. Now I'm like actively looking at my armies and I'm thinking, like, which ones do I actually want to keep? Am I just going to basically go back to just playing guard? Because there's a lot of armies that like I have, which I don't really use anymore, but I got them for the time for like, hey, I want to do this kind of like idea. And then when like it was an idea for like gameplay rather than an idea for like a cool concept of an army, and as a result, when the idea ended up fizzling out or fading away due to some various balance patches and stuff, I ended up realizing that I didn't actually love the army that I'd got.
I didn't care. I felt nothing for
That
it.
attachment that you
I had no attachment for it.
traditionally would
And
have,
that leads on to two things. One, I can't customize the models and make them feel like they're a representation of what my vision of the game is. The most connected I felt to an army was my 8th edition Knight army, because I still got to customize it a bit. I named them all after different bands, right? So they all had different band names. Like I had the Mastodon, the Red Fang, the Sword. Like they were all just
That's
sword
cool.
band names, like different metal bands. And like I felt attachment to that because I felt like I'd done something that made it an army that was a reflection of me on the battlefield.
Just thinking, Warhammer 40k players and heavy metal music. Name a more iconic duo. You just can't, right?
And then when I go to play the game, you said that thing about speed. I don't feel like any of my units matter. They're just investments that I trade with.
yes. Yeah.
They feel more like magic cards
Mm.
than little life, like toys living a life on a battlefield. Because they go on and they come off so fast.
This is very, very true. The lethality issue is such a big problem in 40k, and there's no sign that it's never really gone backwards at any point. The game just continues to get more and more lethal, and we're getting to the point now where like things that we had in 7th edition, which were utterly busted, look like a joke by 10th/11th edition standards. And this idea, the game has become, I guess a good way of kind of looking at it is the game has become more about like industrial warfare than about almost like romantic warfare. So a sort of example of this is like looking at warfare, look at like the Napoleonic era of like war. This is actually I think this might be the best example I've ever come up with for anything on this channel ever again. Ever, right? Look at the difference between Napoleonic warfare and World War One. Napoleonic warfare, everyone was marching around in bright colors, flags flapping all over the place, and you had officers like leading from the front, and you've got all of the, you look at the way like the Napoleonic warfare is typically presented. It's very much, it's almost like larger than life. Like you've got, it's in a funny way, it's quite humanizing. Warfare is obviously always terrible, but it's quite humanizing warfare. It's very romanticized. You look at things like Sharp and stuff, and you've got like, hoity-toity officers and all that kind of stuff. And then you look over at World War One, and so that's sort of like romanticized warfare. And then you look over at World War One, and World War One is like everything's drab. There's no flags, and it's not about like an individual officer leading at exactly the right moment, a decisive charge or anything like that. It's about the grinding, attritional, industrialized warfare where it's utterly and utterly dehumanizing, and there's no glory in it whatsoever. And that's I think a really good analogy for sort of how 40k has changed between old Hammer and new Hammer. Old Hammer is all about bright colors and your models doing awesome things at the tabletop. And a single Space Marine squad, and this is true, a single Space Marine squad at the right moment could turn a game. And new Hammer is like, it's not necessarily that the colors are any less bright,
Forward, you dogs, to
but
victory!
new Hammer is like, it's not like Brother Sergeant Cavidius is leading an epic charge at the last moment to turn things around. It's my inter squad is going to go out there, score 5 victory points, and then die. And there's a very big difference between those two styles of gameplay.
They might never move. You know what I mean? If I didn't position correctly, I should ask my 40k coach how to do that better.
You
But,
really
like,
should, yeah.
I
can put you in touch
I haven't
with
paid him in
somebody.
a while. Yeah, you put me in touch with some guys. All right, I want a 40k coach. I need to start 40k maxing.
That's right.
Maybe you'll get me to bang my dice with a hammer to 40k max. I don't feel like anything of any importance happens because it's at random. There isn't a story happening in the battlefield. Random events and priorities take place, and I feel like I'm coming into a television show 3 seasons in, mid-season, and then leaving before there's any kind of conclusion. Does that make sense? I feel detached even from the outcomes of games because they're so clinical and there's so much battlefield information.
Very clinical. This is the rise of this is what I've been talking about. It's the rise of Math Hammer. It's and I've mentioned this on the channel. It's so interesting seeing other people express this. It's the community has shifted. We used to have rules as intended was the peak way, and rules as written you were seen as a bit of a nerdy rules lawyer. And now rules as written is the way that everyone is expected to play, and rules intended is dead. It's extinct. It does not exist anymore. We used to have people who use math and statistics were genuinely like looked down on, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you fucking nerd. Like, we're here to play games and roll some dice. What are you doing? Now the Math Hammer nerds are like, everyone talks about like how important Math Hammer is and all this kind of stuff, and it's seen as like the go-to way. The game has become very analytical. The game has become very clinical, and a big part of that is the way the community has evolved over time. And this is why you've got Ash here saying he feels left behind, because not only because what has happened is you've had the rise of rules as written as the dominant force. You've had the rise of Math Hammer as the dominant way of thinking about units, and the game has what's happened is not only have you had these issues rise in the community, but you've had the game reward these approaches to approaching these reward those who approach the game this way. And so you've got people who are more vibes hammer than math hammer who now feel like they've been left behind, because not only it's not that they're battling with the community, it's that the game is actively developing in a certain direction.
Information that feels like it's a video game, not a miniature game.
And those moments are so essential for like forming those bonds with your collection. Right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Even like this move to, well, no, the building templates are what matter. So the footprint of the buildings, put whatever you want on them. They're just circles with different shapes. They're just cardboard circles on my tables now. You know what I mean? Like, it's just more battlefield asset stuff that doesn't match any table I have it on. Like, I would like to go measure all those things and then build pieces of terrain on just MDF that I've cut to the same shape. Like, that's more likely what I would do. I want a laser.
So one thing I will just say here is I think there is a chance that we still get cool terrain on the footprints. I think there's still a chance, but it will come down to the community. And right now, I would say the existing 10th edition community coming into 11th will strictly follow what GW tells them to do. The big question is, do we get an 8th edition style moment where you have a whole bunch of new people who come into the game and basically say to the existing community, what the fuck, this is boring, this is shit, I don't want to play like that, let's play it in a better way. And that's what happened. 7th edition was very, very, like, for lack of a better term, almost competitively toxic. 8th edition came along, so much new blood came into the game, and it completely basically washed away all that competitive shit, and vibes were pretty high in 8th edition. If 11th edition brings in more vibes players, then we could see, hey, the footprints go where they go, but put whatever terrain you want on them. I'm not sure. I don't know which way it's going to go yet, but there's potential for us to make terrain great again, but there's a definite risk that terrain remains stale. So we'll have to see.
Is there a company out there to just give me pieces of blank MDF that are the same shape of that I can go put stuff on? But then I'll just hear the complaints of people that say I can't position models on them properly because they're not flat. They have too much three-dimensional detail. And then I'm going to go and fucking hang myself in the warehouse because someone complaining about me enhancing my Battlefield experience, how it interrupts the game experience. I will just be like, I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
So you definitely do get that as a content creator. You do get people who will look at the battles that you are producing, and they will go, this terrain isn't correct. This battle port's a bag of shit. Unsubscribe, even though they weren't subscribed in the first place. So you do get that. I think you kind of have to, what I want to do, what my recommendation to myself and to a lot of people out there is, you should make the battle reports and the content you want to make and just ignore those comments, because eventually what will happen is you will cultivate the community. Hey, it might be a smaller community, and hey, maybe you're not in a position where you can afford to have a smaller community. Fair enough. But you will eventually cultivate the community of people that like that kind of content. And slowly but surely, you'll, rather chasing current thing, you'll build a more sustainable experience and a more sustainable community.
So let me ask you a question after you've explained all that so articulately. Do you think that game could exist within the current, like, could you like carve and cut and find something in there?
It does. It exists at your cottage.
Yeah.
Right now.
That's what I mean. I think that
the problem is that it's not what's being marketed.
No, it's not.
You could do it. You could do nothing to change the current edition of Warhammer 40,000 except the scenarios and the missions and what's being emphasized as being the fun way to do things. But I'm actually not even going to put it on competitive players, because you can make a competitive game out of this too.
Yeah.
But the emphasis on the creativity of this hobby has really moved out of camera frame. And there's a lot of...
I think that's a really good point. Quick thing. People often like to lay things at the feet of the competitive scene. It's not. There's a lot of competitive players that feel just like... Because Ash was a competitive player. I mean, Ashton's a competitive player. I'm a competitive player. You'd be amazed about how many competitive players feel this way. It's very much not a competitive versus casual thing in any way, shape, or form. And it's important to note that we've always had a relatively strong competitive scene in Warhammer 40k in previous editions that were much more focused on creativity and emergent narrative.
Daylight in between it on expressing yourself with miniatures.
Yeah.
Games Workshop used to make Legos. They made interchangeable model kits that you would arrange and rearrange and personalize, and the rules reflected that. And now it's been put into a bespoke experience, because then the next bespoke experience can be different, and the release schedule can get a new thing that you will go and buy because you don't already have it. And so this like insistence on not giving me Legos, but just giving me a die cast car instead, right? I'm getting an action figure out of the box. I'm not getting something that I customize myself, is where I feel left behind.
Well, and what if
Because I don't feel a lot of expression in it anymore.
Yeah, and well, I mean, and what if I told you that, like, it's actually kind of genius that, like, they don't necessarily maybe want you to form these bonds with your collection.
They don't want me to,
because they want you to be okay with moving on to the next thing, and they want you to be okay with, you know, not playing with the same Space Marine army for 20 years.
And that's my third point. Is
I'd never considered that. The fact that they don't want you to have a bond with your army, because if you have a bond with your army, you might stick with just one army that you just expand bit by bit over time. But if you don't really have a particular bond with your army, you're able to basically go, okay, well, I don't really care about this anymore. I'll sell it, GW, or I'll put it on the shelf, and then I'll get another new army. I do kind of see the logic there. I will just say that does not work with the sort of older community, because we came up with this emotional connection to our armies. That definitely feels like that's what they're trying to foster in the new community, not in the older community.
Is that everything feels disposable.
Yeah.
And it feels disposable by design, because the next thing is getting marketed that's coming along. And I want you to be super focused on that. I don't want you to spend too long looking for the perfect piece in my back catalog, because I don't have a back catalog anymore. I don't have a lot of stuff on my wall, right? And my top 300s that you can always order, that I have always in stock, is ever changing.
It's the new
because
stuff.
something gets kicked off. I want you to have the new things.
Yep.
And while there are some huge benefits to that,
the disposable nature of it is when they release a product that invalidates they release a new version of a product that completely invalidates the old one, like the new Deathwatch Kill Team that invalidates the old Deathwatch Kill Team.
and the huge benefit to that is it has never been easier for a person who's never seen this before to get into it.
Sure.
Right. And that's the most potential income, because they don't have anything yet. Right? They can't play with their existing products. That's great financially for a business that's quarterly motivated. Right? It's motivated on how it's doing each quarter and climbing that hill over and over again. It's not necessarily great for longevity or value. I think we will see, if I was to go into my Polymarket prediction mode,
You're really showing for that sponsorship, eh?
man, can't wait to just doom bet on the collapse of the human race. I'm really cynical today.
It's Doom Week here at Guerrilla Miniature Games. We had a Doom Week not so long ago.
Yes.
It's amazing how many of us, I keep saying it, it's guys, it's a certain generation of wargamer, and we're all feeling the same way. You think it's just me being salty? I'm just one of the few people that's willing to talk about it. Look at the people. Look at the content creators who are excited for 11th edition. Or not even excited. Look at the content creators who are pushing 11th edition. And look at the content creators who are hesitating or actively criticizing it. And you'll notice a trend. The people that are like talking about it in a more, I would say, concerned way are OG wargamers who happen to be content creators. They're wargamers first, content creators second. They're not in it because they're trying to make big bucks. They're in it for the love of the game. And then look at the people who are pushing it. And you'll see that those people are pushing it because there's an ulterior motive there. They need 11th edition to be successful because they're more business orientated, they're more business focused than they are necessarily wargaming focused. That's what it is. They've got an ulterior motive.
You gotta have a Doom week once in a while.
I'm doing a 40K launch weekend. No, I think that we are going to end up in a place where we are at the end of vintage game collecting. 20 years from now, no one will be able to vintage game collect this game. There won't be a lot of unopened boxes because there's less boxes, and they're all being sold up front and then never made again.
You know, it's funny.
So like there won't be a vintage board
It's
game
happening in the
market.
collectible market.
Yeah.
Like all the major trading card companies
Right.
are, Magic especially is pushing this value towards the new stuff to the point where like nobody cares about the old stuff anymore.
Yeah.
Because
Black Lotuses aren't
the
viable
super
anymore.
collectability and the like numbered printings and all this stuff, it's just focus on what's next, because that's, for these companies, that's the cash cow, is what they can sell you today and tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
They don't want you like that thing you bought last week, forget about that. That's yesterday's story, you know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
20 years from now, no one is going to be collecting first pressing of Space Marine Intercessors. Today, and probably 20 years from now, people are definitely collecting Old Guard regiments, second edition Space Marines, and Old Hammer. That's the difference.
And it's so crazy in the hobby, because this is a type 2 fun hobby where you have to put effort into it to get any enjoyment out of it.
That's right. Yeah. It requires after purchase effort. I can't just open the beer and drink it.
But Games Workshop, instead, we joke on our channel about how this is Jay's favorite customer is the tuck customers. They buy their Warhammer, they go home, they tuck it on the shelf, and then that's the extent of their
That's the extent of their
But
experience.
uncynically, that is like probably happening a lot,
Yeah. It would have to
right?
be.
It has to be to sustain all this.
And
right?
everyone's susceptible to marketing.
Sure,
I felt
sure,
it. I got
sure.
excited about this Third War for Armageddon thing because technically, so let's look at the last 10 years. What did we bring back? We brought back Blood Bowl. We brought back Necromunda. We brought back Warhammer Quest. And we brought back the Old World.
Yeah.
So they've done they brought back Squats. They brought back Sisters of Battle, right? Like those were intentional nostalgia marketing sales plans.
5 years from now, no one's going to give a shit about Warhammer. Not even 5 years. 1 year from now, no one's going to give a shit about Warhammer Quest Darkwater. 10 years from now, people will still be interested in Space Hulk.
That's technically a generation before me in the gaming world, right? I started way too early. And so like those would be for the generation before me technically in gaming, right? Guys who are firmly in Gen X, right? Like firmly born in like the 1970s.
Yeah.
That would be their nostalgia push. The camera now 10 years later has shifted forward 10 years. And the Third War for Armageddon 3rd edition 40K is where I should have started playing 40K. That's where the camera's focused on me now, right? Because that is the most like money to free time dense like layer of Games Workshop marketing, and it almost worked. I almost went like, yeah, there we go, Third War again, yay! That was, and it's funny because that era, that is the last time before I entered the industry. that's my last time period where I'm just a wargaming customer. And so that is the brightest point. That is the
course.
nadir, basically.
Before it became your job.
Before it became my job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So like 2000, 99, 2000, that era of Games Workshop hobby is this is it. Plan 3rd edition 40K. Let's go.
Same for me.
Like that's my, that like new Black Templars. Black Templars are the new cool army. There's never been a Black Templar army before. They're in the box set. Wow.
Yeah.
Cool. 3rd edition 40K, new plastic orc boys. Look how cool these are. That is like my nostalgia, like a line.
Mhm.
Commissar Eric, Gazgo Thraka, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then that just became window dressing to a gameplay experience that's largely just the same gameplay experience that was in 10th edition.
That's my big issue. That's my big issue, which is my big issue is they bigged up Armageddon and by extension 11th edition into being this new way to play, and the reality is it is just the same. While some specific mechanics may change, fundamentally it is the same experience.
That like I don't feel like that
10th.
matters. You know what I mean? I
Right.
don't feel like my guys have any character. I feel like I'm maybe like assuming I'm inhabiting the role of like
I mean, for fuck's sake, guys, there was no Steel Legion in Armageddon. The model that they brought, the new guard models they brought out for Armageddon, Mercadians with no rebreathers on in the Hippogriff and the Centaur.
it's like playing Mortal Kombat. Pick your favorite character in Mortal Kombat. I'll be Gazgo Thraka. I'll be Marius Calgar. My nameless Space Marine captain doesn't matter. He doesn't have a story. I didn't get to customize him. I didn't get to do anything cool with him. There's not 50 different arm options I can give him and a story and a bunch of kit bashing, like model kits that fit together, you know, that I can like make a unique character for. And so I struggle to engage with it today.
Yeah.
And that's okay. There's a million things for me to do.
No,
I cover a million different games on this channel every day that I enjoy. And I play a million different games that are aimed at me. But it's funny.
Do you think?
KS Gant, well, the same could be said of you and your channel, only in the opposite direction. You need 11th to fail because being jaded and cynical is on brand. Would you believe me, KS Gant, if I used to be considered a big GW shill? I was heavily criticized for being a big GW shill. It's true. The thing is that I don't want Warhammer 40k to fail. There may be other channels out there which have absolutely built their brand on Doom. They've absolutely built their brand on GW needing to die, or GW. And in fact, the funny thing is, if these people ever got what they wanted, they'd actually be out of a fucking job, because then they wouldn't have anything to complain about anymore. They'd have to move on to another company to complain about. I actually don't want that. I would much prefer if I had lots and lots of nice positive things to say about 40k, and if I had lots and lots of excuses to make lots of content that was just talking about all of the great things you can do with the game. I don't have a brand. I don't have an agenda. I don't have a message or anything like that. I just have myself, what I'm thinking, what I feel about something in that moment to do with Warhammer and wargaming. That's it. If tomorrow Games Workshop turned around and made the game the best wargame in the world, I would be the first to champion it. I would be the very first to champion it. If my brand, if I was to give myself a brand, my brand is me trying to be as honest as possible with my community. And I built a brand originally on being relentlessly positive about Warhammer and 40k and everything. Why would I build a community in that direction, which led to me having fantastic growth and everything, and then switch it in a completely other direction? It wouldn't make sense. If anything, if anything, the amount of comments that I've received recently from people going, "Oh, I don't like the way the direction the channel's gone in." I'm sorry, I won't lie to you. I'd rather you dislike the content I was making because it was honest than you like the content because I was being disingenuous.
Do you think there's a place they can get to that's some sort of compromise between the two worlds? Because clearly, like, based on all the talk and what they're showing off for 11th edition is they're at least acknowledging to some degree that they've lost a little bit of the narrative and the heart of the game.
Sure, yeah.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Like, why would Games Workshop mention that they want to make the game more narrative again in their marketing if they weren't acknowledging that the game has lost that particular? That's a really, really good point, and I think it's kind of like you're not necessarily reading exactly what GW is telling you. You're sort of reading between the lines. Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point made by the Lords of Wargaming guy.
Well, the big boat turns slow.
Yeah, exactly.
And here's the other thing
yeah,
is,
yeah.
remember who works there now.
Such a good point. Remember who works there now. Guys, holy shit, 7 to the Black Ships moment.
Because they're a lot younger than me.
Yeah.
And they've grown up in a different gameplay experience, and they're expressing themselves through what they think the customer wants right now. And maybe the customer does want that, but
it's not just, okay. I would actually look at this slightly differently. Yes, you have a bunch of people who are coming up who have probably experienced the game in a different way. Imagine the big companies have big staff turnover, massive churn. You've probably got to think that the people that are working, there's probably a significant portion of people that are working on Warhammer 40k who have only ever played 10th edition. Think about that for a moment. That's pretty scary. You've also got to think that there's a lot of young people working at Games Workshop. This is something I really noticed at the UK Games Expo. I was looking at the staff working the UK GE, and I was like, every single one of these guys is younger than me, bar 1 or 2. And they had several dozen people working there. Staff, obviously, they probably had, like, including the paint and play, I would say 90% of the people that were there were significantly younger than me. Now, younger people tend to be a little less disruptive in the workplace. They tend to do as they're told because they're a bit less confident. They're not incompetent, but they're a bit less confident because they haven't got that experience behind them to give them confidence. Now, I wonder if this explains a big part of the current Games Workshop thing, where you've got some quite entrenched people who are still like turds hanging on to the hairy anus of the company, and then these people who aren't actually particularly good, all the competent people have left to make it on their own. The Duncan Rhodes of the company, to give you an example. They've left to make it on their own, or they've moved from the company. And so the people you've got left over are the people that can't make it outside of the GW ecosystem. There's a reason why they're still there 20 years later. And then those people are now in charge of a bunch of very inexperienced people. So you've got a bunch of older, less competent people leading a bunch of younger, less confident people.
I suspect there's a lot of fatigue that comes from not getting to enjoy the thing you purchased and feel like you got the full gamut of experience.
Yeah.
Right. And also their business model doesn't support the meta that they're trying to build, where you buy 20 of the best unit and it's a competitive game. Like the new release meta meant that like you didn't have the capacity to go buy 20 of something.
Mm-hmm.
And you got those mercenary customers who went from store to store trying to collect all the best things their 40k coach told them they needed to play the best 40k. And then that would change next week and they'd have to go look for more out of stock things because there's not a huge existing model range, right?
Yeah.
So I think we're in an interesting place, man, because like I fell out of love with 40k, or 40k moved past me when it.
That's how I feel. I don't feel like I fell out of love with 40k. I feel like 40k left me behind because I still love 40k for fundamentally what it is. But I really do struggle. I really do struggle with the direction that the game has evolved in.
stopped being, I think, a reasonable level of time to money to like expression on the battlefield loop. I want to be able to spend a reasonable amount of time, so paint like 20 to 30 models, which is also a reasonable amount of money, hopefully, put them on the table and feel like my little vision of Warhammer marched off and had a story against someone else's little version of Warhammer marched off and had a story.
And it's not necessarily about winning or losing. You can be in that situation that he's just described and lose every single game and genuinely have a big smile on your face. I think this is going to sound kind of crazy. I think that there is a specific kind of person who tends to be missing from the Warhammer community these days. And that is the guy that turns up every week, gets his face smashed in every week, doesn't give a shit, and has a big smile. I don't think we've got many of those people left in the community anymore. I think we've got a lot of people who all really want to win. And if they don't win, then the game has been less enjoyable for them. And they're not win at all cost players, but there's less of the... There's you know how you have people down to you? Yeah, there's just less of those people. And what's funny is I think those people used to get looked down upon a bit, but looking back on them, they were probably living the best war game in life.
And not only is it more rare for me to find that experience in the rules, it's more rare for me to find an opponent for whom that is also the desired experience.
Just what I said. You got less people in that community. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's really where the culture left me behind, is that I had to change based on the collective expectation of playing the perfect miniature war game. That is the perfect competition and exerting my will in these like rules. And I just didn't give a shit about that. I wanted to hear them go bang bang and have a story happen and have fun, interesting things happen during the game.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm excited the vehicle damage table's back. That's cool.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, Master Pef, true. I matured into that type of player eventually, and people would call me to arrange games. Exactly. I do think people mature into that now. Yeah. Aldair, I was probably one of the last ones in the area. Then conflict got me hooked, and I jumped off the New Hammer train. Yeah, I do think that's where I think a lot of those players that Ash just described, I'm going to make my army and have my vision. You're going to make your army and have your vision. They're going to march off, and we're going to get story against each other. I think a huge amount of those kinds of players are finding their new home in Conflict 47. I think that's why the game is popping off so much. Now, I don't necessarily know. I'm not necessarily saying those players are in a majority. I mean, if you look at the pure numbers of people that are turning up to tournaments, looking at the pure number of money that GW is making, obviously it seems to be that GW is chasing the majority. And that's when they're making more money than ever before. So I'm not one of these people that says that GW is going to fail because they're catering to the wrong audience. From what I can tell, they're catering to the bigger audience. That's how they're able to make more money. Okay, that's simple. What I'm saying is, I still think there's quite a lot of those players, a not insignificant amount of those players who are still more, still very good customers, more than willing to hand over the money and everything. They're just looking for a new home.
That's neat. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Like that's a story. That's a meta story that happens at random through RNG during the game. That's a cool, neat little thing. But like, I don't feel like my games matter. I feel like they're a random series of encounters standing on the exact same size and shape of buildings every game.
It's funny.
Do I have to have buildings on the table every game now? What if I want to play in a jungle?
Yeah.
To be fair, again, this comes down to where the community will go. If the community will embrace areas and then put whatever you want on them, jungle's fine. If the community doesn't, yeah.
What if I want to play in a spaceport? What if I want to play in fucking outer space, on the outside of a starship, or in the lair of a giant tyrannid beast? Do I get to do that in Warhammer?
Yeah, you just have to put your trees in the rectangles, and then you can use
so
them.
tree tangles, and/or trees, Ewoks.
Treat.
Do you understand how like that? It like this being an expression of narrative or like making the battlefield look cooler just meant it was more sterile and standardized. And so I feel
Sorry, Ash. We legends trees. Amazing. And I love that comment came from someone called Generic Edgelord.
I see more daylight between my expression of things. I have all these cool 40k train pieces. I have like a bunch of gantries and Necromunda shit. How am I going to use all that stuff?
Yeah.
And be able to be expected to play a person who comes with the expectation of playing with these cardboard shapes.
Yeah. No, it's true.
Now I have to fit all my train into these cardboard shapes. That's what's happened.
That's what's happened. Yeah.
And I'm like, but I don't want to do that. I have all kinds of cool train that's all kinds of shapes. Where are my spiky ball trees? I want spiky ball trees.
It's funny because I think they're trying to make some of these products like Crusade, and like there's like campaign elements in these like end of edition books that are really cool, and they've packaged into the new starter box. I think it's either a Crusade or a narrative deck. There's like some other thing, but
the issue is these narrative cards, these campaign books are not the answer. They are not the answer. They fundamentally misunderstand what the term narrative means. These campaign books and all this kind of shit, people think that, or what Games Workshop seems to think, and I think a lot of the community misunderstands it as well when we talk about the term narrative, is they think we're talking about some sort of grand narrative campaign. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about emergent narrative. When we say there's a lack of narrative in the game, we're not talking about, oh, we haven't got a big campaign to fight through. Fucking nobody did those, even back in the day. What we're talking about is the ability to play a game and for the story to emerge from that game. So it doesn't matter how many campaign books they release. It doesn't matter how many decks of narrative cards they release. It doesn't matter how many narrative supplements release. That is not the answer. The narrative needs to come from the games that are played, and therefore that needs to come from the core rules. It will never be fixed until you fix the core rules.
What we talked about in some of our other videos that we made this month is the focus that they put on their products just moves past those things so quickly.
It does, yeah.
That like
they pave over it.
That like there's just not enough interest there, or there's not enough like they're not generating people that care about those things. I guess is the thing. So
well, it seems like they need a tertiary thing to keep that story interest up. Like I think that got supplemented through the Space Marine video game and through Secret Level for 40k. They've never had that really for Age of Sigmar, which is I think why it still struggles to make people feel connected with it. I think they got it.
Yeah, I think Sigmar struggles because I just don't think that Sigmar just really appeals to a wide audience. But what's funny is I've begun to look much more favorably on Sigmar than I did in the past. And I know some of you guys have been surprised by this, how positively I've actually been towards Sigmar. I've begun to realize that judging Sigmar based on the merits of 40k is not right. Maybe that's where GW wants it to go, but that's not where it's going to go. Sigmar, it's a nice niche game that some people enjoy, and it's not a game for everybody. And you know what? A game for everybody is a game for nobody. So actually, I think Sigmar's fucking fine. I think it's taken a lot of shit, and I think it's taken me many years for me to realize that actually GW might want that game to go mainstream, but I actually almost don't think that's the best thing for the game. And the best thing for Sigmar, if it could just become this nice, like, niche game that a subset of the community enjoys, and they can just have their fun with it. Yeah. Keep the appeals out. Second edition Sigmar was great and immersive. That changed with the seasons in third edition. Yeah, I heard that second edition was very good, and that third and fourth fucked it. I think that, honestly, the best thing the Sigmar community could do at this point is just go back to second edition. Honestly, best thing the Sigmar community could do at this point is take control of their game.
Like Game of Thrones style.
right.
Game of Thrones got carried along by a TV show, and then interest died out as soon as the TV show ended. I think Horus Heresy was incredibly popular as long as there was still new Horus Heresy books coming out.
Yep.
They need something outside of the game itself to carry that.
Horus Heresy was incredibly popular until third edition, when GW, to use a scientific term, shat the bed.
Inspiration and feeling like you're connected to the universe. And so until they have like a hit 40K book series, they don't have an Eisenhorn, right? They don't have that right now. Until Henry Cavill's TV show comes out in 2092 or whatever, when he's 1,000 years old, until that happens, they don't have a thing to carry Warhammer forward. But Space Marine 2, you literally sat in that chair and told me, we saw more 40K sales in this month than we've seen in forever. And it blew my mind because I didn't think that was possible. But you have a carrying force that makes people feel connected to the universe.
Went away really quickly, but it was crazy when it happened.
Yeah, Space Marine 2 was a real... People thought it was going to be like this big, like, ongoing thing. It was a flash in the pan. Really was.
Because again, it's an experience that's on a timeline. It doesn't survive past the timeline of people are engaging with that material.
Let me ask you this: do you think Games Workshop is aware that people like us exist, and their answer is, we don't want you to play Warhammer 40,000. We made Horse Heresy for you.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you think that's maybe their answer?
No, I think they want me to buy. I don't think they care if I play the game or not.
Well, that's true.
I think they just want me to buy the model.
That's definitely that's true for a fact.
That's definitely true. Yeah.
And here's the thing: is there used to be an old saying. I love painting 40K armies. I love playing Warhammer. Right? That was an old GW joke for a long time. God, I love playing Warhammer because like I can hear the horns and the drums, and the game feels like a mass combat game.
Yeah.
It feels so different from just moving blobs of wounds around and shooting at each other. I love painting 40K miniatures. I don't have a place to play with them. Does that make sense? I loved playing Age of Sigmar. I loved playing Age of Sigmar because it felt like a high fantasy spells blasting around game for a while, right? Ranges were really short and combat felt interesting. And you went
big
back
models
and forth.
were awesome.
Yeah, and things could change game to game based on the initiative roll. Like I was a big proponent of the initiative roll because it meant that you couldn't be sure all the time.
It was fun.
So it was a lot of surprise. There's a lot of surprise baked into it.
Yeah.
So I think I love Warhammer 40,000. It was one of the first miniature games I ever played. It wasn't my first miniature. That was an undead Ralportha troll that's led and probably led to some of my, I don't know, more twitchy moments in my life. But
well, GW would be like, that's why Ash doesn't like 40K anymore.
It's the lead poison.
It's the lead. It's wrecked his brain.
Wait, is that... I have a lot of Metal Mordian models. Chat, do I have lead poisoning? Let me Google the symptoms.
That and the cannibalism. So I don't think I don't love Warhammer 40,000 because I do. I love the idea. I actually think it should be less serious.
It's got way too fucking serious. I will say this. It's got way too fucking serious now. People just can't have a fucking laugh about the game anymore. It's 40K is serious business.
I liked it more when
emphasis on the business
was a little more satirical. And I think the more seriously it gets taken, the more it kind of its light goes out, if that makes sense, which is weird to say for a grimdark thing. I think I feel left behind by my expectations. And I understand that those are my expectations. And they don't belong to me.
Right.
But the moment that the miniatures stopped mattering, except as a way for me to financially reward the creators of the game, and they matter less and less reflected by the rules these days, and the experience of how the game feels to play matters less than the outcome of the game. And I think that's an important note. It feels like who wins or loses is more important than whether or not it feels like.
Yeah, we have talked about the experience.
I've said that. Seven of the black ships. Winning and losing is all that matters in 40K now, and it didn't always used to be that way.
Versus the outcome-driven gameplay.
And outcomes matter more than experiences.
Yeah.
That's when I feel like I stopped loving who 40K had become. So I think we'll leave it there.
All right, there you go. I thought that was a really good video. Ooh, bloody hell. Got me bloody headset stuck on there. It says it's all charged now, so there we are. I thought it was a good video. I'm going to link it down in the chat. I hope you guys enjoy it. So basically, Ash is my long-lost brother who feels pretty much exactly the same way about the game as I do. And this is what I'm, just to summarize that, I think that we're seeing a lot of this. 40k. Look, I think a lot of. I'm not going to repeat everything that I said whilst we were commenting on the video. I'm not going to, you know, I'm just going to sum it up. Not even sum it up. I'm not going to sum it up. You've already heard it. I'm going to give you my last take. I think there are a lot of people in this community who feel the same way, but who don't know what to do about it. And they're not willing to face up to a very, very harsh truth. And the harsh truth simply is you need to make a decision on whether you are okay. You need to basically decide if it's time to shit or get off the pot. Either you need to go, okay, this is the direction Warhammer 40k is going in. I accept the game for what it is, not for what I want it to be. And as a result, I'm going to stop worrying about it and I'm just going to play it. Or you need to go, I don't like this. I'm not going to force myself to play it. I'm going to find another game to play. But what I think is causing a lot of beef, what I think is causing a lot of angst, what I think is causing a lot of upset for people is that they're just struggling to face that question. They're not ready to. They don't want to. It's a scary question. It's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like if coming to the, you know, it's kind of like getting to like a certain point in a relationship. It's like, okay, is this the person that I'm going to stay with? And I'm just going to accept them for, you know, who they are. I can't change them. This is the person I'm going to stay with, who they are. Or is this not the person I'm going to stay with? Basically, there's a lot of, I'm not even saying the majority. I just think there's a significant portion of the community that just needs to decide if they are going to stick with 40k and just accept it for the game that it is, or if they're going to have to look elsewhere. Now, a lot of people say, but I don't want to leave 40k. It might not be that you are leaving 40k. It might be that you have to accept that 40k has left you. It's not about, it's about just squaring up and facing reality. And like I just said, it's time, guys, it's time to shit or get off the pot. I rarely complain about 40k being a competitive game. You tend to find that these days I complain about 40k, GW not putting the effort in. Mad Larkin, so are we doing 40k then? No. I said this the other day. I have come to accept that 40k is the game that it is. And it has, you know, I accept it for the game that it is. I could still complain. I still complain about it, but if you notice, the things I'm complaining about aren't like, oh, you know, I wish, you know, I wish it did this. I wish it did that. I wish X, Y, Z. I wish 1, 2, 3. I don't wish for much for 40k these days. I say, this is the way the game is. These are the complaints I have about the game. These are the things that I like about the game. And when new stuff comes out, I look at the information objectively. Apart from when they made it look like they were going to get rid of 20-man squads. Then I thought I was going to... Then you had to talk me down off the ledge. But that's it. All right. We have to... You know, my relationship with modern 40k is different to the relationship I had with Midhammer. And there's a reason why. I've accepted 40k for the game that it is. But that doesn't mean I'm not going... This is a good way of putting it. I have accepted 40k for the game that it is. But that doesn't mean I'm going to deny myself certain experiences that 40k no longer provides. When I want a competitive game, I will turn to Warhammer 40k. When I want a vibes game, I will turn to other games like Old World and K47. That's where... that's where I have determined my relationship with the game being. But but if you're someone who's pining after 40k and saying, hey, the game doesn't do this, the game doesn't do that, the game doesn't do this, the game doesn't do that, accept 40k for what it does give you and look to other games to satisfy those other itches that you have. That's how I now treat my relationship with 40k. I get from it what it provides, and I get what I want. What it doesn't provide, I get elsewhere. And I think that is, frankly, I think that's the sort of the nature of modern wargaming. Rather than having it's one game that does everything, you almost have to have a couple of different games to scratch the different itches. Yeah. Loophole. Is Old World not slowly becoming like 40k with circle objectives introduced into the match play guide? I said this and everyone told me I was wrong. But as time has gone on, more and more people have started to agree with me. We don't know. We'll have to wait for the second edition to come out. If second edition comes out and it's all about standing on circles, Old World's dead. If that happens, back to 6th edition fantasy, boys. All right. All right. Guys, let me know what you guys think down in the comment section. On that note, let's do a couple of super chats and then wrap up. So we've got David D. Davidson. Thank you for super chat, man. Conflict 47 armies built for solo test game in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. $1,500 US versus Axis, no vehicles for a solo play to test some fog of war rules I'm trying to create. Some favorite kit bashes are using the Vogelspinner commander's head for the German officers' squad comms and sniper anti-tank squad, as well as clipping some MP40s and replacing with STGs. Also using a Firefly mask and some US airborne kits and 3D gas masks for my US flamethrower guy. Let's have a look. Hey, that's not bad, man. That's a lot of style trooping. That is a lot of style trooping. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little worried. That might be. There's a lot of style trooping over here, and I ain't seeing a lot of pen over here. Hopefully, we'll see some flamethrowers and stuff. Hey, that looks pretty cool though. That does look pretty cool. Hey, yeah, really, really, really good use of the head there. Very, very good use indeed. Yeah, good kit bash. Nice. Yeah, I think using the Vogelspinner heads has been a very good choice there. Oh, I love that. I love that. That looks so cool, man. Nice. Nice. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work indeed. Let us know how it goes. And I'd love to hear how your first experience of K47 plays out. Amazing, man. Cosmic Dream, thank you for super chat. I agree with these guys. In my opinion, bust a rift. Let's have a look. Yeah, I am actually with these guys. This is why I've been loving K47 so much, honestly. Weirdly, my Axis army has become probably my favourite army just because of all the work I put into it of custom models, kit bashes, and the lore look of my tanks. Here's the thing, Cosmic. I feel similarly to you. Like I actually feel like I want to kind of like go over and redo some of my K47 armies, and the reason for it is the first armies that I did, I was still quite in that sort of 40k brain, you know, a little bit. Like I was thinking, oh, I want to have like, you know, I think I sort of put it the day where like I painted all my armies up to match my bolt action stuff because I was, you know, I wasn't sure how the game was going to go, and so I wanted to sort of season my bolt action stuff with K47 stuff. But now, you know, now going back over, but now one of my favorite armies from the last army that I did for K47 is probably my favorite one, is my Japanese, because I painted them up in non-historical colors, and that's the army that, because it's the last one I came to, I feel like I ended up putting the most of myself into it, and it was the one that I was least 40k brained on. So yeah, I understand. Like the reason your Fireflies was your first army, and you were still very much kind of like 40k brained when you came to it, and now you sort of shed that programming, and you've come to K47. You've got to your sort of your second army, which is your Axis, and you've shed that 40k programming, embraced the full K47 vibes, and that's why you've ended up making the army much more your army. It's much more your dudes. Yeah. Most of them are all conversions, and most of my units in the Axis army are conversions or substitutes, and it's perfectly accepted. Warlords perfectly fine with stuff like this. They even do it themselves. One of their staff even made their own Wotan and King Tiger kit, and the Panzer IV mechs look like this is an army that I can play with. I can play a game with, and it's not going to get invalidated in a month or so because whatever bullshit changes. It can be competitive, it can be light and fluffy, and both ways are fine. How hard is it for a game company to know what the main ingredient is? Fun. Dude, I think that's such a good point, Cosmic, as well. Like, you can move on to your Axis army and not worry that your Firefly army is going to get invalidated. Yeah, I just think the treadmill is just churning at such an incredible rate. Yeah. Like, your model here is absolutely bonkers, man, and I love it to bits. Yeah, man, it's awesome. Yeah, because I think you've hit the nail on the head, man. And because, like I said, I think there's a lot of us. I don't think we're necessarily in the. Here's the thing, I don't think we're necessarily in the majority, but I do think that there's a significant portion of us that feel this way. Biotitans and Baneblades. I wanted to make a cool trench board for 40k in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. My Get Bent GW board. Apologies for AOS. Still haven't played 40k with my guard, but couldn't stand the competitive layouts I'd seen. I love the Get Bent GW board. Hey, I recognize that's a Dark Vengeance Dark Angel. That is. Nice. That looks so good, man. Yeah, that looks so fucking good. No, dude, never apologize for AOS, man. Look, right. There's a lot of people who hate AOS, and there's a lot of people who dunk on AOS, and I used to be one of them. But I describe myself. Here's the thing: people say that here's the thing, right? People say that I am a GW hater. People say it's on brand for me to hate everything that Games Workshop does. If that were true, why would I describe myself as a reformed AOS hater? And why would I say that AOS, if you enjoy it, like, that's amazing. I don't hate anyone for the games that they play. I don't look down on anyone for the games they play. If you like AOS, that's great. I just want you to have fun with your games. Yeah. I think AOS ended up taking a lot of flack over the years. And I think as time's gone on, it's sort of become apparent that that flack wasn't warranted. Some of it was, but a lot of it wasn't. I think what healed my AOS hate was Old World coming back, and it made me realize I didn't hate AOS. I hated Games Workshop. Yeah. So no, man, you enjoy your AOS, bro. Never feel ashamed for being an AOS player, despite what people might think of you. And this is coming from me, right? So yeah. Tactical Heckler, thank you for the super chat. But I'd like to bring my models with me. I like them. What do you mean? Bring your models with you? Like, what? Bring your models from bring the models you already own with you into like new 40k. I mean, if you want to keep playing, honestly, if you like the models you've got and you want to keep playing 40k, you're probably looking at an older edition in some ways. At this point, I think there's a reason why we're seeing such an uptick in old hammer content and mid hammer content. Yeah, I think that is. I said it before. I'll say it again. I think there's a lot of people looking for a new home. They just don't know where it is yet. But of course, how does old hammer work with new base sizes? Will it be compatible or cause issues? No one gives a shit. Like, nobody cares. Dude, it's old hammer. Like, It's it's basically it's your game. It's it's your game, man. Loophole, you wanna? I've played mid hammer with new base sizes. No one cares, man. It's fine. Yeah. It's all good, mate. It's just a lot less. It's a lot less prescriptive. Yeah. It's things like having exactly the right base size are a lot more of a new hammer thing than an old hammer thing. The old rule was just don't model for advantage, but base size didn't matter because you didn't draw line of sight like from bases. You drew line of sight from your model's head to an enemy model torso or head. So you couldn't like draw line of sight like a single gun or something. Fair, just 25 mils, 30 mils is twice footprint of the board. It honestly doesn't matter, man. It honestly doesn't. It makes very little difference. It makes no meaningful difference, and it's just not enough to worry about. Things like blasts will hit more. Yeah, I guess. Fine. But the thing is, like, if you look at Old World, they gave everyone bigger base size, and it made the blasts template actually less effective, but feel better. Yeah, loot boys. It's one of the things that no one gives a shit. Like it sounds crazy. No one cares. It's fine. Like old blasts might hit more or less models. Doesn't matter. The main thing is if you're just playing a game that you enjoy with your mates, it doesn't really matter what the blast rules are. Yeah. All right. So I would say go forth and don't worry. Yeah, honestly, not worth sweating about. Some pros, some cons, not worth worrying about. Exactly. Simple logic. Thank you for super chat, man. Hi, I got my model request. Sorry, it's taken a while. Work schedule equals weird ranked options. 1, Shadow Castigus. 2, Exterminator Line of Death. 3, Squad Led Bandauer. Simple logic. That I don't understand the super chat. Oh, yeah. The fucking, you got Mad Larkin. Right. Just, simple logic, just pick one. Which one do you want? Sorry, it took me a second to understand what you were going for. Just pick one and DM it to me if you're in the Discord, mate. That's it. When you say, do you want to turn you say number 1, Shadow Sword, you want to call it Castigatus? I can do that. Yeah. You can just, whichever one, just pick a model and yeah, give it a name, man. That's all good to me. I got a big Mordian fucking Shadow Sword over here. You can call it Castigatus if you want to. That's good. That sounds good to me. I'll write it on the model or something. Awesome. There you go, mate. Dude, I'll sign off now, but I'll make sure that's done before I forget. All right? Amazing. All righty ho. Let's end the poll. 83% of people think that I am not being unreasonable. 17% people think I am being unreasonable. Turns out we've got 17% of people are GW staff members. I'm really taking the piss. Guys, I'm going to sign off. It's been a bit of an extra long stream today, but we got a lot of content out of it, which was awesome. So yeah. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for watching. It was a particularly beefy one. I have to say I'm feeling a little beefed out now. I suppose. Well, we might need to let the beef capacitor recharge a little bit and get a bit of positivity going. Maybe. But the beef was tasty and extra salty. It was very tasty. It's very salty. But yeah, but let me just say, I'm rushing off a little bit because I'm crashing, guys. I've gone super tired. Let me just say, huge thank you to all of you who joined today's stream. Thank you to all of you who liked it. Thank you to all of you who subscribed to the channel during the stream. Massive thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats, member flexes, gifted memberships, and all of that great stuff. We'll be getting a few stream highlights out of this, so if you didn't quite see the entire thing, then don't worry, you'll be able to catch it later in the week as it all sort of gets parceled up and everything. All right, Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.